And if you join me in. There we go. The meeting is now in progress. If you join me in standing and we'll sing "O Canada."
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see rise, our true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Council. I'll now ask the clerk to take the poll.
Councillor Mackey,
Present.
Councillor McKay,
Present.
Councillor Carlton, Councillor Pringle, Councillor McQueen, Councillor Nielsen,
Present.
Councillor Patterson, Councillor Dickert, Councillor Kentner, Councillor Keaveney, Councillor Body, Councillor Gregg, Warden Milne,
Present.
Councillor Dobreen, Councillor Matrosovs, Councillor Borninghill. I believe Councillor Borninghill is present.
Present.
Councillor Eccles, Councillor Hutchinson.
Present.
Confirm we have all members participating today.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any declaration of interest related to any item on today's agenda? Not seeing any. If one should arise during the course of the meeting, feel free to declare it at that time. So before we move into the presentations, the CEO would like to make a few remarks.
Good morning, Council. Consideration and adoption of the annual operating and capital budget is one of the most significant acts you undertake each year. Your direction determines what we deliver to residents and the resources available to achieve this. The 2023 budget is complex. It requires $225 million across 4 functional groups and more than 31 different programs and services. As in previous years, in order to arrive at the annual budget, staff work continuously from one budget cycle to the next to understand community needs and how those might be changing, changes to provincial requirements or legislation, economic factors, and so much more. The operating budget is specific to 2023, but it has long-term implications. Last September, Council supported report CAOR CW 0920, the proposal for an updated strategic plan to be completed with you, our incoming Council. This report summarized the significant number of strategies and task force recommendations that have been adopted since the last plan update in 2021, all of which require work to be implemented. The 2023 budget was built with that report's strategic direction and work plan in mind. Also, for new councillors, our practice here at the county is to bring any initiatives of significance forward to council in a staff report, requesting support to include these in the next year's budget for consideration. So that has been done over the course of 2022. And so there are staff reports that are connected to a number of the initiatives that you'll see in the budget today. Today, the leadership team will discuss significant changes in their budgets over 2022, key investments and deliverables, the challenges they've dealt with in holding down costs. I hope that you find today's discussion really productive and informative. And as always, we welcome your feedback. If there are changes to our process that you'd like to recommend or discuss, we're very open to that. I know that there are other ways to move through this process. Ultimately, we want you to feel confident about making decisions regarding the county's future direction and ready to tackle a new strategic plan in June. Between February and June, there will be several special sessions where you'll have the opportunity to take a deeper dive into the finances and operations of key departments. That information, I hope, will provide the foundation for the development of the 2023 to 2030 strategic plan. Next, after we get to that, then staff would build a capital budget over the summer and a 2024 operating budget in the fall. Council's consideration and input will be vital throughout this process. So those are the remarks that I wanted to make. Thank you so much. And I do hope that we have a great discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. So with that in mind, I think we'll put the resolution on the floor. If council is amenable to that, then we can start the deliberations. So the motion recommended, and I believe it's in your agenda, but I'll just read it, that the 2023 proposed budget be adopted as presented by proposing a levy increase of 1.49%, and that a bylaw be brought forward to adopt the estimated revenues and expenditures for the year 2023, requiring a total to be raised from taxation in 2023 of $67,939,100. So if someone would care to move that, Councillor Eccles, seconded by Councillor Patterson. Thank you very much. Mary Lou, if you'd like to present the budget overview, we'll start there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. Everyone has before them a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. That's where I'm going to start. So there's a lot of behind the scenes work and collaboration that goes into preparing the budget documents you have before you. When I presented the budget overview report and summary document on January 12th, the net levy increase after growth at that time was $2,450,000 or a 3.66% increase. With direction to present a budget with a net levy increase of $1 million and a 1.49% increase, senior management reviewed budgets and offered suggestions and strategies that would help to reduce the levy by $1,450,000. The result of these discussions was 21 different budgets were adjusted, some by a few $100s and some by a few hundred of thousands of dollars. When presenters are providing budget highlights, information will be provided on the adjustments that were made to the respective budgets as part of budget development and budget review with the CAO, Deputy Treasurer, and myself. And so that's in reference to things that were done prior as ways to achieve a 3.66% increase. So items that were removed from the budget before you ever heard of it. So prior to this meeting, the Long-Term Care Committee of Management met last Friday and supported the budget as amended for today's meeting. I would like to thank everyone who's been involved in the lead up to today's meeting, including our financial analysts for their work with the departments they support, and to Rob Hatton, who created the budget documents you see on our website. The budget summary document is part of today's package. It's been updated to reflect the adjustments that have been made. I won't go through it again. It's if you have questions, it serves as a quick reference document that hits the key highlights and initiatives in the budget. Instead, we're going to begin with the PowerPoint, and then we'll move into the detailed budget document with staff speaking to each of their respective budgets. The agenda for today's meeting provides presenter names and page references that refer to the budget detail document. And so as you were advised last night, if you go into the budget and don't go to the agenda package, but you pull up the budget, it aligns with the table of contents that's in the budget document. The page number gets out of sync when you put together a package. And we'll start with slide 2. So the proposed budget includes just over 225 million in operating and capital expenses, with almost 68 million to be raised from taxation. Growth of almost 1.6 million has assisted the 2023 budget. And after growth, the net increase presented, as I mentioned before, is $1 million, an increase of 1.49% as compared to 2022. This slide shows the breakdown of expenditures between departments. And if you do the math, human services, which is long-term care, housing, social services, childcare, and paramedic services, comprise 60% of these expenditures, and federal and provincial funding assists these budgets. We reviewed this slide on January 12th. These are just what I would refer to as the more significant impacts. Each presenter will talk about their operations, adjustments that were made in order to make the 2023 budget work, investments for the future, service enhancements, etc. We encourage you to ask any questions at the end of each presentation. This slide highlights the key initiatives that maintain infrastructure, invest in people, and the quality of life. These are just a few of the investments that are included in the proposed budget. Here we show a comparison in the operating capital levy requirements and the end result of $1 million increase, or the 1.49 after growth. Based on a median assessed value of all residential properties, which was $285,000, the 2023 average increase for a single detached home is $15.92. In the January 12th document, this number was $39.01. We break the budget down into 4 functions that are similar aligned departments grouped together. So corporate services, planning, community development, human services, and transportation services. Here we show the increase or decrease by each department, each function. And just as a reference, when we're talking about the budget, a 1% increase works out to about $669,400. Now we get into how did we reduce the levy by 1.45 million? There were adjustments made to the council budget of $5,500 for OMERS, cost of living, and integrity commissioner consulting fees. And overall, in administration, we reduced the budget by $205,400. There was a cost of $50,000 to update the strategic plan, and it was being funded from reserve. Instead, that's going to be done internally, and we're using those funds to offset the climate action plan implementation. And that's making a reduction of $51,000. Climate change decreased the conference and travel budget by $1,200. Clerk's department decreased furniture and the local government week by $2,000 in total. In finance, we reduced $4,000 for travel and consulting fees. Human resources deferred a noise survey to a future year and reduced transfer to reserve by $50,000. In the legal department, we have a decrease in travel, training, and conferences of $4,400. IT decreased the transfer to reserve and reduced the phone system project by $20,000. The insurance renewal came in less than budgeted, and we reduced the transfer to reserve in total by $72,800. Provincial offenses reduced staff training and travel by $6,500. And just as a reference, that's our share because it's cost share with Bruce County. So if we reduced an expense by $100, it's not $100. Our share is about $58 of that. The property budget, we reduced a transfer to the building maintenance reserve of $55,000. Hospital grant and healthcare funding, there was a transfer to reserve for future healthcare initiatives of $490,200 that has been removed. Georgian College, this is the 9th year of the 10-year commitment to Georgian for the Marine program. We've chosen to fund that out of reserve, and what that will mean is in all probability that we're funding the 2024 final contribution also out of one-time funding reserve. So that's been removed from the levy. So the total reduction in corporate services is $951,600. Then we move on to planning and community development. The planning department decreased subscriptions by $800. Forestry and trails is an $80,000 reduction. We spoke briefly at the last meeting about invasive buckthorn. That's the first year of a contribution for that. It's $70,000. We're recommending as a way to achieve the $1,450,000 reduction. We fund that from one-time funding. I will make a note, however, that Grace Obel has said that that could be a 10-year initiative. And it's Scott will speak to this later, but it's a very labor-intensive project. Removing the forestry festival expenditures of $3,000 and reducing signage of $7,000. Economic development tourism. There's $180,000 for community improvement plan money that goes to the member municipalities. This is the final year for that. So we've chosen to fund that from the one-time funding reserve. In Grey Roots, there are $70,200 in reductions. So there's the remainder of the Grey Gallery update. We would fund that of $13,200 from reserve. Previously, that was levy. Reduce travel by $5,000. Reduce the communication signage budget by $5,000. Reduce printing and radio by $4,000. And remove a contribution to reserve for the Heritage Village of $43,000. So in all total, that function has a reduction of $331,000. Under human services, the transfer to reserve for affordable housing was to increase by $12,400. We've maintained that at the 2022 contribution of $635,000. Grey Gables has a $5,000 reduction for $2,000 from training and dietary maintenance of $3,000. And paramedic services reduced travel by $3,000. So the net reduction in human services, $20,400. Transportation services reduced the levy requirement by $147,000, maintained the projects that were in the budget and increased the transfer from reserve. So that's how we got to a $1 million increase. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them now, or we'll move into the detailed budget.
Councillor Nielsen? Did you have your hand up?
Just a quick question, Warden Milne, thank you, sorry. I just was wondering what the noise study was for that was removed from the budget.
We couldn't tell because it was too noisy. Sorry. Jen?
The noise study was contemplated. We were going to do it either Q3 or Q4. It's a study that looks at every single position we have and determines whether or not someone needs hearing protection. So we already have hearing protection in place for our staff. This is just to make sure it's at the level that we need it to be. And rather than doing it Q3 or Q4, we will now intend to do it in Q4 of 2024. So it will just be pushed 6 months into the future.
Jen, if I may, the link between ensuring that we have the most appropriate information and how that might impact our WSIB, for example?
So the noise survey has been done in the past, and we do ensure that our staff are trained on how to use personal protective equipment. We have not had any claims that I am aware of that are related to noise loss within the last couple of years. Sam affirms that I'm right about that. So as far as risk is concerned, we had 2 capital projects within the HR department for this year to be conducted. One was a review of our workplace violence and harassment assessment, and we felt that was of more value to get done within this year, and that the noise survey could wait until Q1. So we've bumped it 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Is that sufficient? Councillor Nielsen? You're good?
Yes, thank you, Warden.
Okay. Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden Milne. Good morning, County Council, and thank you, Mary Lou. I don't have a question at this time, other than when we get into the detail and the department functions, will these reductions cover the risk involved of taking them out of the budget, the importance or how they felt that it was possible to reduce? I am concerned about reducing the training and development of staff, their education and further development, because they need to keep up to date on their designations or the benefit of all. So I'm looking forward to that if that is the plan. As part of each presenter's commentary, they're going to speak to the needs of their department, as well as the pressures, what they've done as part of their strategy in order to come to the budget we've got before us today.
Okay, Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Warden Milne. And just two questions kind of from an overarching nature before we get into the departmentals. The slide show indicates that there was significant growth in the corporation from 2017 forward. Are you able just to highlight or indicate what were the significant initiatives that that growth has been attributed to, or has it largely been placed into reserves? Because I think we had some years of like approximately 470,000, and then all of a sudden we've had these ballooning years of great news coming from, thank you, Town of Blue Mountains and Southgate. But just wondering where those funds have been directed the last 5 years. As well, was the county benefiting from any significant budgets over actuals last year? So in 2022, what was our performance generally like across the board?
So any supplementary taxation in excess of write-offs ends up in the one-time funding reserve, or is used to offset current year shortfalls. I'd have to go back, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't know whether Sue does or not. The 2021 financial statements, like as far as our year-end surplus deficit, you're going to see a report on 2022 by the end of next month, but it wasn't significant. There was a number of amounts transferred to reserve because projects didn't get finished. And then we used the run money in 2022. When we do have a break, though, I'll come back and I can answer that question.
Okay, we're ready to start the detailed reporting. All right. I guess, Mary Lou, you have the first go.
So as I mentioned before, if you click on the page number or the page title in the table of contents, it's going to take you to the page you're looking for. The first part of the budget provides the reader with an overview of Grey County. I won't go through the introductory portion, and we'll move directly into the budget. So this narrative is found on page 51 of the budget. The 2023 corporate services budget includes a net levy requirement of $12,251,600, a decrease of $271,100. Each department's budget includes provisions for cost of living adjustments. For non-union, 2% has been included for team members, with the exception of director level and above. And this group will not receive a COLA adjustment this year. And that is consistent across all of the budgets for the non-union group. And now I'm going to turn it over to Tara, and she's going to speak to the council budget.
Thank you, Mary Lou. So first, the council budget. sorry, Sarah, could you go back to page 50 again? Thank you. The council budget requires an increase of just over 16,000 over the 2022 approved council budget. This is primarily from an increase to expected travel and expenses from moving back to in-person meetings and conferences for 2023. As well, there has been a decrease in cell phone expenses for council. Now that you're fitted with your phones for the term, that expense isn't needed in 2023. Additionally, you'll note that there, it notes a $12,000 reduction regarding removal of costs related to the Warden's Forum. That's actually, I believe, should be the Warden's Banquet and not the Forum. And as well, the budget is also seeing a reduction in the professional and consulting line of approximately $8,000. That was with regard to integrity commissioner costs and any investigations that the county may have. Staff feel that the reserve that has been set up for that expense is sufficient to cover our needs for at this time. Aside from that, happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Councillor Mackey. Right off the hop, here we go. Councillor Mackey, my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Warden Miller. Thanks, Tara. I see in here a 5.9 increase for members of council, and that was a policy that I guess was implemented a few years ago. I'm having some difficulty, I guess, Mr. Warden, with that level, based on where other agreements are coming in. How was that originated, and should it be reviewed on a yearly basis as opposed to a set policy?
Jen?
The council remuneration was set in 2013 by report and approved through council. It is the average of CPI from August of the previous year to July of the current year. And that was set in 2013. We have done a reduction of 5.9% to 2%, which amounts to $22,000. But as you know, if you've set something on a CPI, which is the Consumer Price Index, that's been quite high over the last year. So that is why council came in at 5.9%. But one of the budget reductions we did suggest was taking council from 5.9% to 2%, which is what is suggested for non-union. As well as a future endeavor as part of our non-union and council compensation review that I'll be coming to talk to you about when we go over my budget. We are looking for expert advice on what council should have as their annual formula to calculate your cost increase, whether it should just be non-union, whether you should have your own. But we thought it was important to have a third-party expert advise us on that, because as you've seen in this year, the increase based on average CPI is much higher than we've calculated for our non-union.
If I can say, in addition to Jen's comments, there was, some of you will remember that there was a report brought forward probably a couple of years ago now, and there were a lot of parts to it, but one of the things was about tying the council COLA to the same as non-union. And it was decided at that time that you didn't wish to do it. And I think for the very same reasons that Councillor Mackey's bringing forward here, that you wanted to, the council of the day wanted to see a lesser increase. And it does concern me. I think it's important that your compensation for the difficult and challenging job that you have here at this table is on some sort of a path, and which is why Jen is suggesting that we undertake that review this year so that we get some guidance and have a better sense of what's happening across the province when it comes to council compensation. But I think, looking back and seeing what has happened over the last number of years, council compensation has not kept up with what's been happening in the marketplace. So while this does look like a bump, you're not starting from a very high spot either. So we felt this was something that could be left in the budget for this time. So we'll leave that to the end in the deliberations at the end. If it's something that you want to adjust, certainly that's one of the things, as you say, as we go through here, we're tracking things that we'd like to change. We can certainly put this on the list as one of the things you want to talk about again at the end of the meeting. Yeah, okay.
Okay, Tara. All done. Thank you. Next is Randy and or Linda are going to talk about climate change.
Good morning, everyone. And before I turn it over to Linda to highlight some of the climate change initiatives that are being proposed in the budget, I just want to take a moment just to provide some context that has led to the proposed budget items. So last year, Council approved the county's climate change action plan called Going Green and Gray. And at the same meeting, Council also declared a climate emergency and set targets by reducing community-wide greenhouse gas emission to net zero by 2050 and corporately by 2045. So this budget puts the county on a path to be able to reach those targets set by Council. This path will not only help to reduce the overall greenhouse gas emissions, but will also help to reduce our future energy costs. The proposed budget also includes a continuation of some existing climate change initiatives that are already underway, as well as to move forward with new initiatives in collaboration with local municipalities and community partners. All these projects were included as part of the capital project, the capital budget that was supported by Council back in September and aligned with the actions in the action plan. The path to net zero it's a long one, and the county can't do this journey alone. And in fact, we've already been working with each of the local municipalities through the community of practice. We are working with community partners, and we've also partnered with neighboring counties to pool our resources to help secure grant funding. The budget does propose additional staff resources to be able to help support the climate change initiatives, both county-wide and corporately. This will not only benefit the county overall, but will also provide assistance to each of the local municipalities as we move forward together to address climate change in our communities. So I'll now turn over to Linda, our Manager of Climate Change Initiatives, to provide some further highlights.
Good morning. So as Randy mentioned, the proposed 2023 budget investments align with Council's priority activities in Going Green and Gray. A number of the 2022 projects have been extended into 2023 in response to external funding opportunities or partnership opportunities with other counties or organizations. Whenever there is an opportunity to partner or leverage external funding, we respond to that in our climate action work plan. Our projects also align with priorities outlined by the federal government in the 2021 Net Zero Accountability Act, requiring Canada to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The 2022 federal budget also identified $9 billion in new spending for climate initiatives and various funding streams for municipalities related to electrification of fleet or building decarbonization. The purpose of the projects outlined in the 2023 budget is multifold. A climate investment is only a good investment if it also delivers other benefits to our community, be it cost savings on utilities or improved health through access to green space. We are recommending climate action capital projects in 2023 with a total capital of investment of $266,000, an increase of $16,000 from 2022. These projects include advancing our corporate climate action. Under the Electricity Act, we are required to provide 5-year energy conservation and demand management plans for our building portfolio. To align with Council's corporate net zero by 2045 targets, we are investing to create a net zero buildings roadmap. In addition to meeting regulatory requirements, investing in low emissions, energy efficient buildings allows us to save on utility costs and avoid future costs from the federal carbon price, which is anticipated to add 30 cents per cubic meter, which is a lot, which is over 50% of our current costs on natural gas by 2030. In addition to corporate action, we heard across our consultations that nature-based climate actions are a priority in Gray. We have a real opportunity with our natural landscape to invest in climate solutions that also tackle the concurrent crisis of biodiversity loss. We're partnering with local conservation authorities to implement tree planting and habitat expansion projects. And we're also working with local volunteer groups to take on projects like Transform the Lawn, where you saw that we've started to naturalize our county-owned properties. In 2023, for the first time, we're participating in Experimental Acres, a project where local farmers can participate with subsidy in piloting climate-friendly farming opportunities. Public EV charging is another priority in 2023. We're continuing work from the past few years and moving forward with a regional EV charging strategy, supporting the council reviewed in 2022. And we'll be implementing that in partnership with the counties of Butte, Bruce, Huron, Wellington, and Dufferin. During our public consultations on Going Green and Gray, we heard across the board that our residents want to be engaged in taking climate action. So we're proposing an increased investment in outreach and engagement with residents. In 2022, staff delivered over 20 presentations on the county's climate work to local groups, including the Rotary, Silver Seas, the Library Youth Justice Social Committee, and the Ontario Farmland Trust. In particular, we see this work happening in close collaboration with local municipalities. Finally, in 2022, we proposed launching the Greener Homes in Gray program. This is an opportunity for residents to access federal funding to improve the efficiency of their homes. All of the climate capital projects are reserve funded and have no levy impacts. To implement these projects, we proposed 2 new FTEs as outlined in the capital budget plan. These staff would oversee energy and data coordination to improve the energy efficiency of our corporate assets. And one contract position would really work closely with local municipalities around outreach and engagement. We hope that you see that the 2023 proposed climate budget aligns with council's priorities in Going Green and Gray. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions regarding those? Councillor Gray.
Thanks, Warden Milne. I do have a question for you regarding climate change, Linda, and then I apologize, learning how we're moving through this. I'd like to ask a question on the Morrison building and then 2 comments on items just before, but I wasn't sure at what point we're going to wrap up the corporate services.
We'll talk about Morrison House and those types of facilities under housing, I'm presuming. So a property. So there will be an opportunity to discuss that at a later time.
Okay, so my question here is, I'm concerned, I've got it highlighted on my PDF here. The $40,000 from reserve for Greener Homes in Gray. I'm always hesitant to do something other levels of government are already involved in. And right now I'm currently going through the green energy grant program for my own house after renovation. It seemingly was just fine. And I'm wondering why we're wading ourselves into getting involved with something, a process that's already established, is already effective. And not only is there a capital item, there's ongoing operational costs and overhead for every position that we add with CPP, EHT, and et cetera, et cetera. That's the relevant one I've got for you, Linda, here that I've got highlighted that I have significant question on and I think warrants discussion.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I'm thrilled to hear that you're finding the federal Greener Homes program effective. What that program offers is up to a $40,000 interest-free loan for up to 10 years for home energy retrofitting. So what we're proposing in this project is really almost a kind of concierge service or a little bit of hand-holding for our residents who might find that application process a little bit more daunting. It's reasonably intuitive, but there's certainly, I think, opportunities where we can help more of our residents access this program. So this project is one about promoting this program, so more residents are aware that they can take advantage of it. And then secondly, as other jurisdictions have done, supporting residents in accessing the program if they need that extra help.
If I could, I'd like to see this added for discussion afterwards. Here we go down a path of discussion that when you get involved in terms of renovations or so forth in your house, as soon as you're replacing a window or a door, the sales individual that you're working alongside is already engaging you with the different granting streams because they're already familiar with those. So there is a lot of opportunity out there that exists currently that it's hard to miss. And that's the problem with the grant program is great. There's a grant for the window and the door, but because there's a grant, the window and door just got more expensive. Oh.
If I may, a second component of this program is also to work with the Clean Air Council, an entity that we're now a member of, to do an analysis of what the housing archetypes across Grey look like to help us understand how many of our homes are heated by propane, how many of our homes are large, how many of our homes are smaller multi-unit residential, to allow us to identify where there may be gaps in the federal programming. So just to say, we recognize that there is federal offerings at the moment, but they may not be meeting the needs of all residents, particularly the over 43% of Grey County residents who are dealing with energy poverty. And so that would be another priority of this program.
Randy?
And just further to Linda's comments, we see first, this position we're proposing as a contract position. So we think as a contract probably over a 2-year period at least. And obviously revisiting that position to see if did it work as intended, and did we see the return on investment, so to speak, in terms of creating that community awareness about some of those existing programs and to assist through those programs. We also see this as we've had some discussions through the community practice and with local municipalities and local municipal staff about how we can support some of these initiatives as we move forward with these community-wide. And there was definitely interest in terms of having a position like this that provides those supports and assistance, not only at the county level, but as a local municipal level as well, in terms of doing some of that community outreach and engagement work across the county. So I just wanted to raise those points, and no doubt if obviously from if it's one item that we add to the list at the end in terms of looking at that, I just want to add that context as well.
Okay, that will be added to the list for discussion, further discussion after we get through the detail here. Any other high-level questions? Okay. Thank you, Linda. Moving on to clerks and emergency management, we're back to Clerk Tara.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The largest impact to the clerk's budget this year is the proposed purchase of agenda management software. So counselors around the table that were here last term will recall that staff recommended in 2022 that this year we move away from our current document management system called Alfresco and move towards SharePoint, which is included in our Office 365 licensing. So when we move away from Alfresco, the council portal that you all use for your agendas and minutes and closed meeting materials won't work anymore. So we're looking for a replacement to that system for this year. We anticipate that will come in around the $40,000 mark and will add increased functionality for members of council. You'll possibly be able to mark up your agendas. There might be options for integration with our website and time stamping on agendas and other voting features as well. So it will, it's expected to work well for staff, council, and the public as well when they navigate through our website for council meeting purposes. Are there any questions on the clerk's department budget?
Councillor Eccles. How long have we had the other fresco? How long has it been in play?
I believe we started using that in 2016.
So this software life of these are 5 or 6 years, or we'll be looking to change over again, or something that just cut me off. Thank you, sir. And it started. Or is it like everything else in IT that, you know, it's compressed, so we'll be looking at this type of a cost again in another 3 to 4 years instead of 5 or 6 years?
I think what we're facing here really has as much to do with the way that Microsoft continues to adjust the licensing of its products. Several years ago, SharePoint was a separate license, a separate product. And we opted at the time, we didn't require it. But now it's become part of our enterprise license. And so the thought was that rather than pay the licensing fee for Alfresco, that's of $100,000 a year, roughly, it would make more sense to use the product that's now completely integrated into the Microsoft suite. I think it comes with some additional functionality that we wouldn't have. I think Microsoft has done a tremendous amount of work with the SharePoint product. And we think it will work well to meet the county's needs, and anything that's completely integrated always is, you know, less risk and more efficient to use than having something that's added on. So really the agenda management piece of this is, it's really an offshoot of that if we have to change our document management system, because otherwise we're stranding $100,000 a year that we don't need to spend, we can switch over to SharePoint, switch the agenda management software once, and within 2 years we'll be further ahead.
Okay. Or do you want to discuss this at the end further? A little bit more on the end, because we get time to process all of that and get it through my documentation recall. Thank you. Okay. Tara? Okay, moving on, finance. Welcome Mary Lou back to the podium.
Thank you. So in the finance department, we have a staff and complement of 21, with 6 of our team members currently holding chartered professional CPA designations. The most recent was, I'm calling this our homegrown CPA who achieved his designation in December. And we have one also one in the program right now. We have 6 financial analysts that work as business partners to support the departments in budget development, internal financial reporting, reviewing or preparing ministry financial reports, preparing year-end working papers, etc. One analyst and a manager are dedicated solely to long-term care. And I will say, just as an aside, when I started here almost 21 years ago, as an accounting supervisor, I was hired for housing and they threw long-term care in to make sure the job had enough to do. Enough said. The deputy treasurer manages the budget and year-end audit processes and oversees a large portion of the finance team. I couldn't do what we do without her. Finance staff key most of the county payables. A smaller amount are keyed in our long-term care homes. Batches all come here to be checked for accuracy. We also process housing tenant payments at the counter. We manage paying vendors, whether it's by check or EFT, and there's many bank accounts. Our department is also the first point of contact with the public coming in the main entrance. And so we have a team member who answers the general phone line and distributes the mail. Finance also includes procurement. So we have a purchasing manager and a buyer. They also work with your member municipalities. There are some joint projects, or sometimes they're used as a resource or a sounding board, and they often do the same they reach out to their local contacts as well. Their role is to support departments, make sure that we can buy what we need, ensure the integrity of the procurement process, and they support staff wherever they can. Insurance and investments are part of the finance portfolio, and that's mine right now. Like most departments, we're governed by the Municipal Act. We have the Assessment Act, Public Sector Accounting Standards. The asset management plan, maintaining it and updating it is part of our portfolio. We also manage when the building condition assessments are updated, which has been every 5 years. And we have a team member right now that's part of a working group looking at compliance for the next standard that's coming out, which is asset retirement obligations. Regulatory reporting, no glitzy initiatives. The 2023 proposed budget includes $200,000 from one-time funding for budget software. The current process is very manual. It involves Excel spreadsheets with calculations that are uploaded to our financial software. The summaries you see in the budget document are Excel-based, which require a duplication of work and a lot of checking to make sure that numbers have been updated. Also included is $20,000 for purchase order software that is funded from reserve. We're looking for something that integrates with our financial software and provides better tracking of commitments. This will improve information that is used by our departments on spending versus keeping track in spreadsheets, as well as will assist with financial analysis and having a sense of what's left in individual line items. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Mary Lou. HR, Jennifer.
The Human Resources Department provides internal customer service to each of our departments and divisions. We assist with recruitment, we maintain our collective agreements, which includes negotiations and any sort of labor dispute that we might have with our frontline staff members. We focus on staff wellness, safety, and overall employee engagement. We provide training and development. We focus on legislative requirements, both of HR legislation and also our departments that we support. We oversee and manage benefits and compensation, onboarding, and lastly, we assist the organization to adapt to new trends in technology, such as we've seen in the last few years during COVID, and we now work a bit remotely. So our work is highly regulated in terms of the legislation we must ensure the organization complies with and the legislation that our departments work within. We have a team of 15 professionals who hold safety, payroll, and HR designations. Human Resources is seeing an increase to its 2023 operating budget due to staffing, which we began adjusting in 2022 to provide the level of strategic leadership necessary for the complex and changing needs of the county. The 2023 budget includes an additional HR business partner and an HR student. Traditionally, the Human Resources Department had students in every year. We stopped during COVID because our workload was high and we didn't have time to dedicate to mentoring new professionals, but we'd like to go back to that. The HR business partner that we are asking for will provide much needed support to the county's long-term care homes. And with the additional HR business partner, we will have a dedicated HR business partner for each of our homes. With the volume of work that we have in long-term care being our busiest department, our largest department, we really feel value in supporting this team. The care economy is difficult to recruit in now, and we need a dedicated person to be doing that consistently. So as a result of the increases noted above, the corresponding expense lines are also seeing an increase, such as association and membership fees, cell phones, training and development, travel and meal, as well as conferences. You will also see an increase in staff recognition for 2023. We held an annual staff event last year, and we'd like to replicate it this year. It was very popular. It's how we give out our service awards and recognize our staff. There also has been an increase to the advertising line, as all jobs posted for the organization will now be centralized in HR. It's not an overall corporate-wide increase. It's just we're bringing this into the HR department to have a better way of managing the budget. We'll see every line as it comes through. Our capital projects in 2023, we have 3 capital projects funded from reserves that we'll be working on. The first is a replacement of our HRIS. There's a $300,000 as a transfer from reserves for the replacement of the HR system. We also are recommending a compensation review for non-union staff and council. It has been about 10 years since we've done that, and that is $120,000 as a transfer from reserve. And then the last is the safety project that I mentioned earlier, which is the workplace violence and risk assessment project at $40,000. And as mentioned earlier, and we discussed, the noise survey has been pushed to Q1 of 2024 to both save money, and also we have had a staff turnover within our health and safety department, and realistically trying to finish both projects in Q3 and Q4 may have been difficult for us. So it was an easy push when we were looking for savings of money to push it forward. Does anyone have any questions for me about the HR budget?
Councillor Dubreen.
Thank you, Warden Milne. Good morning. I was just wondering about the compensation review. There is a, and I'm going to get it wrong, but a management database that municipalities and counties were putting data into. Is that not adequate enough for the review that you're proposing to undertake?
The municipal compensation database that you mentioned, we joined last year. All Grey County HR teams joined it, and it is growing, and it is becoming a better tool for us as time passes. It is only as good as the folks that have signed up to use it, and our counterparts, the 14 that we compare with at upper tier, not all of them are in there as well. In order to do the project, that would require internally for staff to put other strategic projects aside, and the HRIS project that we would like to implement this year that will give us so much efficiency would not be possible to be done if we also had to do that non-union compensation review. It is a good practice to go out and seek a consultant that will help us do this, that has more of an eye to the market, more of an eye to the other municipalities that we would like to compare to. And also we want to check if we're doing it the right way. This project hasn't been done since 2013, and a lot has changed. We also would like to review council compensation within that. And I think having a third-party expert participate with us and with you is a better way to get this project done. Perhaps in future years, maybe 5 years from now, when everyone in Ontario might be a part of that municipal compensation database, we may be able to achieve that, but it will require a lot more of folks joining that database.
Okay, any other questions at this point on HR? Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Moving on to IT and IS, page 54, 55, we have Evan. Welcome, Evan.
And I'd like to thank Evan for stepping in. Our Director of IT, Jody McEachran, is away at the moment, and Evan is the Manager of Infrastructure. So thank you, Evan, for taking this on.
Oh, thanks for having me. Good morning, Mr. Warden, County Council. My name is Evan Davis. I'm the Security Infrastructure Manager here at Grey County, here to represent the IT department and Jody, who couldn't be here today. So a little about who we are. We're a small but mighty team here at Grey. We have a complement of 13 full-time staff, currently at 11. We have one position vacant and Jody being off, of course. We have two teams that make up the IT department. We have the Business Solutions team and Infrastructure and Security, which is my team, Brad Fritz, who also couldn't be here today, currently on vacation. He's our Business Solutions Manager. Together, we have the responsibility providing and maintaining IT services for over 1,000 staff, over 40 sites throughout the county, doing such things as providing connectivity, websites, GIS services, maintenance, user support, development, most importantly, at least for me, cybersecurity, and a host of many other services. So, but making sure everything runs smoothly and securely is just a portion of our job. We also are working with the many departments within the county and business units to build IT solutions to support their many initiatives for today and tomorrow so that they can better serve their residents in Grey County. We are your solution finders, is what we call ourselves. Today's economic climate, all of us are being asked to find efficiencies and to do more with less. People are looking to technology to help them find more efficient solutions to fill their needs. Challenge we're facing today is finding cost-effective solutions. Due to the pandemic, cost supply chain issues and inflation, hardware and software costs are in steady incline. Some costs for us have even gone up 50% since pre-pandemic levels. However, with advances in various technologies such as cloud computing, automation, the Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, we're presented with many new opportunities as well as new challenges for IT solutions. To explore these, we need people that understand these technologies and the business of Grey County. This year, we're looking to add a member to our business solutions team to help move forward the county's current initiatives and to help them find solutions for future needs. For our expenses, this year, like most years, the majority of our purchases and projects are fully funded through reserves and reserve transfers. A budget is planned around our life cycle management program, where we set aside transfers each year to make sure that we're not upsetting the levy when we need to do a major expense, like, for instance, this year, our phone system. This year, we're planning to put a new corporate phone system to modernize our communications internally and with residents, and that's fully financed through reserve transfers. We have a number of other life cycle expenses this year, like some printers, battery backups, small components that are planned out throughout the year and financed through our 10-year capital program. We have this year as well planned a full cybersecurity audit. The last audit we had done was about 4 years ago. So more information will be actually coming to council over the next couple of meetings, but this will give us a new point in time reference to cybersecurity, our program and where we are with our initiatives, give us a gap analysis on our program, update our risk assessment, and show us progress from over the last audit. Knowing that this year was going to be a difficult year financially for everybody, early on in the budget process, we started looking at where we could reduce our costs. In our life cycle plan, we had scheduled this year to replace both all of our corporate firewalls, or most of our corporate firewalls. We bought some last year, as well as our server infrastructure, which both are very expensive items. However, having done an analysis and working with our vendors, we realized that they still had some life in them. They're still providing the services and functionality that we have today. So we're able to secure an extension on our warranties and support on both of those. 1 year for our firewalls and 2 years for our server infrastructure. That way we can avoid those big costs today, even though we're funding through reserve transfers, but that allows us to reduce our contributions over the next couple of years, saving some costs in that regard. Doing that as well also reduces our waste and our landfill, and a small portion contributes to our climate change initiatives. So I'll pause now for any questions. If you have any?
Councillor Mattress.
Thank you. Through you, the warden. The investment that you're looking at in terms of the cybersecurity training and cyber threat protection, is there a direct correlation to then therefore cost savings over when we look at our insurance increase? So we know that our insurance increase is proposed to 9%. Would it have been higher if we weren't meeting the criteria, demonstrating that we're at the top level in terms of our cybersecurity?
I'll defer that to Mary Lou.
Thanks, Evan. Our insurance premium for cyber went up despite all of the things that we have in place. So IT put in multi-factor authentication on a very short turnaround time for 2022. And our insurance provider told us that you're fortunate to get cyber coverage. Many municipalities cannot. So even though we're doing these things, and I'm sure that the insurance company loves what we're doing, I don't see that they're going to reduce our fees. They're just saying that the risk for municipalities is so great, and we're a good target. So we're appreciative for what IT does, because the last thing anybody wants is, as we all say, is to be on the front page of the paper for something like that.
Okay, Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden. And in follow-up to that, since we're lucky to be able to get cyber insurance, but the cyber training that you push out through Grey County and County Council, is there any ability to provide that or assist the lower tier municipalities in taking some of those training? Can we push it out further, which will only make our region stronger and safer?
Through you, Mr. Warden, there's definitely an opportunity to do that. Right now, it's per user based, and I know some of our member municipalities like Town of Blue Mountains and Meaford are using the same platform that we currently have. So we could look at partnerships, we can look at different ways, and for those who perhaps don't have any coverage, we can definitely look at options to include you in those. I'm very happy to talk cybersecurity. That's my area that I'll talk all day, and so please stop. And happy to have those conversations with the lower tier members who don't have staff or departments to help in those areas. I'm happy to help in those regards. And as mentioned, I will be coming to council in the coming meetings to discuss our strategy and platform, and we can perhaps discuss expanding that, to lower tiers.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Councillor Gregg, sorry.
Thank you. And maybe it's good that Mary Lou's right close by, but just two ledger accounts jumped out at me. One is under IT, and ledger account 64020 has a very large increase in computer support and maintenance. Ledger account 63026 also has a very large increase in computer software. I was just wondering, perhaps an explanation on both of those. It maybe dovetails a little bit into Kevin Echols' question earlier, but when you see it in the ledger sheets, it's portrayed differently.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I know for sure the one increase for software is a consolidation of software for our Adobe licensing for multiple departments. So they'll see an increase on various department software costs being consolidated into IT to make it more manageable. The other increase we have is for additional Microsoft licenses to provide email access to remaining staff. Previous to this year, only full-time staff and various other part-time staff didn't have access to email. And this is part of the initiative to increase communications and access to resources to all staff, mainly to incorporate other services and programs such as HR initiatives for training, required staff to have email access. And forgive me, the other line item, Mary Lou, might need your help on that one.
If I could, we'll look up those questions and we'll come back with those. You're speaking in the administration budget and the operating budget, Councillor Greg? Just, it would be helpful if I knew the page number you're on. So page 61.
Perhaps what we should do is, okay, he's saying yes. I was going to say perhaps Councillor Greg could talk to Mary Lou at break or at lunch and come back with that later. Okay, good. Any other questions on IT or infrastructure? Or information infrastructure? All right, thank you, Evan. We'll move on to communications. My favorite communications guy, Rob, is going to speak. Rob?
All right. Good morning, County. I knew that was going to happen when I stepped away from the camera controls. Good morning, County Council. The communications budget in front of you today, it's like the presenters before me. It supports all county departments and county council. Communications is a support service within Grey County. This budget supports our external communication tactics, such as our website, our social media presence, our ongoing marketing, as well as other supportive services that we provide, like media relations, issues management, speech writing, events, graphic design, newsletters, meeting recordings, my favorite, and other video creation that we're doing that's becoming a bigger part of what we do. In 2022, for the benefit of our newer members of council, Grey County did approve a 4-year corporate communication strategy. So the 2023 communication budget supports the recommendations for the first year of implementing this strategy. And that's really a focus on optimizing our existing staffing and budget resources. This is the year that we'll be kind of getting processes and plans in place, so there's not a heavy amount of investment needed in 2023. Overall, the communications budget did see a slight decrease over 2023 compared to 2022. This was primarily due to a shift in our advertising tactics and discontinuing one of our large print and mailing jobs that we do, Made in Grey magazine. We're going to be moving that publication into a primarily digital format moving forward because printing costs and mailing costs and shipping in general have just become quite an uphill battle in the last couple of years here. In addition to that, though, the budget is including an increase in funding for some equipment so that we can create some higher quality digital content, which we know is more effective in communicating our information out there. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the communications budget.
Any questions, Councillor DeBreen?
Thank you. Good morning. When you mention to go to a primarily digital format for the Made in Grey magazine, it is a popular magazine. There are many out there that aren't on the digital world. They don't have internet, they don't have a computer at home. Would there be a small quantity of magazines available for those who wish to request it, perhaps?
Through you, Mr. Warden, yes, that is our intent. We did keep some printing budget there so that we can distribute a certain number to municipalities so that we can get them into our community hubs across the county where people can still come upon them. But it's moving away from that direct home distribution that we had used in the past.
Any other questions? See, oh, Councillor Greg.
Further to that, that's another item I wanted to check off here. What kind of reporting back could council expect through the year in terms of the uptake from the community? In case so, perhaps the print version wasn't as popular as some maybe thought it was. Council needs to be able to look at the effectiveness of that material to decide whether it warrants continuing to direct resources to publishing it digitally or in print.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And that is something that was identified in our communication strategy, is that we need to have better data collection around our communications efforts and bringing forward reports to council. That is one of the tactics on there, is doing an annual report. And by moving to digital, it is easier to track the effectiveness and therefore the return on investment in our advertising, because we can track things like clicks or page time if we're promoting back to our website, to really see what's working and what isn't. And we could further dive into breaking it down, why that content is more effective. But just from a sheer where we should be spending money, it works better. We can also, when we're advertising digitally, provide unique URLs so we can track different sources to see our ads with this publication working better than this one. So that's something that we're going to be tracking a lot closer moving forward, and hopefully it'll mean that we can make better use of the funding that we do use.
Okay. Councillor Eccles. Thank you, Mr. Warden. And through you, I'd like to put on something to discuss it a little later, and it kind of comes through because it's from the IT. It's $30,000 was in the IT to upgrade towers. I take it those are communication towers where we have gear on the towers. And I guess going further to that, how much repetitiveness is that to have those towers that we're working with in comparison to having Swift or whoever it is that's supposedly putting in high-speed internet? Do we continue to have those, or do we need them, or what's the redundancy going forward? But maybe that's a discussion for into more detail a little bit later. Like, we'll let the CAO respond and then we can decide whether we want to discuss further.
So the county does own several communications towers. Those towers not only host our own communications infrastructure, they're a really important part of the fire communications infrastructure. There are also other service providers, internet service providers, et cetera, who have their equipment on those towers. And it's critically important that there's a continued attention on ensuring that the towers are safe and secure, that the loads don't exceed the ability of the towers to support them, et cetera. So I think I don't know this very specific information, and if we lost Evan, there about exactly the work that's being done, but we do have, because we own those towers, we do have an ongoing responsibility to ensure that they're kept appropriately repaired and maintained.
So what are your thoughts, Councillor Eccles? You want to put that on the list? Yes, still please. Very good. Any other questions? Mary Lou?
If I could, I think it might be helpful to know that we budget for approximately $30,000 in receipts from the firms that are on the tower, and that money is being transferred to reserve for future work. So there's a transfer of $30,000 in to reserve, but it's being funded by those receipts.
Excellent. Good to know. Councillor Kentner.
Yes, there's certainly sources of revenue. I'd be surprised if the county isn't making money on its towers, and those towers, you probably get towers easier than anybody else. And they're definitely a revenue producer.
Thanks for that, Councillor Kentner. However, we'll leave it on the list, Mr. Eccles, for now. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Moving on to WSIB and weekly indemnity, page 54, 55, and Sam is going to come forward and share that with us. Sandra, sorry.
Good morning, members of council. The Workplace Safety and Insurance Board, or WSIB, self-insured funds, as well as weekly indemnity. They are self-insured funds. The first one, WSIB, covers the WSIB costs for all county employees. Every provincially regulated employer, such as the County of Grey, with some few exceptions, are required to have WSIB insurance. As a self-insured employer, WSIB invoices Grey County for the actual costs of claims, and they charge an administration fee to manage those claims. The Grey County departments are charged a WSIB premium based on taxable earnings up to the earnings ceiling set by WSIB. These premiums are then used to offset the cost of claims, as well as to pay for the excess indemnity insurance. The increase in premiums charged to the various departments is partially due to the increase in estimated insurable earnings, as well as an increase to the premium charge to the paramedic services department, where we've seen a rising increase in claims, part of that presumptive legislation that we talked about in a report that came to council earlier this month. HR staff continue to work closely with user departments as well as WSIB case managers to facilitate an early and safe return to work. We continue to work with managers, our joint health and safety committees across, and staff across the whole corporation on accident prevention and awareness. As noted in the January 12th report to council, staff will be conducting a cost benefit analysis to ensure that it is still in Grey County's best interest to remain within the Schedule 2 self-insured group. The weekly indemnity budget is the cost center for self-insured short-term disability for unionized staff in our 3 long-term care homes. The county uses the services of a third-party disability company to not only manage the weekly indemnity or short-term disability claims for our full-time staff, but to also manage absences of our part-time unionized staff. This is to ensure that absences are not only medically supported, but are managed consistently. The budget shows an increase of approximately $48,000 over the 2022 costs. This is due to an anticipated increase in claims based on the claims paid in the previous 3 years. We also had an increase of full-time staff in our unionized departments in our homes, and part of that was funding that was received, as well as staff worked hard to merge some part-time lines to make more full-time positions in order to better recruit and retain and have consistency in care with our, for our residents in long-term care. The staff have also asked Mosey and Mosey, the county's group benefit consultants, to market the self-insured weekly indemnity plans to ensure that the current third-party disability management company is still the appropriate company to provide this service. Is there any questions?
Any questions on that from council? For now, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Sam. Moving on to assessment, page 55, Mary Lou. Just for clarity, if anybody's waiting for a break, we're not taking one until we get to lunch, and we're getting through to lunch. So we got a little piece to go yet. So I'm not trying to stifle debate, but I'm going to push you along here. Mary Lou, please.
Thank you. So the assessment budget pays the cost of MPAC on behalf of all of our member municipalities. The fee for 2023 has been budgeted at $1,885,000, and MPAC has advised there is no increase from the cost, and that cost goes back to 2021.
There's the model for reports going forward. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mary Lou. Moving on to provincial offenses. Page 55 is Amanda. Welcome, Amanda. I'm only joking. Take as much time as you need to make sure that everybody understands where we're at.
Good morning, Council. In the Provincial Offences Department, we are responsible for the court administration in both Grey and Bruce counties, and I am pleased to share that we continue to forecast a revenue for both counties, with the county's projected share being $174,000. Overall, we are actively decreasing our expenses by $73,000, but also predicting a decrease in revenue by approximately $100,000 due to a slight decrease in ticket volumes. Again, the numbers that we've provided in this package are best estimates, as several factors such as ticket volumes, and when a fine is paid is out of the county's control. We've been very fortunate over the last 2 years to modernize the Provincial Offences Court, spending a lot of time and investment in the virtual court systems. I will note that it is taking a bit longer for matters to move through the court systems, which is partly out of our control due to the reduced number of court dates that we've been given and the availability of justice of the peace across Southwest region, with no news of any justices coming. One of the things we do plan to do this year is to look at the financial supplement that we pay for Bruce County staff person to take fine payments at our service counter in Walkerton. With many new ways to make these payments, we've committed to a discussion with Bruce County to talk about whether it is a good value for the public and the court to operate this court services in Walkerton. Our staff have been working diligently to ensure we remain in line with the continuously changing directives with the various government departments that affect our court operations, with an efficient budget in mind. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Any questions on provincial offenses? Councillor DeBreen.
Not a question, Warden, more of a, not sure it's going to get anything done, but at Roma this week, there was a question in the bullpit to the Ministers Forum with regard to the lack of justices and the need for pushing them through in order to help with the backlogs. So I just thought I'd share that information.
Thank you. Okay, not seeing any more. Thank you, Amanda. Moving on to the provincial or county property, rather, page 55, 56, Anne Marie.
Good morning, County Council. This budget is for the administration building and the Morrison building. Morrison building is located right beside us, and it is rented by our community partners, Canadian Mental Health Association, to provide addiction services. We have an increase in $16,500 budgeted for cost of living adjustment and benefit costs. As for the capital side, we have a decrease of $51,000. We had a few capital projects for this building through our replacing HVAC systems on the older part of the building, through our safe restart reserve, and also through our reserve funds. And we have cut our we had a reduction in our future capital replacement funds that we provide for this building by $51,000. So that was part of meeting the $1.45 million reduction. And we also have our annual self-financing debenture payments for the expansion and renovation of this building. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Gray.
Thanks, Warden Milne. One question I had, and I'll cross this one off now. What is the long-term strategy or vision for the Morrison building? Because when I was reading that, I didn't realize the county owned it. Am I correct in learning that they intend to vacate it when the Sydenham, or not the Sydenham, but Bayview Treatment Center is completed? And then I'm wondering, like, should we have a report or a strategy? Because when I was thinking about it, was there contemplation of them vacating when the county entertained purchasing the building on 14th Street West for transitional housing, when it could have been right next door in a building that we already owned? So I'm just wondering, like, what's the overarching strategy for maybe not just that county building, but other county buildings as well?
So through you, Mr. Warden,
We actually have not had notice from CMHA yet that they are vacating that building. We have reached out for some discussion, but that decision has not been made by them yet. When it comes to other buildings, a lot of it is tied to funding. So for instance, the funding that we used to renovate 14th Street had a time limit. So there's some funding available. The renovation has to be done by, April of 2023. So that limits what we can do sometimes for planning when the province puts out those bursts of funding. And we do our best at that point to use them because we hate not taking funding from the province. And especially when housing is in such need. And quite honestly, we could probably use about 4 or 5 of the 14th Street that we're working on right now.
Okay, thank you, Anne Marie. Moving on to taxation and grants, page 56, Mary Lou comes back up.
Okay, so we're on page 56 now. Supplementary taxation is estimated to provide an increase of almost $490,000 in revenue for 2023. And write-offs are estimated to decrease by almost $34,000 for a net revenue increase of $523,500. So this is based on MPAC's preliminary new assessment forecast report, and then we multiply the new assessment by the 2022 tax rates. Write-offs are based on the 2022 year-end projections and the historical averages for the prior 5 years.
Any questions? Councillor Gregg.
Thank you. This is the last one, I think, off my morning list. The Saugeen Valley contribution that was indicated earlier on. Being on the Conservation Authority, I really advocate for CAs to stay in their lane. The history of the village, I'm not certain I agreed upon how it came about. And my perspective might be akin to Councillor Eccles enjoying drives on Grey County Road 1. I know it's his favorite. What's the history here? That was an item that I thought maybe I'd like to raise for discussion, that $14,000 contribution to the safety village at south of Hanover. I guess I'd like some more background or perhaps to put that on for discussion later.
Thank you for clarifying there right at the end, because I had no idea what you were talking about, but I do now. So, Mary Lou.
I actually did know what he was talking about. The Children's Village made a delegation I'm thinking May, June timeframe. And, talked about, we have a contribution in the reserve already. And then council made the decision that they wanted to increase the contribution to the safety village based on the presentation that was made. And I wonder if we should have the organization and the gentleman that spoke come back and, tell us, the new council, what they contribute to the community and to the children.
Are you familiar, Councillor Gregg, with the work of the Children's Safety Village?
Somewhat. I'm just not certain I'm comfortable with increasing the taxpayer support for Grey County to it. I think it's just one of those items that could be discussed further. Yeah.
So certainly we can put it on the list for discussion later. All right. Anything else, Mary Lou, or any other questions for Mary Lou? Okay, not seeing any. Mary Lou will carry on with the Grey Beaver's Health Unit, please.
So this budget reflects an increase of $60,800 and has a levy requirement of just under 1.7 million. So this municipal contribution is our portion. It's shared with Bruce County, similar to provincial offenses and based on population. So the increase is a combination of an increase in the amount payable to the health unit of $16,600 and a $44,200 reduction in development charge revenue. Grey County is receiving the benefit from the province once again in extending the mitigation funding. So in 2020, we were expecting that there was going to be an increase. We were advised in 2019, and then of course it was deferred due to COVID. Without this deferral, the increase in the county's cost at that point was $603,000, $700 increase. So as context, 1% is $669,400. So you're at getting close to 1% if we end up having to find that money. And when the province makes a decision, if they're returning to the mitigation funding leaving and our share going up.
Any questions? Councillor DeBreen?
And my apologies, I'd like to go back, just a quick question about taxation write-offs, and if we could add that to the list, or if Mary Lou wants to address it at this time. Okay, through you, the taxation write-offs of $633,600, it indicates that that is based on historical averages. Will that be coming as an education item, maybe in a staff report at a future date, or what is that based on?
So the write-offs that this is our portion of what is written off at the local level. A number of municipalities have seen recently, and I'll use Perth as an example. They've had large increases, and it looked like in supplemental assessment on their res properties. And then what's happened is there's been farmlands that have sold. The requisite paperwork wasn't either filed because the new owner didn't know, or it wasn't filed in time. So it went into the res class, and then the paperwork gets filed later and it becomes a write-off. And Perth County, because they don't have a large urban base, because Stratford and St. Mary's are separated cities, this has been a huge impact to them. So when we look at what our estimates are for write-offs, we've taken our 2022 projections, and that's based on what we're getting from the lower tier municipalities. And then we also take the actuals that we've experienced for the previous 5 years. So we're not using the worst year. We're trying to take an average, and it's a best estimate, as is the entire budget.
Okay, good. Councillor Eccles.
So with that said, that part of it is the farming community that is having trouble keeping on an annual basis their farm taxation. I guess I struggle with it because Perth County is setting a precedent by writing that off from somebody that, well, you're saying that it's late. And I've encountered this on a number of occasions, that agricultural properties that get sold, the paperwork isn't done right. Now it flips. Has there been a change where it goes back?
My understanding is, so this is, MPAC returns the roll the middle of December. There can be properties sold near the end of a year, and they've ended up without the paperwork being processed, ended up in the res class. That's just one example of how a write-off occurs. You can have a change in the use. You could have a fire, etc. So farm is just one example. That's not representative of the entire amount of write-offs. And for that, I'd need to go and ask your member municipality treasurers for specifics on what's bringing that number into play. I wouldn't want anybody to think that farmland's solely the reason for write-offs. That's not the case. That's just one example. I'm using that. When we had the conversation last fall, there was a notice of motion where a municipality thought that any supplementary assessment in excess of budget could be returned to the member municipalities, and it didn't take into account the potential for write-offs. So one of the examples for write-offs that was the farmland. And it's just an inadvertent timing issue where sometimes it ended up in res, it flipped back to farm. And there are some municipalities that are having, I'd say, more of an issue with it than others, but it's not the entire reason for write-offs.
There are also large industrial and commercial properties that put in requests for reconsideration. Sometimes those things take an extended period of time to finally be resolved one way or another. So those can have impacts in 1 year, then that kind of contributes to the variability. The other thing that I would tell council is that our tax consultants, MTE, are coming to the next council meeting on February 9th, and we'll have a good opportunity to have a discussion there of all things assessment and subs and write-offs and all those things. So if you've got good questions, that will be a part of a good discussion with Peter from MTE.
Good. All right, any further questions regarding the health unit? Nope, not seeing any. All right, move along to Georgian College. Mary Lou, page 57.
Okay, this is the last section under corporate services. So this is the $200,000 contribution to the Marine program. As I mentioned in the overview, this is the 9th of the 10-year installment in the commitment we made to support this program. It was $2 million. And as part of the strategy to reduce the overall levy impact, staff has recommended that we fund this from the one-time funding reserve. So there's no net levy requirement in 2023.
Any questions on that? Okay, not seeing any. We'll move on to the planning and community development function section, page 82, and start with Mary Lou. Do you want to introduce that section, or do we want to go straight to Scott? Sorry.
Not trying to run away. Okay, so this function includes a net levy requirement of $5,248,000 for operating and capital, compared to $4,710,400 in 2022, which is an increase of $537,600. And now I'll welcome Scott, and he's going to speak to planning, agriculture, forestry, and trails.
And I don't know who planned this out, but Scott's not the last speaker before lunch, unfortunately. So we've got a little bit to go yet. Welcome, Scott.
Great. Thanks, Mary Lou, and thanks, Mr. Warden, and good morning to the Warden and members of council and anyone that might be tuning in. So planning is a highly regulated team of 600 individuals that care for your loved ones. In fact, that's not actually planning, that's long-term care. We're actually a team of 9 individuals that care for your lands and your communities. And so the planning department is a multidisciplinary team. We've got 5 planners, 3 of which are registered professional planners, and 2 are working their way towards those requirements. We've got a planning technician that does a lot of our CAD and GIS work, an administrative assistant who holds us all together, a forestry and trails coordinator who presented at the last council meeting, as well as a planning data analysis coordinator who serves not only the planning department, but a corporate function. We do have a number of requirements with these staff for ongoing education and training needs, in some cases to maintain their professional designations. With respect to the planning department, it's been a time of great change in recent months based on a couple different pieces of provincial legislation. So we're working very collaboratively with staff at your member municipalities who are great to work with to weather the change and look at streamlining our processes and functions to become more efficient and to better achieve provincial objectives in that regard. We've been benefited by the help of a number of other corporate departments such as IT that's been instrumental in helping us make that change. With respect to the planning budget, the biggest difference you'll see is the increases in wages and salaries in that regard. There was a report taken to County Council in April of 2022, which looked at restructuring our department and seeing some changes in terms of the deputy CAO and manager of climate change initiatives going to a different department and a slightly different staff structure at the planning level. So 2022 to 2023, that's the biggest change. With respect to budget risks, one of the key budget risks going forward is some of the changes that were made in late November of 2022 with respect to the changes through Bill 23. Some of those changes haven't been included in this budget because we're still working out what those impacts are. So there'll be a further report coming to County Council, hopefully in the first quarter of this year, on some of the changes around natural heritage review with respect to conservation authorities, and probably later in the year, a further report on some of the development charges, revenue changes. With respect to some of the key projects, we are looking at the projects that were outlined in our 10-year capital plan, including the archaeological management plan, the surplus lands project for affordable housing, and the age-friendly community plan implementation. These are being funded out of a mixture of reserves and development charges in that regard. And then finally, with respect to the planning element, as I said, planning staff are working very closely with your municipal staff to look at improvements to our processes. Some of these process improvements are things that we can just do on our own, and there might be others that come back through either your municipal tables or this county table to look at, say, changes to the delegation of duties bylaw, update to the fees and services bylaw, or other such changes. So we'll certainly keep council in the loop on that. And before moving on to forestry, trails, and agriculture, certainly if there are any questions, be happy to take any.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions on planning so far? Not seeing any. Thank you, Scott. Move along to forestry and agriculture and trails.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Warden. With respect to forestry and trails, I think this one might be a little bit easier to get your heads around beyond some of the other portfolios. This is looking at managing our county forests as well as our CP rail trail. There's a number of projects being undertaken here, all of which were included in the 10-year capital, save and except for one bridge project that apparently the bridge is in more serious condition than we thought. So we've had to add $25,000 into the budget to be funded from reserves to do the design work on this bridge in 2023 and then the construction in 2024. A number of the other projects are looking at making improvements to either our trails and or regular maintenance and improvements to some of our parking facilities. And this is all guided out of a document that went through council a few years ago called the Recreational Trails Master Plan. We're also actively partnering with our friends in economic development and tourism, as well as various other community groups and groups like the Conservation Authority to make sure that we're streamlining our operations in there and working in partnership with those groups. Members of council will be familiar that during the pandemic, we saw a huge increase in usership of our trails and our forests. And so we want to make sure that we're forward thinking and able to meet the demand in that regard. With respect to the risks, some of the risks that you'll be familiar with are the invasive species, as well as maybe some of the invasive humans as well, with the ATVers and others that are posing a threat to some of our forests. With respect to the agriculture budget, I will say that agriculture is listed under planning, but agriculture permeates a lot of other corporate budgets across. So certainly Savannah's team and the work of Philly Markowitz is instrumental to agriculture. The agricultural component that's under planning involves things like supporting Gray Agricultural Services, the 4-H program, as well as our beaver and coyote bounties or our grants, sorry. The other agricultural component to the county planning budget is supporting our forest management bylaw. So this is looking at the management of forests through the county, aside from the county-owned forests. And we contract the majority of those services out to Gray Stauble Conservation Authority staff and Lee Thurston, who's our forest management bylaw officer. We will be looking to update the county's forest management bylaw in 2023. So there'll certainly be input needed from the Agricultural Advisory Committee as well as council in that regard. So those are sort of the key points of the agriculture, forestry, and trails budgets, but certainly be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions? Councillor Gray.
Thanks for the opportunity once again. 2 questions. I'm going to step back for question number 1, because if somebody asked me on the street what something's all about, I need to be able to explain it. And I could not explain to them right now what an archaeological plan is. So if that could be explained further, otherwise I'm glad to see it's supported by development charges because it's new construction user pay. Great. But if you could elaborate a little bit more on what that project is. And as well, I'd like to add the CP rail trail parking upgrades for further discussion as well. It's a capital item. I would like to consider assigning $500 to the adjoining auction facility and a parking lot right there to have people park if the issue's parking along the side of Gray Road 18 just to walk. It's not even a development charge. These are local people just walking their dogs down the rail trail, they're hiking. As well, it's in conflict with our climate change plan. So anytime we pave over the world's best stormwater management system, which is Mother Nature, we should be cognizant of that. So I have certainly a problem with that parking lot capital item as well, and I'd like to see that added for further discussion.
Okay, so I'll ask Scott to address the archaeological piece, and Sarah has noted the further discussion on the parking upgrades.
Great, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for your questions, Councillor Gregg. With respect to the archaeological management plan, these are plans that many municipalities and counties have undertaken across the province. Bruce County just finished one. Simcoe County did theirs a few years ago. And really what it's looking at is various data sources to try to determine which areas of the county would be most likely to encounter former archaeological resources, if you will, whether they be parts of our Indigenous history or post-European settlement history. And so essentially what they would do is we would work with a consulting archaeologist to look at a number of data layers, including historic transportation routes, including former shorelines and natural features in that regard, and map out where we're most likely to encounter those. We see this as a great partnership opportunity with our Indigenous partners, such as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. They are a key part of the planning and development process. And just for council's benefit, if you come into Grey County right now and you want to put in a new plan of subdivision, you're required to undertake what's called an archaeological assessment on that property to see what resources are there. And so it's hoped that by working with the First Nations and the Métis people through this project, as well as a consulting archaeologist, that would be able to better refine the data sources available and maybe scope some of those future archaeological assessments in that regard. Certainly across the county, we've seen a keener interest on our history in this regard, and this would sort of better help us identify where we're likely to encounter some of those resources. And if I can, just very briefly on the CP Rail Trail parking lot, we can certainly investigate partnership opportunities. The reason we're proposing this one at Gray Road 18 in this particular budget year is with respect to two factors. One is there's a county roads project not too far away that we'd be looking to utilize some of the talents and the resources on. And the second is we're not looking to pave the parking lot, so it would be a granular system. And the significance of Gray Road 18 in that regard is that's where the motorized section of the trail ends for the non-winter months. So we see that parking potentially as a key area where people might park to go for a walk or ride their bikes or walk their dogs, but they might also park to unload equipment such as ATVs and continue south on the trail. In winter months, that portion north and south of the trail is available to snowmobilers. Certainly happy to take any input that council has in that regard, but just a little bit of background on that particular project.
Thank you, Scott. And we'll leave it on the list. Greg? Okay, yeah. Any further questions on forestry, agriculture, and trails? Not seeing any. Thank you, Scott. Oh, yeah, yeah. If I tell people lunch is here, we're going to blast through this. So Savannah, come on ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Warden. I will go as fast as possible, but not gloss over anything because there's a lot of good work happening through this budget. So I'm going to talk to you about economic development, tourism, and culture, which includes Grey Routes, but Mary Lou is going to talk to you about the community transportation side of things. But all of that is amalgamated into the budget that you have in front of you, which is seeing a increase of 151,000 from 2022 to 2023 as part of this budget. So economic development, tourism, and culture, we were merged in 2019. And then in 2020, through the retirement of a longtime tourism manager, we merged together economic development and tourism to reduce the need for one management position. and accommodate those two very reflective and very equal parts of economic development, because tourism very much is economic development. What we see on the economic development side and some of the work that we're delivering on a daily basis is business retention and expansion, investment attraction, people attraction and retention, business support services for all levels of business, from your individual entrepreneur right up to our large scale companies, as well as workforce attraction and retention, which has really taken front and center in the last several years. On the tourism side, we're looking at destination management, product and experience development, and marketing as well. And those things have shifted significantly through the pandemic and now post-pandemic as well. With Grey Roots, we're safeguarding and we're making accessible our history, our heritage, and our stories through archives, collections, exhibits in Morrison Heritage Village, and then adding that extra layer of education and community development through programming and events. So while our department is not regulated or legislated as others are, we are constantly working with every level of government, from our local level right up to our federal level, to determine what are the trends, what are the opportunities, where are those larger challenges that are impacting everybody. And that's where we work together with our community partners and our stakeholders to come together and try and identify the problems and find solutions that are going to have some impact now, but also long-term impact. Because we know that economic development needs a runway. It takes several years to be able to get programs in place and to be able to get infrastructure in place so that we're ready for the future and we can be part of our desired outcome and not just let it happen to us. So looking at some of the significant changes that we've seen, looking at the general economic development operating budget, the changes are really due to staff salaries increase in benefits. So that is due to merit level increases and to benefit changes, no addition of staff there, but those are the significant increases. You'll notice through our budget that as a team, we spend a lot of time prioritizing, and trends change constantly in economic development. So we're always looking at our budgets and looking at the priorities, and you'll see reductions in some areas and increases in others so that we can try and fit those changes and those new needs within the current budgets that we already have. If you look at our team of all economic development, tourism, and culture, we're a team of 27 regular staff, and we grow in the summer with an addition of 15 summer students. There's myself and our administrative assistant, who is our glue to our full department. At Grey Roots, we have 15 staff and we grow with 13 summer students. 10 of those staff are full-time and 5 are part-time. In economic development and tourism, we have 4 economic development officers, including our manager, and we grow with 2 students in the summertime. Local immigration partnership, we have 3 staff, 2 are full-time, 1 is part-time. Business Enterprise Center, we have 2 full-time, and our Sydenham campus, we had included last year a part-time position that was left vacant because we were unable to fill it, and we're recommending through this budget that we increase it to full-time, and I will talk about that in a little bit. We've made some adjustments. If we're looking at page 109, 110 of our budget in terms of the general capital, we have made some adjustments to increase to allow us to do more promotion and public relations as we're seeing events return, we're seeing trade shows return, and we're seeing everything drive back to in person. So those are some significant changes through our general budget. And it's the general budget that carries out all of the implementation of the investment attraction strategy. So that is where you will find our work in foreign direct investment, our work in business retention and expansion, all falls through the general capital, which is on 109, or sorry, not general capital, general operating, 109 and 110. Our tourism budget has undergone some reallocations in 2023, where marketing used to fall under the communications department. We've moved it back in to our tourism line so that everything for tourism is in one spot and easily accessible. We are seeing a levy contribution increase of about 24,000 this year. 10 of that is from data and analytic tools, and 20 is from brochures for design and printing, knowing that our costs have increased, but also how popular brochures have become. We went through tens of thousands of brochures last year, and we know they were gone because we were constantly reloading. Our students spent a lot of time on the road reloading businesses. And that's a result of the millions of tourists that we do see to our area, as well as a new local attention to tourism. We're also through 2023 targeting further tourism investment, infrastructure, to work towards the sustainable tourism piece. So we are taking on some major studies with all of our partners involved. Planning is a big piece of that, but so are your member municipalities and our conservation areas, our provincial representatives. So we have 2 ongoing right now. One is our trailhead study to look at all of the trailheads we have across the region and how we best deal with capacity to move folks around. And then the second is a Beaver Valley Sustainable Tourism Strategy, looking at the full corridor from Hogs Falls all the way to the Bay. And that is in partnership with the province, RTO 7, the town of the Blue Mountains, and municipality of Grey Highlands. Looking at our attraction and retention budget for this year, we have made a decrease there to be able to offset some of those increases elsewhere. And that is meaning that we're focusing more on bringing back our events that have been on a pause for several years. So we're bringing back our Warden's Breakfast and our creative mixers and bringing new attention back to the Young Professionals Network so that we can make those connections. Our local immigration partnership, this is something that we are delivering for the federal government. We have a contribution agreement. It is fully funded and it provides our staffing as well as all of the operating and project work that they are doing to build a welcoming community so that we can attract and retain our immigrants and our newcomers, which has become a real federal priority to help deal with our workforce challenges. Looking at local food, we have increased that budget to hopefully actually bring back the Gather campaign that we had put together right before COVID and then had to shelve. But it makes a lot of sense with that agritourism combination, supporting the small businesses that we have and the on-farm diversified uses. The intention is to bring that campaign back in 2023. Our Sydenham campus operating budgets enables us to lead pandemic recovery. And we are absolutely seeing that. I want to talk a little bit about Sydenham campus because there are some changes in there and some real kind of external forces that are affecting that budget. So the first is on the staff salary. We have proposed a movement from a part-time to a full-time campus manager because right now we are running a 45,000 square foot facility off the sides of our desk from economic development staff, and that's not sustainable. Through the pandemic, it certainly was because we were a storage facility for PPE, for United Way, for long-term care, for our long-term care and paramedics. And then we did some renovations. But now, as we're coming out of the pandemic and people are realizing the value that Sydenham campus brings, it's just not possible without a dedicated resource managing the campus. So what that means is that they're managing everything from maintenance, scheduling, and client setup bookings to health and safeties and repairs, which is all being done by individual staff at this moment. And it's just not sustainable. They will be the lead who deals with all of our tenants, all of our clients, and helps to develop that further business case as we grow Sydenham campus. And to give you an idea of what is happening there today, the current tenants, we have YMCA Employment Services, which is providing long-term care and PSW training. We have Georgian College, who's delivering 2 of their apprenticeship programs through auto mechanic and electrical engineering. We have our Grey County Early Education Innovation Hub. We have our Catapult Grey Bruce, which is a business accelerator that we were able to bring locally. Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership, our Business Enterprise Center, and the start of Grey Bruce Makerspace, which is what we have been calling Fab Lab to this point, but they are now a dedicated not-for-profit who will operate that for us. From those clients, not including any of the rentals where we have the school boards, Bruce County, CMHA, we ran tons of vaccine clinics through Sydenham as well. Paramedic services and long-term care training, at Heights training, all of these things are happening. And in 2022, our final revenue number was just over $74,000 in revenue that came from our tenants and our rentals. So things are absolutely happening. I think that we have hit a moment where we're realizing the vision of the approved business case that we brought forward to council. We're there because we have come out of the pandemic and we're growing and there's nowhere to go but ahead. So we're very excited about what's to come. And in 2023, we're already working with Georgian College and our community partners, including our own children's services staff, to look at how we use Sydenham to leverage and enhance the ECE program that we have locally, knowing that ECE is such a dire need. And we are also working with our partners and Georgian College to animate the Fab Lab in an effort to expand skills training education for advanced manufacturing in the region's energy cluster. So because council has invested in this space and because we have the business plan and the partnerships there to take us forward, I think we're in a very good spot to be able to do work and take advantage of opportunities that are coming forward. The province is in a real push right now to have a Made in Ontario solution where we see the reshoring of manufacturing happening. And we heard about it a couple of weeks ago through the Clean Energy Summit. If we're not preparing now, it's really difficult for us to be able to take advantage of the opportunities coming down the pipeline. And looking at the labor force challenges that we have, we need to be able to assist our youth now get into a career opportunity locally so they can go right in to the workforce opportunities that we know are coming down the pipeline because of the cluster that has been developed here. So it's not I wouldn't call it a shot in the dark. It is an absolute, we know these jobs are coming. We know what Bruce Power needs. We know what our suppliers need. And that's because of the business retention and expansion work that we do with our businesses. So this is very strategic, and I'm very proud of Grey County for taking the step to bring Sydenham campus to where it is today and where it will be tomorrow. I will talk about the FedDev application as well. So we are in our third year of our contribution. That was an $845,000 federal contribution to Business Acceleration Service and to the Fab Lab purchase of equipment. So included in this budget is another $100,000 contribution that is fully funded from the feds towards Catapult Grey Bruce to deliver our incubation and mentorship services. And we're also enhancing the internet so that we will have 1 gigabyte synchronous. Right now we have asynchronous, and I am told that is very important by our entrepreneurs and by our IT department. So it is not a huge adjustment. It's about a $3,000 increase, but it will be the best internet that we have around here. Will be available at Sydenham campus. I'm going to skip over the transportation so that we can go into Business Enterprise Center, and then we'll continue on with Grey Roots as well. Business Enterprise Center has continued to see an increase in the volume of demand. We know that we are a region of entrepreneurs. We've talked about this before, and it is definitely not stopping. We're seeing the same growth happen in the entrepreneurial ecosystem where we've built a pipeline that businesses who are looking to start up can come to the Business Enterprise Center, get consultation services, begin, and when they need that scale up service, we now have Catapult Grey Bruce in our backyard. So our team consulted 138 businesses last year. They ran, where did it go? 21 workshops with 221 participants. We have a digital service squad now as well. So that was an additional provincial fund that we were able to bring locally to serve the entire region. And that is equating to 229,000, I believe, is what the revenue is coming in for Business Enterprise Center services. So we've been able to grow that service quite substantially over the past couple of years, and that is being done by 2 individuals. That is economic development and tourism highlights. So before I go to Grey Roots, I'll pause and take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Savannah. Any questions for Savannah at this point? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Savannah, I would appreciate if you didn't skip over the Grey Transit, please, and just the highlights of it. Skipped over for a reason.
Yep. Councillor Gray.
Thank you. A couple of points I'd like to touch on here. Ledger account number 63801 is an economic development study for $50,000. I'd like to know more about what that is. Ledger account 63064 is a new item of $10,000 for subscriptions. Item numbers or ledger. Oh, yeah, I don't want to go back and forth. So if you need support, well, I guess whatever's easier for you, I can go back and forth. I've got a few questions here. And then I'd like to talk about that part-time position yet too. So the first one is economic development study. There are a few items which are promotion, 5,000 to 20,000, which is a 300% increase. Promotion, $22,000 increase. It's a 220% increase. Items like that, I think, warrant more discussion, more insight. We need to know more about what's driving that. Those are big increases that appear in the ledgers. So I guess a little bit of comment about economic development study. subscriptions for $10,000 and a promotion. And then another study, which is $87,500, which is under tourism. There's just a lot of promotion and study.
Mary Lou, maybe?
I was just going to say, in order to assist staff, when we're getting ledger specific questions, if you could give us the page number that you're on, that would be most helpful.
I think I'm following you for the first couple anyway, so if I get a page wrong, let me know. The $50,000 studies and reports under economic development, that is offset by 25,000 in federal conditional grants. So that will only happen if we do get the grant funding, and that is for FDI, so foreign direct investment missions, and for building business cases for investment that we are looking to bring locally. But until we know we have that funding, we can't spend the money. So that's what that project is. The $10,000 in subscriptions, I'm assuming you're looking at the tourism page. That's where we have added $10,000 in, and that is for the data. So that is Environics licensing that allows us to provide data not only to tourism, economic development uses it, housing uses it. Several of our departments use that data, and it costs us $10,000 a year in a cost share with RTO 7. For the promotions and public relations lines. Let me see here. Page 112, okay, hold on. Okay, oh, sorry, the $87,000 study. So that is an amalgamation of a couple of studies. It is offset by $57,500 in transfer from reserves. That's the remainder of the study for the trailhead that is being undertaken right now. It was a 2022 project that we weren't able to complete. So that is the continuation. So that's the movement from reserve from last year to this year to offset that. It also includes the Beaver Valley Sustainable Tourism Strategy that I was telling you about, and that is offset by the additional revenues that you see where we have $10,000 coming from our member municipalities in combination. We have $10,000 coming from RTO 7, and we have $20,000 coming from the province to offset that as well. The promotion and public relations, now those are scattered between the economic development budgets and the tourism budgets, and that's because they do very different things. When we look at economic development, is that one of the ones that you were looking at?
The next one I see is 115. Page 115, $20,000.
Yes, so that is bringing back the Gather campaign. That is to implement, to do design work, to do media buys, to be able to do the local food, agri-food campaign, which was called Gather. And I can forward you a report on that. It was brought to council and supported right before the pandemic, and then we shelved it because Gather was just not the thing to do through COVID.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that report being shared. And the last three I've got highlighted are page 116. And that's the telephone and another promotion, new expense of $5,000.
Sure. So those are Sydenham campus operating budgets. The telephone, it's a strange spot to put it, but that's what the internet is billed to. That's where we put our internet dollars. So that is the increase from the internet we have now at 12,000 to 15,000 to provide that 1 gigabyte synchronous. And that's why you see a $3,000 increase. Sorry, what was the next one? Oh, the promotion. We don't do any promotion for Sydenham at all. We haven't done anything. So that is putting that in there so that we have dollars to be able to market Sydenham and let people know the good work that is happening at the campus and by our tenants, by our clients, the events that we're hosting to get the word out.
Okay, thank you for those responses, Savannah. And then the last item I'd like to just discuss is the additional FTE. I would like to know more about perhaps what possible sharing arrangements we have maybe considered with other municipalities. I know in the city of Owen Sound, we have a facilities and booking coordinator and other internal staff who work on booking sites. And I'm just not convinced that a new FTE just to manage and coordinate bookings at this campus is something that council should be entertaining at this time. It's again, it's a nice to have, but companies all over the place are shedding employees right now, and it's hard to think that we should be any different when other it's prevalent out there, and this just realistic in today's economic realm that perhaps maybe we shouldn't be offside in adding FTEs wherever we wish.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I guess the one perspective that we have as staff have discussed, Sydenham campus is an asset, just like every other significant asset that the county has responsibility for. As Savannah mentioned, the number of people and organizations that are in and out of that location on any given day is significant. The county has, I think, a reputation to uphold and a responsibility that site needs to be clean. It needs to be well organized. There's setup, there's takedown, there's ensuring that if there's an issue, there's someone there to respond. We're taking people's money for them to have the space, or they're a tenant and paying us to have the space. So I think like from part of certainly what Savannah and Randy and I have discussed is that this is an important, like the value of that asset compared to the investment that we're making in having someone to ensure that it's properly kept up, I think is where the business case comes in. Thanks.
In any case, I would agree. I think we'll put that on the list for further discussion at the end. Is that fair? Okay, good. So Savannah, if you want to proceed with Grey Roots?
Yeah, sounds good. And I also realized that I didn't talk about capital. I have only 2 capital sheets to go with economic development and tourism, but that includes the 180,000 that we already heard about this morning as one of the ways that we found savings. Ooh, I just went whoop on the screen. And that is now being funded from reserve. This is the last year of the contribution that we are putting forward for the municipalities in terms of the grant funding. One of the risks is that is going to be, it is built into our 2024 and beyond 10-year capital plan to offset future capital. So that is something that we would have to look at bringing back into the budget in 2024. But as a 2023 strategy to get to that 1.45 million, it was taken out of reserves for this year. And I did want to just give you a little bit of good news because last year we were really excited about the CIP results where we saw $2.4 million in public-private partnerships. This year we are 20 million. It has grown significantly. So we are absolutely seeing the growth and the value of the CIP program coming into effect. So we will bring forward a full report to talk to you about the CIP impact. Every municipality provides a report card at the end of the year. So we will get that together for you, but really happy to see what is actually happening through that program. We also have the $90,000 transfer from reserve, and that is to fund the Economic Development, Tourism and Culture Master Plan that is currently underway. So we are just right now, we've closed our RFP and we're working to find a consultant so that we can do this important work. And the intention is to have that work done before we get to budget discussions for 2024, so that if there is any significant changes of direction for future, we can make sure that we're accounting for it right away. So those are the 2 items that we have, the significant ones. The tourism capital, that includes federal funding for cycling and trail signage. And that is something that we will need to complete by the end of the year. So we're just working through that internally and looking to buy and install as much as that as we can, thanks to Pat's fabulous team. Hidden transportation. And then our Sydenham capital, this includes the 351,000, that is for the HVAC replacement. And that is what is driving our utility costs at Sydenham right now. That is why it is being difficult to control those rising costs, and why you saw our maintenance costs increase as well, because we are spending a lot maintaining the infrastructure that we have for HVAC. So we are currently doing a net zero feasibility study with Linda and her team to make sure that we get the right solution for the future, so that we can look at how we control those bills in a better way. And that is what makes up the capital budget there for the significant change. On to Grey Roots. With Grey Roots, we are looking at an increase of 28,700 from 2022 to 2023. And I'm really proud of the work that we've been able to do with the team to be able to bring you this number. Given we started right off the hop with a reduction of $100,000 in revenue when we lost the federal COVID relief funding that we had been receiving the last couple of years, and we accounted for COLA. So we did a lot of prioritizing and decreasing to make sure that we didn't bring you a large budget or levy increase for Grey Roots. So what you see through this budget is a continued emphasis on community building and a specific focus on promoting Black history and Indigenous Advisory Circle, which is something that Council has asked us to do. So we are very much committed to doing so through this budget. The Community Cultural Fund is included again this year to be able to support those grassroots-led cultural projects and initiatives throughout the county, so that we're spreading our reach. The All Access mandate supports further digital improvements to ensure collections, archives, and education programs are accessible to broader audiences, and community partnerships with activations are something that we're also focusing on. New public education programs are being planned to support that broader access to the museum. And we're also in the final phase of completion for our abundance section, thanks to the large federal grant that we did receive, and now doing all of the rest of the design work for Grey Roots to be able to complete that full gallery in anticipation of doing fabrication and installation in 2024. Looking at the capital requirements, that is where a significant portion of our budget does go to be able to maintain the buildings that we do have today. So you will see a breakdown from our Grey County Gallery, where we're funding that from levy, or not levy, sorry, from reserve. We took the levy portion out as part of that way of finding the $1.4 million. The other thing that we had to do through this budget and at the recommendation of our roofing consultants was to split the roofing projects into 3. So we're doing a smaller portion in 2023, and that's where the $250,000 comes from. That is all from reserve. We also had to carry forward dollars to be able to do the heat pump replacements, and that it was almost a year supply chain delay that has led to that. But that is part of the reason why we're also seeing increased utility costs. We're at the life end cycle of the heat pumps we have today. The new heat pumps that are coming should reduce our energy costs by about 80% where we are. So a 20% reduction in those costs, which would be really nice to see. The fire alarm system has been there since the beginning. We need to replace that. That's part of our BCA capital improvements, and also increasing the fob, replacing the fob system again from our reserves. The one note that I would like to make is that we have removed our reserve contribution to Morrison Heritage Village future builds as part of finding the savings. This is something that staff are okay with, because we want to look at Morriston and Grey Roots as a whole as part of our master plan. We know museums are changing, we know visitation is changing, and we need to really carefully look at the resources that we have, what it costs for maintenance, what it costs to build, what it costs to staff and to volunteer. So that's all part of the master plan work that is underway right now. So that is where we were able to find some additional savings, and we're quite okay to have that removed while we figure out where do we go next and what does the future look like. So I know I'll only take 2 more seconds to talk to you about some of the visitation changes, but we definitely have seen a decrease in visitation, or about 50% of the people through the door that we have, but we beat our revenue targets because we adjusted the admissions knowing that we were far behind. We're not looking at ourselves as a business. We need to find that line between running as a business, but also being accessible to all of our public. So we've done a lot of work to adjust the admission prices and what we charge for fees so that we do have cost recovery. That was one of the reports that you saw yesterday on the consent agenda. So really proud of the team for seeing that growth in revenue And a happy note as well is that our Morrison by Candlelight that we just had last month actually exceeded our 2019 revenues and visitation, which was our record. So we saw just shy of 2,000 people in our 2 days for that one event. And we made over $11,000 on that. So we're very happy to see things starting to come back. And that's part of what is included in this budget for Grey Roots. But again, happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Savannah. A lot of information there. Any questions? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Savannah. Mary Lou, community transportation. And I don't want to say it, but you're between us and lunch.
About half an hour ago, I said to Scott, sorry, you're going to be between us and lunch. And he said, no, that'll be Savannah. So I guess it's a game of hot potato when I'm in. So with Grey Transit, this budget encompasses the Grey County and the Southgate grant funded routes. And then as well, the portion for Grey Road 4 from Flusherton to Hanover that is in the budget up until April. So in the presentation you had in December from Stephanie, you made a decision that we would discontinue that route and we would have to give riders and driver seat notice. And so that's the provisions in the budget for that portion. We also receive contributions from our neighboring municipalities such as Bruce County, South Bruce Peninsula, and we've also had contributions from Shelburne. Kim mentioned yesterday that Shelburne is wanting to have a conversation about restoring weekend service. In 2023, Grey Transit requires a levy contribution of $447,400, which is an increase of $167,100 over 2022. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Any questions? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Mary Lou, the increase, will we be receiving ridership statistics to go along with that? Coming forward, that's a big increase, and I recognize the grant dollars and can you, just go over what the Grey County contribution is above and beyond the grant dollars for me, please?
It's a complicated piece. So the 58,000 roughly is for Grey Road 4 for this period of time for January to April. And then based on the money that is available for the duration of the program, and there was an increase in costs as well. You have to keep in mind, we applied for this grant in about 2018, I think it was. And, the world has changed a lot since then. You look at the price of fuel, all the things that go into this. So it's one of these things where the revenue from the province isn't keeping pace with the cost. So as a result, the county contribution will increase. With respect to ridership, I anticipated that question. For 2022, the most recent data we have right now is a ridership of about 18,800. And just to clarify, that's a ride. It's not a ride in return. So I get on the bus, I take a ride. I get off the bus, I come back tomorrow, that's a different ride. Or I get on another bus today, that's a second ride.
Mary Lou, do you know how that compares with the actual number of rides that would have been available? I see our vans up and down the highways on a regular basis, and I was a strong supporter of transit. I just don't see the utilization happening. I see the vans sitting, riding constantly with nobody in the seats, and I have some issue with that and some concern that it's not being effectively used by the people that do need it. Whether it's I don't know what the reason for that is, but most times I see a van, there is seldom a soul in it. So I don't know if I'm just looking at the wrong ones, but I'd like to get more data on the actual usage. 447,000 county contribution on top of the grant. That's only going to get higher. And if it's not providing the service that we originally intended, I think it's something that we need to look at. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Mr. Warden. Certainly we can bring back some of the reports that Stephanie has provided to council that did break down ridership by the various routes. And I think it was acknowledged by staff that there was a high degree of variability around the utilization of various routes. Some of them are seem to be extremely well used. For example, the Highway 10 road is very well used. Others don't see quite the degree of utilization. I think we acknowledged from the beginning that in a place like Grey County, a rural community that has never had a transit system, that you're asking for really a cultural change for people to start to learn to use a new system and to trust that a system would be available to them. So we knew that we were starting off on a long journey here. It is, as Stephanie noted in her report in December, we have the provincial funding until March 31st of 2025. It should council determine that they don't wish to continue with providing our portion of the funds that you're seeing in the budget here today. We can either scale back the service to only be as much as what was originally envisioned by the province, which was really, in many cases, 2 trips a day, 2 return trips a day, which doesn't really work, I think, for people who are trying to rely on this to get from A to B, because it means you've got very large gaps between getting somewhere and when that return trip will be available to you, right? So then you're not going to see the ridership. Is it truly a fair assessment of what the service could provide? So if you were asking me, when I say, does it make sense to go back to just the bare bones thing? I don't think so. I think if council determines that they don't wish to continue with this project, then we simply need to exercise the requirements under our various contracts and move forward from there. As I say, the Highway 10 route is very strong and very well used. It would be, I think, a real unfortunate situation if that was lost to a lot of people who are using it to commute, etc. Some of you who are new might not be aware that some of the routes that we're hosting right now were ones that were prescribed by the province. They might not have been ones that we would have chosen to go with at the very outset, but they were things that the province felt was important. So that also plays a part. Thanks.
So I'm going to go out on a limb now and say that we're ready for lunch. And this particular topic should go on the list. Sorry. Food. Councillor McQueen, sorry, my mistake. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Wharton. Just very quickly, what is our contractual agreement with the provider of the transit? You said 2025 is the grant for the province, but I'm sure we must have a contractual agreement because those vans are sort of purchased brand new and all that. And I think that's something we need to know as well.
Good point. Well, and that will be part of our discussion later this afternoon. So thank you very much, Mary Lou. Unless there's anything else, I think we'll break for lunch. It's 12:30 or thereabouts. So let's say we come back at 1:15 or 1 o'clock. What's council feel? Half an hour. Sandwiches for lunch. 1:15. Where's the lunch? Lunch is downstairs in the lunchroom. Thank you, Rob. All right, we'll bring the meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody, for those who are responsible for lunch. Thank you very much. That was lovely. Introducing Human Services Function section. Now, there's Mary Lou ready to go. Welcome, Mary Lou.
Thank you. The 2023 budget for human services, and this encompasses social services, housing, long-term care, and paramedic services, requires a net levy contribution of $28,126,200 compared to $26,570,500 in 2022, which is an increase of $1,555,700. Now I'll turn it over to Anne Marie, who is going to speak to the housing and social services budgets.
Sorry, what? All right, okay.
Okay, good afternoon. So we're going to start off with the Social Services Department, and the Social Services Department is Ontario Works and our Early Learning and Childcare. And we have an overall levy increase of $92,600 for that department, for those two departments. If we look at social services, Ontario Works first, we have a monthly caseload of around 1,220 people right now that we assist on Ontario Works. The assistance itself is 100% provincially funded, and these are the funds that we provide on a monthly basis to participants in Ontario Works. The budget is based on an average monthly caseload of 1,265. This includes a 7.5% increase over last year, and this information was acquired from the province in order for us to estimate the funds that we might require. But it looks like we're going to get there. Last year, we were around 1,176, and now we're already past the 1,200 mark. So we are expecting that the funds will be sufficient. The province has stated that there will be no increase to the Ontario Works rates this year. So a single person on Ontario Works will receive $733 a month. The majority, again, of this is 100% provincially funded, but we do have a levy increase of 11,400 in this line because we provide dentures and funeral costs for people that are not on Ontario Works, but that cannot afford or don't have family or anyone to provide the resources for the funerals. And that is based on just an average over the last 2 years of those expenses. The next line is our Ontario Works staffing and operating costs, and we're looking at an increase of 58,100. Our role is changing this year in Ontario Works. We used to be what we referred to as a benefit worker. So someone would come in, we would get them signed up on Ontario Works, we'd work with them to assist them with other things that may help them. Now the province is uploading a lot of that benefit part. So somebody applying up to the province level will still probably end up doing about 25% of the applications. And our role is changing to a stability role. So that stability worker is going to do an assessment with the client to determine their needs. They're going to create an action plan, and then they're going to provide those referrals and those other activities to try and stabilize the person. So once you have a little stability in your life, the hope is that maybe you'll be able to move on to employment, onto ODSP, or onto whatever you may need in order to improve your quality of life. The other part of that is the province is now rearranging the way we're doing employment services. So we used to provide employment services along with the Ontario Works, and that piece is being removed and is now going to be Employment Ontario funded organizations will be providing those employment services. So that funding is also missing from our budget. The province for 2023 has taken $491,000, 561 out of our budget. We did work to try and figure out a plan to mitigate this. We did know that it was coming, I think, back in May. So we have done this through staff reductions, through attrition when it came to retirements, and not renewing contracts, and essentially layoffs. So we also looked at reducing our training costs and our office costs. And we've also had an amalgamation of the two departments. So we are saving at the director level and another management level too. So those are the ways in which we have reduced the costs. And we have another $163,000 to find in that budget for next year. Capital costs, the only capital we have right now is the replacement of computers, and that is funded from our reserve. So some of the risks that I think that we might see in the future for this department, I think really the $733 a month is attributing to our homeless problem or increasing homelessness. It's really hard to live on that amount of money, and so definitely with our rising costs. And the other thing too is our rising caseload in a recession. So we do know that moving into a recession, history has shown that we probably will have a rising caseload. So again, working with the province to let them know, even though we're in a position where we're having cuts, with a rising caseload, we may need some of that funding back. Okay. So next, moving on to early learning and childcare, we have a minus $6,400 to the levy. So we're actually saving some money this year. Early learning and childcare is another program in a large transition. So we're in a transition funding phase for funding as we implement the Canada-wide early learning and childcare program. The funding is a bit messy this year because we have new funding replacing older funding and all that sort of thing. So we're still in the middle of figuring out what is in what line and what's covering what. So it does look a little different on the pages that you have. And in 2024, we're going to have a new model of funding. So we won't worry about learning this one this year because it's just going to change. So it is a combination of 100% funding and cost shared funding from the province. And the program is mandated at this level. So a little bit about what we do. We have 10 staff. And the 10 staff provide a number of services. We have our own licensed home childcare program in which we currently have 30 providers. So we provide services to that. We have 10 early on locations that we support. And early on is a family and child center, which provides free programming. And they have access there to our professionals who are knowledgeable in child development and can assist families with either just meeting other families or any other needs that the children might need. It's also my favorite place to visit. So the early on family and childcare centers, we have a supervisor that oversees them, and also we have our own. So there are 10 locations, and 9 of them are with community partners and 1 of our own. We have 40 licensed childcare sites in which we support with general funding for repairs and maintenance, play-based materials and equipment, and wage enhancement. We have a total of 2,514 spaces, and that is up to 95% of our operating capacity. We have a number of children in which we supply funding. So we have a child care fee subsidy, which we administer, and we have at this point 511 children that are receiving the subsidy, and it goes to families that need assistance in order to access childcare. With the new CWELC, or Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program, that is the program that is reducing fees eventually down to that $10 a day. We've had 2 rounds of savings. We have 796 children that are receiving funding through that program. Through CWALK, there was also funding for the expansion of childcare spaces in Grey County. We are slotted to have 504 spaces. That's what we've been allotted over the next 4 years in order for development. Some of those are already in the works with schools, and some of them are already planned, but we received some funding. Now, we don't directly provide the funding for the renovation or the expansion, any of that capital funding, but what we do have is a pot of money that can help with some of those smaller capital items. And we also work with all of our providers in order to assist them through the process, but that is done at the provincial level. We provide our community partner Mawikwadon with Indigenous-led operating funding, and we work with all of our providers to assist them with whatever needs they might have. Capital, we do have $350,000 from reserve in our budget for this year, and that's for pre-development activities. We are redeveloping the early on in Hanover in order to meet the 2025 accessibility requirements. We are working with a community partner, and we're hoping by summertime, fall, that we'll have an agreement in place, and that we'll be getting that going. So we did put some money in that for the budget this year. Risks. One of the risks that we have is our lack of ECEs. We know that one of the reasons is that the wages and benefits and the lack of recognition of the profession. We continue to advocate to the province for a thriving wage for ECE workers. The College of ECE Workers shows that 20% of our ECEs leave college membership after 3 years. And it's simply because the wage is not a living wage. We currently have about 120 full-time early learning and childcare workers that are needed locally in order to meet the needs. So we work with a number of partners, and we did receive some funding from the province in order to build capacity through not funds to actually provide more funding or more, but to retain the workers that we have right now through professional development and through our partnership at Sydenham, and working with a resource hub, so that those that are in the profession right now can go and have materials. Materials can be expensive and so this just gives them more materials and ideas. It provides professional development on site, and the workers and Georgian College, it's right beside it. So we have a number of ECE college students that are also accessing. So it's a great partnership, and we're really hoping that anyone that goes to school locally might stay locally. And that's it for me for social services, if anyone has any questions.
Any questions for Anne Marie? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Anne Marie. Moving on to housing. Anne Marie's not going anywhere. She's just trading files. Anne Marie.
Okay. So housing. A little bit about our housing. We currently have 995 units that we own and property manage, and we support over 2,000 residents within these units. We support 9 nonprofits throughout Grey County that have over 500 units of rent geared to income and market rent units. Our office staff manage the wait list for all of the nonprofits across the county. We administer various provincial programs, and we provide an access center here to access whatever other services they might need. Within our own buildings, we provide tenant services to assist people with their rental arrears, tenant issues. We have staff that represent us at the landlord tribunal. We make referrals to various health and community agencies on behalf of our tenants. We have 2 family resource centers. We bring in various community agencies to provide services. And most of these staff are made up of social service workers specializing in mental health or social work. For maintenance, we provide custodial, emergency, and preventative maintenance to our 27 buildings and 235 family homes. We ensure our equipment is in working order, our life safety systems and all our buildings are in good shape, and we provide all of our landscaping, grass cutting, snow removal, and all of those services. We have our own electrician, painter, and carpenter on staff, and very thankful. The trades, it's difficult to get contractors right now and prices are going up and up. So that has definitely been a big saver to our budget and also just to our time in order to turn over a unit for someone else to come in. We have a 10-year capital plan to maintain and sustain our housing stock. And we also have a affordable housing plan in which we work with community partners and look at opportunities in-house in order to renovate new housing units as our waitlist continues to grow, as the demand for housing continues to grow too. So if we look at our budget right now, we have an increase of $272,200 for the levy. We started off with a $706,000 increase for the levy. Simply again, because of the many rising costs that we are seeing. Some of those costs include a reduction in funding from the province for administration of $146,000. Our utilities are seeing an increase of close to $60,000 based on our analysis and our usage. We usually look at a couple of years and try and do an average of what we're seeing. We have an increase in insurance of $45,700. Our property taxes are expected to go up by $41,000 based on an estimate of 3%. $25,000 increase to our snow removal budget. Again, it's another area that has increased in costs. And our purchase services has increased too. So these are some of the services we provide, including security in some of our buildings. So when we looked at what could we do in order to bring our operating costs down, we did go through and reduce a number of line items, and we ended up taking $308,000 from our capital budget and deferring some of those projects. Fortunately, we have a building condition assessments, and we also have a facilities manager that goes around and has a look at all of those to determine, we look every year, it says it's due in 2017, but can it wait? Does something have to move up? So we were able to identify 3 projects in which we thought we could feel that we could put off a few more years in order to get the budget to become a little bit lower. So that got us down to our 3.66% that we had put forward earlier. Nonprofit housing. So as I mentioned, we support 9 nonprofits, and the nonprofit budget is determined by indices, and these indices are determined by the province. So this year we had a federal conditional grant that we've been receiving from the province that was reduced, and it was reduced by I think it was $220,000. So that set us off at a deficit right away. With that, in saying that, we had a mortgage that ended for one of our nonprofits, so it did provide us a little bit of a buffer for that, but we ended up with $199,000 towards the levy for that line. 14th Street supportive housing. We are in the middle of the build. It's going well. It's on time, which is awesome. So we have put into this budget some thinking that we're going to be starting in operations in July. We put in some revenue for tenants that will be living there in order to offset our costs, but we thought that we would put in our calculations that we would require about $14,200 this year in the budget. The revenue that we receive from the people that will access the services is their shelter allowance, whether that's on Ontario Works or ODSP. So it's around that $400 mark. And then we also are able to access a rent subsidy for the people that are living there too. So we'll know better in 2024 how that goes. But right now we put that little buffer in based on utility costs that we thought we might need. The next are provincially funded programs. There's a number of them listed there, and I don't have a budget yet from the province as to what that's going to look like. So there'll definitely be we put in there what we received last year, hoping that we would receive along the same lines. And I will definitely bring back a report to council once we do, outlining what we received and what we're going to do with those funds. The only one I wanted to point out was our last one on the list here, our homelessness prevention program. That is a program in which we are funded to provide services for some of our most vulnerable residents. Of that budget, we support 5 housing with related supports to support 24-hour housing for 75 people. Second Avenue Lodge would be a good example of that housing where people are providing, live there, and they also get services with their medication, their meals, their laundry, that sort of thing. We have a sustainable housing benefit, which provides arrears money, last month's rent, to help stabilize people. And we also have our short-term shelter program. The short-term shelter program, we're seeing an increased need. The number of people accessing the program has quadrupled since 2020. The funds that we have for this year are not going to cover the need that we have. And we are going to have to wait and see what we're going to get for 2023. So the funds start in April. So once we know what our funding from the province is for 2023, I'll be able to give a better idea of council as to how and where this program is going to go in the future and what's needed. Our motel program is packed every night, and we're having to turn away people right now. And that's not a good feeling, but we also need to recognize that we are working and the community is working towards other resources too, such as 14th Street, such as Bayview. So we'll be bringing back some more information on that. So right now, I've just left it as a 0 levy. If there is overage, we do have, oh my gosh, reserves. Thank you. I was thinking revenues. We do have reserves that will cover it. For capital, again, we look at and we follow our 10-year plan. And of course, we ask our custodians and our property supervisors, what are the imminent things that need to be done? What can wait? And then we come up with that 10-year capital plan. This year, we did reduce it by $308,000. The other thing that we have is we have 1% that goes in of levy each year that goes towards our affordable housing fund. And that fund is set up to assist nonprofits and ourselves to build more affordable housing. We have $1,240,000 that was to go towards that. That was the increase for this year. And we have also put that towards the $1.45 million reduction. Some of the risks that I can foresee for housing is, again, our wait lists are growing. We have an aging infrastructure. We are making it's harder to find contractors right now. So that does increase our maintenance costs. Our people experiencing homelessness are on the risk. And the tenants and people that live with us have increasingly complex needs, and we're seeing that more and more. And my other thing would be staff burnout. Staff run every day in order to keep up with what we're doing. And as needs increase, unfortunately, some of the resources are not increasing. So again, many words, many times with the province about this. So hoping that our budget for 2023-24 will reflect those conversations.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Is there any questions or discussion? Councillor Eccles.
Thank you, Anne Marie. And as you said, excuse me, with some of these, the last services that you were talking about, homeless prevention and all of those ones, they're 100% funded by the province, but Grey County staff institute them and deliver those. We've been doing it for a number of years. How much short are we on what the staffing requirements are to deliver these programs and everything? What is our cost to the county taxpayer? Because it is not 100%. We're putting a fair bit of levy money into delivering work for the province.
It's okay. I think it would be hard for me to pull out all the staff because there's a little bit of finance, a little bit of admin, a little bit of frontline. But I hear you because we used to get 10% administration fees from the province. Up until a few years ago, it went to 5%. So just based on this, that's 2 million. That's 5% of 2 million that we shoulder now. But what we have done with the short-term shelter program is those funds are coming, those staff are coming right out of the dollars from the province. So that's the way that we are now able to say to the province, here's how much we're short officially, and we just don't have the funds to take on those 4 staff that were added because of this. So that's where we're still in those negotiations. And I hear what you're saying about it being downloaded to us, but it's very difficult for us to turn away people too, especially when we know the need grows, especially if it's mid-year. But that's where with our community services committee, we'll be able to give council a really good picture of where we're at, where the needs at in the community, and what we can and can't do. We're not the only answer. We're not going to be the solution to homelessness, but we can provide a program for homelessness. And what is that? And what does that look like? So we need to determine that this year.
We can probably deliver the program and deliver it better than the province, hence why the province maybe has done it. And to try and make a balance of their budget. But there again, how much of this is mission creep that we're taking on? Obviously, we're taking it on because it's right in our face. I think it's a federal or a provincial program, and it's an income sharing program. It's not a property tax. It's never meant for that, and it's not in our social aspect to be there. But here we are. I don't believe in the time that the warden is going to give us between now and 4:30, I could stop talking about this. So it's a long-term thing, and I'm glad that, it's very much recognized. It's not going to help us in this year's budget, but going forward, the province and the feds certainly have to be held accountable to make the right decisions and fund these programs that they feel that we need. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Thanks very much, Anne Marie, and for all the work you do. The revenues from rent, are they mandated in the amounts, whether someone is on Ontario Works or on ODSP or a percentage of their annual income? Can you just quickly go over how that's determined, please?
So the rents are mandated, are regulated, so they're legislated. So a person that is on Ontario Works, we have a scale. So depending on their situation, if it's a family, a couple, or one person, there is a scale that we get. So it's $139 a month is what we receive for rent for a single person in one apartment. ODSP, same thing, $139. A family, it's a little bit more. Again, it's a sliding scale. A senior, it would be 30% of their income. So we would provide 30% of their income. If the person is working, again, it's up to 30% of their income. And we do have a max rent that is set to, but that max rent also goes up as according to the rent control guidelines also. So it might go up 1.7%. The majority of the people that we work with are our seniors and people on Ontario Disability or Ontario Works.
Thank you. Did I understand you correctly? So someone on ODSP, their rental contribution is only $139. That's a small percentage compared to what an average family is paying towards rent. I mean, ODSP, $1,275 a month. So it's 10%.
So the way Ontario Works and ODSP work is that they have a certain amount for shelter and a certain amount for your daily needs. So that shelter amount, when we get 139 of it, the rest of that does not go to that person. So they only have their daily amount that they live on. So, yeah. But in saying that, it would be nice if that full amount of shelter could come to us, but that would increase costs for the province.
It would be, as Councillor Eccles indicated, an all day, maybe perhaps an all week debate as to the fairness and appropriateness of the various levels of support for our residents that need help. But nonetheless, we do what we can, I'm sure. And we're thankful. Any other questions for Anne Marie? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Anne Marie. Moving on to long-term care. Jennifer, welcome.
Thank you and good afternoon, County Council. I was so sure Scott was going to make my presentation this afternoon. But alas, he did not. So talking about long-term care, the vision and promise of Grey County Long-Term Care is to color it your way by providing resident-centered care. Resident-centered care is supporting each resident with their unique care needs for both their physical and emotional well-being. This care and support is provided by our team members in each of our homes. This proposed budget supports this promise in several ways. It demonstrates an investment in direct care hours, specifically personal support worker and allied health professionals, and the addition of 3 infection prevention and control leadership positions. There's a focus on nutrition and meal service, a continued investment broadly in infection prevention and control, and an investment in the building and maintenance upkeep. Long-term care funding consists of county funding, provincial funding, miscellaneous revenue, and receipts from residents. On average, for the 3 long-term care homes, the majority of revenue is received provincially, 61.7%, and receipts from residents, 19.8%, and the remainder is funded by the county levy. The province provides long-term care homes with monthly payments for 4 levels of care funding envelopes: nursing and personal care, program and support services, raw food, and other accommodation. This is what we call base funding. In addition to the base funding, there are numerous funding streams that are dedicated for specific initiatives or specific projects. And we may know well in advance that they're coming, or we may get very short notice and a very short amount of time to use those funds. Something that we know over a long period of time is the direct care hours funds, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. And just to give you some examples, there's funds for fall prevention, local priorities funds, supporting transitions of care across the health system, professional growth, COVID containment and prevention, minor capital, minor IPAC capital, IPAC personnel and training, medication and safety. And just to give you some context, a recent one that we received is Resident Health and Wellbeing Program. And this is a significant investment by the province to support social services, for example, social workers within our homes. It's $29 per resident per day for 3 months. We received the notice of it for December 19th, and the funds run out on March 31st, 2023. So while it's a significant and worthwhile investment, the timing is very tight in terms of using those funds in the most effective way. So just to give you a bit of an example, and all of those funding streams, and that's not all of them, that's not an exhaustive list, they all have reporting, tracking, requirement and other requirements that come along with them, many of which have several page policies that go along with them. Long-term care accommodation costs are set by the Ministry of Long-Term Care and are standard in all provincially funded long-term care homes across Ontario. If a resident does not have enough income to pay for the basic accommodation, the resident should be eligible for subsidy through the Long-Term Care Rate Reduction Program. Only semi-private and private revenues can provide additional funds to assist with accommodation costs. Just a note on these preferred accommodations, semi-private and private rates cannot exceed the accommodation rate maximums that are set by the ministry. As well, the number of semi-private and private beds are regulated by the province, with a maximum of 60% of the beds in a long-term care facility being semi-private or private. The Grey County Long-Term Care Committee of Management is responsible to oversee the budget for Grey Gables, Lee Manor, and Rockwood Terrace. And that committee had an opportunity to review this budget at the January 20th meeting. The budget has been developed through the collaborative efforts of Grey County Finance and long-term care staff. The 2023 long-term care proposed budget contains operating and capital expenses of just over $52 million, or 23% of the total corporate expenditures. It includes a net levy requirement, total operating and capital, of $8.2 million, which is an increase of $728,700. This budget increase, this levy increase of $728,000 is made up of two main components. $503,800 is the cost of living adjustment. There are almost 600 team members providing care and service in each of our homes. The wages and salaries of these 600 staff make up 80% of the long-term care budget. The remaining $225,000 represents the impact of inflation and capital projects and reflects a significant effort and some success in finding efficiencies and savings in operating and supply lines across all three homes. It has been mentioned over the last few meetings that long-term care is a complex and highly regulated operation. This budget maintains the care and service levels that our residents and families have come to expect and meets the terms of our negotiated agreements with our staff. At a high level, we can bundle the budget into three categories: people, buildings and equipment, and supplies. Focusing on people, our homes provide care and service for 319 residents. This budget shows the investment made by provincial government to move toward 4 hours of direct care per resident per day by 2025, and our commitment to recruit and retain the appropriately skilled staff to meet this target. This year's goal is 3.7 hours of direct resident care per day. This also reflects the province's investment in specialized care for individuals with dementia with the Behavioral Support Transition Unit at Grey Gables. As I mentioned, 80% of the budget is for wages and salaries of our 600 team members and reflects a continued support of our people with compensation, training, and an intentional commitment to supporting wellness and work experience. Both the operating and capital budgets demonstrate the commitment to maintenance and upkeep of our homes. There is a strong preventative maintenance program in each home, as well as an asset management planning. The 10-year capital plan is based on the Building Condition Assessment Report. There are various pieces of equipment that are on a life cycle replacement process: beds and mattresses, mechanical lifts, Whirlpool tubs, for example. This equipment is in place and in use in all three of the homes. The purchasing team assists us in realizing efficiencies and coordinated purchasing wherever possible. I'm very proud of our homes, and I believe that they reflect well on the county commitment to providing a safe and secure home-like environment for our residents. Beyond wages and salaries, the remainder of the operating budget funds other services and supplies, such as cleaning supplies, medical supplies, and food. The leadership teams in the homes are always working to get the best price and efficiencies for these purchases, and they were able to find some savings for this budget. Having said that, the items in these lines are significantly impacted by inflationary increases. So while the volume of the supplies may have been decreased or stayed the same, the cost continues to go up. In speaking of redevelopment, we continue to put away $1.3 million towards the cost of the redevelopment project, so there is no budget change in that respect. You will see that we are pulling $9.1 million out of our reserve fund for the next phase of the redevelopment. There is a special meeting on February 2nd, where our consultants will be providing more details on the project, and there'll be an opportunity at that time for some further discussion. Marcus, the manager of finance for long-term care, who thankfully helps us keep track of that list of various funding streams and our budgets every month, is here to support if there are any specific questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions? As Jennifer indicated, the Long-Term Care Management Committee did already have a go at this budget, but nonetheless, Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, Warden Milne. And actually, that's exactly what I was going just to mention, was just comment on that. I don't have any questions because I'm pleased with how this part of the budget has been presented and comes through a committee. And I think that's such an important way of creating your budget, is to migrate it through a committee and distill it and filter it and discuss it. And then it gets to be presented here today and no commentary or comments on it. And I think that's just you know, kind of a tribute to, or congratulations to all the members on the Long-Term Care Committee of Management in terms of how you put your budget together and then embedded it into today's document. Thanks.
I guess we could put all the budgets through that committee, couldn't we? Might save us a lot of time here. Councillor Eccles.
I think you heard from the chair, that committee is just done with one and done. I see that 18.9% of total budget is supplied by the levy from Grey County in long-term care. Just as an estimate, how much has that gone up in the last 15 years? From where we were 15 years ago at 7 or 8% of the. Did he have the floor? Is, you know, that's what I'm asking. Was it 7 or 8% 15 years ago? And have we risen to 18.9 now? Irregardless of Mr. Body and the City of Owen Sound's comments. His math is sometimes off. He is a lawyer.
Mary Lou's gonna have a look at that. All right. Any other questions while Mary Lou's having a look for that? Okay. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Sorry, Councillor McQueen, did you have a question?
I think there's been enhancements made over the years in long-term care. One is the number of hours we spend with each patient, and there's been other enhancements that we've made decisions to those costs. I think that's whenever we get to that. Right.
Okay, moving on to paramedic services. Welcome, Kevin. And we're working from pages 151 to 54.
Good afternoon, Warden, County Council, here to present the paramedic services budget for 2023. The paramedic services budget includes a net departmental requirement, total operating capital of $8,259,900 compared to $7,797,700 in 2022, which is an increase of $462,200 or approximately a 5.93% increase. The budget includes $20,111,200 of gross expenditures compared to $18,520,600 in 2022. These increases are driven by inflationary increases, the adding of the SOS program to the budget, and more capital replacements in 2023. For example, we had a vehicle purchase in 2022 that we don't expect a delivery to until 2023, so that it's been added to this budget. That'd be about just under $500,000. So paramedic services responds to medical and trauma emergencies in the community. That's really the core of our business. as well. We have a robust community program. Right now, the community program it sees approximately 375 people in the community on a regular basis. We see them in their home, treat them for chronic conditions like COPD, CHF, diabetes. We also work with the palliative care team. These people are generally at risk of hospital admission due to their chronic medical condition. We also work in housing with Anne Marie's team in Owen Sound, Thornbury, Meaford, seeing about 50 residents there. Another part of the community program is new to paramedic services, but it's important work that we do in the community, working with community partners. We work with clients, patients that are precariously housed or homeless and are experiencing mental health and addictions. And it's been our way of, working in the community to prevent opioid overdoses and death. To help care for our patients and clients, we also have a strong referral program. Paramedics day in and day out are looking for people in the community to connected to resources. So we refer to home and community care. We refer to RAM access for mental health and addictions. And we also have social supports through 211 for social navigation if you need help for social support. We also, within our 911 system, we have paramedics that work with our high use 911 callers to try to connect them to resources as well to try to reduce and give them more services and better care. And our public access program, we support over 200 AEDs in the community. As far as our call volume, we're seeing pressures here in 2022. Paramedic services responded to 14,941 patient calls for services, which is an increase of 11.86% over 2021, which was our previous busiest year yet. Overall, the last 5 years, we've seen a 33.6% increase in calls for service. And with that increased number of calls, when we do standbys for emergency coverage, that goes up as well. And in 2022, we did 16,735. That's where you'll see a vehicle sitting halfway between one town and another, protecting one area of it. Well, one area is assigned on a call. So to respond to these calls for deployment, we have 9 staffed ambulances on during the day, 1 first response unit on 7 days a week, supervisors on nights and days. And we also have 3 CP units, community paramedics. We outfit those units to help with responses. They can do emergencies if they come across them. So we do benefit from that out there, even while they're doing work in the community. They can support the 911 system. At night, we have 8 ambulances on, and on the weekends in the winter and holidays, we upstaff at Blue Mountain because we see a rise in call volume in that area. Our SOS program is run Monday through Thursday. Staff to respond to these calls and the work that we do. We have 145 frontline paramedics. There's 5 supervisors, 1 supervisor on every shift, and there's a CP supervisor, a community paramedic supervisor on Monday to Friday days to support that team. We have 1 administrative support, 1 scheduler and pad coordinator, mixed position, equipment supply technician, and 3 managers. We operate out of 8 bases. We own 3 of them. And we have a fairly large fleet of 24 vehicles that we have to maintain on a regular basis. Paramedic service is heavily regulated. We're responsible for ensuring response times and that patient care and transport are carried out in accordance with legislation, the standards, patient care standards that are out there, as well as equipment and supplies, communicable disease, numerous standards that we have to follow. We're also responsible for the supervision of staff and maintaining the vehicles and equipment and providing the quality assurance and training to go along with the jobs. So a bit about our funding. Land ambulance operations are funded by the county levy, and the province, land ambulance operations are funded by the county levy and the province. The current funding model was developed in 2019. It was new and provides a grant equal to 50% of the county's prior year budget expenditures adjusted for the Public Sector Accounting Board. This year's budget grant amount of $8,819,200 has been calculated using the assumption that this funding model will continue. We don't know that, but we assume that funding model will continue. The grant does not include any inflationary increases or service enhancement adjustments. Therefore, any mid-year increases from the prior year or current budget year increases are not accounted for in the current grant. We are more or less 1 year behind in funding. And that's one thing that we got to be really careful about is we don't short ourselves because we're always 1 year behind. So we need to make sure but we don't have any deficits because we could put us even further behind the next year. There's a reconciliation process where if the provincial share was above 50%, the province would claw that back from their funding. But there's no additional funding if it's below. We haven't had the luxury of them overfunding us. So in 2022 is projected to be a 47.83 versus a 52.17 contribution from the county. And in 2023, we're looking at a 51.73 share. Again, these are just estimates, but what we do know that in 2019 to 2021, the county has been somewhere between 3.6 and 2.8% higher than what the ministry puts into the service. Before 2019, the previous funding model would allow for inflationary increases on the previous year's budgeted expenditures. The inflationary increase would have been in two parts. Expected collective bargaining increases would have been included in this, and also CPI operating increases. Staff estimate that if this model was in place, the inflationary increase would probably be about $258,000 in 2023. Therefore, the change in funding in 2019 is costing the levy $250,000 today. A bit about our programs and some of the programs that we run that are supposed to be funded 100% by the ministry. These programs are intended to be fully funded by the province, but funding has not kept up with inflationary pressures. Because of staffing issues and CP being deployed to other programs, typically move them across to 911 when we need them there. They haven't remained fully funded by the province. However, if they were operating at full capacity, will require county funds or reduce the level of service in these programs. So for the home visit community programs, we get funding from various sources. Ontario Health West funds the original program that we started back in 2015. They give us $262,000 plus an additional $100,000 that we have to request each year. That's not part of our base. But if we were running at full capacity, that program for that really one car 7 days a week is $396,400, requiring a $33,800 additional funding from the county. In 2021, we were able to expand the community paramedic program, and we were funded by Ministry of Long-Term Care. They give us $1 million per year. Running that program at full capacity costs $1,152,900. Due to staffing challenges in 2022, we believe there'll be enough unspent funds to keep the program fully funded until March 24. If the funds are not fully spent, or if the funds are fully spent, we'll have to use reserves to keep them going until we get a new agreement in April of 2024. The SOS was a pilot. It started in February of 2022. We received initially 3 months of operating money to work through this work in the community. Since that time, Ontario Health has given another $360,000. And then through a report to council last year, we were able to continue and fund that program till March 31st, 2023 by using the cannabis legalization funds. Cost to run that program for the whole year, though, is $572,200. We'll continue to work with the ministry and our partners to be able to fund that beyond March 31st, 2023. We see good value in that program supporting the community. Some expense pressures that we're seeing that are controllable on our behalf, but really necessary is we've had in the last year a real problem with staffing. We do use a number of full-time floats. We're adding 3 more to that pool. At one time, we could have part-time staff and we had all kinds of them and people wanted to work full-time hours and then some. But over the last year, we've seen a real decrease in that. So we've got a bit of a mix right now. We increased our float complement. We have probably about 45,000 lost time hours. And the goal is at least a third, maybe a bit more than that, will cover by floats and the rest by part-time. But we're trying to attract people here to the community to give them jobs and be able to keep them here. We do have a number of paramedics that, they come here for a short period of time and then they return back home because there's lots of opportunity in the province. We're not like on any other service out there right now. There's a shortage of paramedics, like a lot of places in healthcare. We're moving back to a more traditional ABL GPS this year with our vendor. Before they sold, as COVID, I get kind of mixed up in how many years we've been doing this, but probably about 4 years ago now. We've always had a really good partnership. We benefited from a lot of stuff working with them, and we were setting on a journey to develop a new AVL GPS program. When they sold the program or their business, that more or less stopped, and they weren't able to develop. They were charging us to reduce rate because we had reduced service, but the idea was that they would develop this for us, but it never ever came to that. And the company that's bought now has no interest in doing that work. So we're just returned back to where we were. So the price really isn't out of line. It's really just we had got a deal for the last 4 years. For inflationary increases, salaries and benefits make up 83.7% of paramedic service expenditures. It is a bit of a complicated calculation as it is a 24-hour operation. And we have a really quick commitment for 100% backfill. So if somebody takes vacation or if they're short-term sick, we have to be able to backfill them. So we have to be able to estimate that time as best of our ability. And again, we use a float or a part-timer to do that. When we prepare the budget based upon the hours needed to meet the coverage required by the county, then use an estimate how much backfill we require based upon sick time, vacation time, or other times off taken through the year. We look back on historical data, typically 5 years, even further, just to see where we're at, but we try to make our best estimate based upon how many staff we have, what our hours are, and that really is an estimate at the end of the year. With the increased call volume that we've seen, there's no additional hours being added to the 2023 budget, but a consultant report will be coming to council, actually the next council meeting, outlining future call volume projections and the need for more resources in order to maintain response times. Notes for salary increases for staff. A collective agreement increase costs are $290,000, $600, which is our current year increase. And also the arbitration was a bit higher than what we estimated for 21 and 22. Our WSIB rates have went up 25%. They're $115,600 greater this year due to increased frequency of claims. And also our benefits are up $64,700. For vehicles, we're seeing significant pressures here. Vehicles went up $53,000 or 28%. And also the vehicles are looking at roughly an 18-month time frame to get them in. So we're driving our vehicles longer, which ultimately is more maintenance. Fuel prices have went up. And also the cost of maintenance and equipment supplies have went up. So our budget there is up 22% or $160,000. I just want to give a shout out to Pat's staff though and his team. Like his mechanics are second to none. They take so good care of these vehicles, and they charge us shop rate. I know there's no increase on the parts when they bring them in, and they're really sophisticated on how they care for this stuff, because it's not about just doing the maintenance on the vehicles, which is so very important, but they service our stretchers and our power load units and our stair chairs. They test our oxygen and suction equipment. So hats off to them for the work they do. Medical supplies and medications have increased by $39,500. We have an ongoing problem of even just sourcing supplies, especially drugs. Drugs are hard to come by, and supplies themselves. So we've seen an increase there of $39,500, about 30%. So that's just kind of some of the pressures we're seeing. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for the important work you do. Any questions for Kevin on paramedic services? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Thanks, Kevin, for the presentation and for all the work that you and the paramedics have done with both the SOS program and the community paramedicine program. The funding through Ontario Health West, how are they going to evaluate the SOS program? Because I'm sure the money that they're putting on the front end is paying dividends on the back end as far as hospital visits, incarcerations, that sort of thing. But are they going to try to monitor that at all to make, we always hear about investing, at the front, pays dividends at the end. Are they able to determine that through these two programs?
With the SOS program, we're fortunate to work with public health. So they did write an interim report for Ontario Health West. And they are working on a more robust report, particularly looking at the medicine. But we do report the number of, we call it opioid agonist therapies, OATs, that we start people on, number of clients that we see, the number of harm reduction supplies that we hand out. We have statistics around that. And they will be looking at death rates, those type of things. We've seen death rates dropping, those type of things. Yep, but we look forward to public health. They are working on that report now. And the next step, we've actually done some really good surveys with our clients ourselves called OPOC, Ontario Perception of Care, and really positive results from that. And the next step with public health is they're actually working with the nurse practitioner and the medicine that they deliver. Actually, I don't think I mentioned that. I must have missed that part, but part of our realignment within our community paramedic program is we used one FTE CP to better support clients. We had our nurse practitioner here with SOS, but also to bring her on to support our chronically ill. So that was part of this, and also some administrative support for that community program.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Kevin, very much. I see on our agenda that we're due for a break, but we've only been going for an hour since we came back from lunch. So I'm suggesting maybe we press on and have a break after transportation. I know it won't take very long. Mary Lou's going to introduce us to the transportation services, and then Pat will take it from there.
If I may, I could circle back to Councillor Eccles' question on the increase in cost for long-term care. So the 2023 levy for operating and capital combined is $8,276,200. In 2013, it was $5,276,200. So an increase of $3 million, which is a 63.8% increase. Which isn't surprising given anywhere from 80 to 84% of the operating budget is wages and benefits. And the fact costs have increased.
Mary Lou, did you, are those, whose dollars are they? Are those actual 2013 dollars? So do we need to take those, do we need to do some conversion to account for inflation and such like between then and now, or did you do that already?
That is pure levy to levy increase. So not taking whatever the inflation is for in those 10-year period. Now we'll move on to transportation. Everyone has the map in front of them. It aids in being able to see where Pat is talking about. The 2023 transportation services budget has an operating and capital requirement of $22,313,300. And that's an increase of $757,900 over the 2022 levy requirement of $21,555,400. And I'll turn it over to Pat.
Thank you, Mary Lou. So just a quick outline of, the services that we provide. As you know, our kind of primary focus is all on public safety. We provide safe services for the motoring public as well as the active transportation users. So we're divided into two divisions, operations and engineering. We always try to satisfy the Ontario maintenance standards. So you'll hear those significant weather events, that's kind of the warning that maybe for the short term, we won't be satisfying the minimum maintenance standards. So all this is also in the vein of protecting ourselves from claims. If the traveling public is safe, there's going to be less claims for the county, of course. Our operations department is divided into winter and summer maintenance. Winter maintenance is pretty self-explanatory, plowing the roads and that type of thing. Summer maintenance, there's always people back in the patrols working in the summer, fixing signs, doing that kind of thing. We have a bridge crew, tree cutting crew, our construction crew, which does a lot of culvert replacement, drainage improvements, sign shop and weed control. We do construction inspection on our own projects. We have our mechanics, as Kevin mentioned. I want to tell them we're going to start putting in a 10% increase on those parts. No, we're not going to do that, Kevin, but so we, our mechanics are busy fixing our own vehicles, other departments' vehicles, the ambulances, Grey Bruce Health Services, patient transport, Town Blue Mountains Fire. Since 2011, we haven't had more mechanics. We've had the same number. I'll talk about them a little more later here, but they do some really good work. So, and the engineering department does all the construction design and tendering, contracted min, inspection, all the capital planning, environmental assessments, our corridor control. They do consents for utilities, entrances, encroachments, oversized load permits, comments on planning applications, drainage investigations, speed complaints, public inquiries, which is always more. So there's a lot going on in transportation on any given day. So just to talk kind of about our budget here, we're in the little bit of a perfect storm here for ourselves. For a long time, our construction surpluses have kind of been carrying our operations a little bit. We've been getting really good prices on construction, which we hope to continue with. But of course, inflation has really hit us hard. And we completed an organizational review last year. And as we all suspected, it said we were short-staffed. We've been hearing this from the guys in the patrol, and our internal guys in the office, have been very busy too. So the non-union salary review recommended 7 new positions. We hired 2 this year. We're looking to hire 2 more in 2023. So there's a couple other things going on that have really impacted our budget. The contract with Sutherland's is over. They've done those 2 routes up in Georgian Bluffs for kind of as long as anyone can remember. So we'll be hiring 3 operators for that. And we've kind of been, a few years ago, we started getting the equipment. We got a new shift that we started this winter to reduce weekend overtime work. So especially somewhere like the Blue Mountains. Apparently the Honda Civic with summer tires on it doesn't do so well on a Saturday in Blue Mountain, but the level of service, there was a lot of complaints from people about our level of service drop off in the weekends. So we'd end up calling people in anyway and paying them time and a half. And just the fact our guys for mental health and stuff, they're only supposed to work, 2 out of 5 weekends. They're working 4 out of every 5. And it was just hard on them. And we're paying overtime and time and a half too. So we put another shift on, basically focused on improving our weekend service. A fleet review we completed last year as well. It recommends you do about 4 times as much preventative maintenance as reactive work. And we're about 1 to 1. So we know we're kind of short on mechanics. You'd like to get to 1 to 1, right? You'd rather spend your time maintaining your vehicle than fixing your vehicle, obviously, like anyone who has a vehicle. And we've really been kind of in catch-up mode a bit with our mechanics. Since 2011, we've taken all this extra work and we haven't added any people. So our proposal, and we've been working on this with the union, is to hire 2 more apprentice mechanics. And then the other thing is we've had 2 mechanics, or 1 mechanic in each shop. We have 2 shops, and they've been spending, say, 30% of their work doing basically shop supervision and not getting compensated for it. So we would promote them to shop supervisors. Now, that being said, our shop supervisors are always working supervisors. So they're still, on the wrenches or whatever. But then they get compensated for spending time, ordering parts, planning work, that type of thing. So we're hoping to find a lot of efficiencies there with the 2 new apprentices. And then eventually the apprentices would become full mechanics. And actually I should mention, our mechanics are not the youngest guys on earth. They're all about my age, which I will shock you that I'm over 50. So they're not going to be around forever. The work is tough, right? It's a hard day being under a truck. So, and we'd like to help some young people get in the business, right? And to teach them our business too, because sometimes it's hard to get a mechanic who knows a lot about heavy equipment. It's kind of specialized. And with, Kevin's ambulances and stuff, they'll do all the stretchers and all that stuff. That is not something you would learn somewhere else. So we really think it's a great opportunity for a young person to learn about our business. So a lot of these positions, we're looking for efficiencies as well. We're not just looking to have extra people around. And some of the purchases here, like lifts for Patrol C, we'd like to do more stuff in Ayton. You have lifts, you can move them now. We could do some oil changes down there for ambulances. We don't have to drive everything up north, so there's some savings to be made back after we put, 60,000 into these lifts. As far as our pressures from inflation, so the MTO fuel price index was up 59% last year, and the asphalt index was up 48%. And those are our big two ticket items. So if you kind of go through item by item, you'll see like interfunctional costs, all these different budget items that have gone up. And that really is things like fuel and inflation and parts and our wages and things that go up. It just kind of permeates itself back through everything we do. Every activity, from shoulder grading, to repairing signs costs a little more when your fuel goes up by 50%. So what have we done to kind of combat this? Well, we're getting more money out of OSIF. We're taking a little more out of the transportation reserve. We're getting 13 million from development charges to do a couple of our big jobs on 18 and 7. Now, I just wanted to point out, those are big jobs, big earthwork jobs. We're widening platforms now using some development charges because the roads were just too narrow. As you keep going up, you're trying to pave the shoulders. They're just getting a little steep. And we did those designs ourselves. I was here at a time, well, I just, designed the Grey Line as a consultant. Now we're doing a big job like that internally. We don't have to pay a consultant to do it. So it's nice to have a real robust engineering team to do that. We deferred 2 structures on Grey Road 9 and one on the town line of Euphrasia St. Vincent, which probably wasn't quite ready anyway. It only services 2 houses, and we'd like to look for a cheaper alternative for that replacement. And then we deferred the Chatsworth garage extension. So it's kind of a nice to have, and we're going to study it a little more. There's a lot of kind of moving parts with our maintenance operations right now. The one thing I just want to mention that Councillor Eccles mentioned, there's some jobs that are shared projects, but on page 294 of the summary, it doesn't necessarily show the contributions of our partners. So for 19 and 21, which we're the project lead on, we show Simcoe's contribution and Blue Mountain's contribution. But on the other 2 jobs for 28 and Grey Road 7 in Meaford, they are the project lead on those 2 projects. So we just show what we're contributing to on those. So it's not that they're not taking part. It's just that we don't show it because they're the project lead. So some of our risks, climate change challenges, more storms, a little more intense, that kind of thing. Upgrading the fleet to eventually electrify. There's nothing available for us right now. Stuff that is available is expensive. All the supply line issues. There was an old deal. We always got a deal on half tons. All the producers have told us those deals are not going to happen for government agencies anymore. Just our funding, we're so reliant on other funding, the Canada Community Building Fund, which is gas tax, OSIF, Bill 23 and the development charges. We get a lot of work that we couldn't do otherwise. We get out of development charges to really upgrade some of those facilities because of development. Our salt tender's up this year with Cargill. So that is something we're going to have to start working on. We've been getting a pretty good deal for a long time, and we'll see what the next few years hold. So I still think we're trying to do the best we can with the money we get. We're tendering early. We're doing a lot of joint projects when we can, trying to spend money wisely. Patrol D, it's in the budget. But the MTO area maintenance contract closes February 10th, and hopefully shortly after that, we'll decide, or we'll find out if the new contractor or the same contractor who gets it is going to use Flesherton. So it's always been that big thing hanging out there. We might get kicked out of Flesherton because we don't own the building. We don't really have a formal lease. So we'll see who gets the new area maintenance contract, and they might not need Flesherton, and we've got some backup plans in place. So that's kind of a big domino that's affecting a lot of other things. That Patrol D building, we haven't been putting money into Dundalk. There's a Kimberley replacement in there, but if we got it kicked out of Flesherton, we might do something different in Kimberley. So this MTO maintenance contract, we're glad that it's being settled and we can see what's going to happen and maybe plan our own work a little bit. And so we're just doing the best with what we can and trying to spend all the money wisely. So I can take any questions you have.
Thank you, Pat. Any questions? Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you very much for your lengthy report. I just talked to a fellow just at Christmas time that bought a brand new truck. And basically he was told it was just a conventional truck. Stay away from electric trucks because they're just not there yet. the technology. I saw one and I went to Roma on Sunday. I saw one of the lightning trucks on the 401, which looked pretty sharp. But that was, he just was advised, just the technology is just not quite there yet. And I'm only quoting what he told me. So you mentioned that we're waiting, it's just, but we understand electrification is coming, but that was advised from his dealer not to go there. So anyway.
Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, one thing I didn't mention is our consultant has been going around to all our facilities and paramedics as well. Just looking at those what we need to put charging stations there. So at least when the time comes, we can figure out what kind of investment that's going to take.
Any other questions? Councillor Eccles.
It's interesting, Pat, you said that, the contributions from other sources, lower tiers and whatnot. And was there any factor in there for inflation? You said that there was a couple of projects have come forward from 20 and 21. Was that a set rate that we've contributed to those, or they have contributed? And is there, because you've said the inflationary rates, have they been put in there? Has there been an adder to that?
Yeah, those projects aren't listed. We have generally those contracts are divided that, item 1 to 15 is yours and item 16 to 25 is ours. So that we basically pay market rate. The one thing we don't have an updated price on is that booster station for Greater 19 and 21. Blue Mountains had committed $1 million. It's probably going to be over 3 million. We will need to go back and have some more discussions with Blue Mountains about how much that contribute is, and the design is just starting, so we probably don't need to argue about it yet.
Councillor Matrosovs.
Thank you. Through you, the warden. I hope in that discussion, we're also going back to Simcoe County as well. Thank you.
Go ahead, Pat.
I could add something to that. Yes, at kind of the behest of this council previously, we did talk to Simcoe about them contributing. They kind of fought us for a while. But really the booster station is only being done because they're roundabout, which they're a partner of, and they seem a little more, again, nothing in writing, of course, but they're a little more open to it now than they were, say, 2 years ago. So
if we just wait a few more years, they'll pay the whole thing. Is that what you're saying? Right? Anyway, keep leaning on them. Any further discussion, questions on transportation? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Pat. So here we are. Maybe Mary Lou, do you want to do the overview of the reserves? And then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and do our list of things that we've got to discuss further. So Mary Lou.
Thank you. It's a very small document. I apologize. So the reserves are found on pages 301 to 304. The actuals, as I mentioned previously, won't be finalized until about March, when all the financial transactions for the year have been completed. So therefore, the 2022 year-end column is a projection based on the best information we had at the time that we were putting together the budget. Then we show the transfers to and from reserve that have been budgeted to come to a 2023 projected year-end balance. So there's a couple different categories. There's non-obligatory, which is discretionary reserves. We have funds that are held in reserve that are government funding that we're required to hold, and depending if it's conditional or unconditional, most often there's an expectation that we return funds if they're unspent. There's departmental reserves, and some of that is for smaller projects. And then we get into the capital reserves, which are more the life cycle replacements, where we're putting aside money in order to have funds for when the asset requires work. And I can make a comment that I remember a time where, this is before we did our first building condition assessment. And there are several around the table that'll remember this. The roof was leaking at Grey Gables, and it wasn't even in what we had as a 5-year capital forecast at the time. And now we do a 10-year forecast. So there's great value in the building condition assessments, and that's what helps drive our capital program and provides staff with, I'd say, a lens that doesn't look at the building every single day and might see something that they would not. Then we have the obligatory funds, which we're required to hold, and we don't have discretion over changing their use, and that's development charges in the Canada Community Building Fund, which is, we still refer to as gas tax. So at December 31st, 2022, we project non-obligatory reserves to total 68.5 million. And that's anticipated to decrease to 42.6 million by the end of 2023. So that's almost a $26 million net withdrawal by the end of this year. There's significant initiatives that are investments in capital, with 30.3 million from the capital reserves for projects such as, there's 12.5 million for capital renewal and transportation. So that includes the 9 million for depots and domes. 8.4 of that is for a new Patrol D, which is 7.7 million from our reserves and 720 from development charges. $1 million in major road and bridge construction. $2.3 million for machinery and equipment. There's a $9.2 million investment toward the redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace. 2.7 million for capital projects in the housing portfolio. 1.6 million for the paramedic services budget for projects such as replacement of ambulances, power stretchers, the CPR machines that Kevin spoke of on January 9th, and vehicle AVL. There's 946,300 from Safe Restart funding, with most of this for air makeup systems, primarily in the housing budget. And also 152,600 of that is in the property budget and 42,800 in paramedic services. And there's $409,500 in the trail budget. Obligatory reserves and the development charges reserve, we have an anticipated balance of $25.6 million at the end of 2022. And that's expected to be reduced to 14.5 million by the end of 2023. Pat just mentioned the use of 13.7 million for construction and resurfacing projects on the new Patrol D. Canada Community Building Fund, we expect to have a balance of 8.1 million in 2022 and down to 7.5 million at the end of 2023. And the 2023 budget has been developed using 3.6 million for construction and resurfacing projects. So when we speak about our investments, I'm just going to go back a bit and say, with inflation, we're also seeing higher interest rates. So that's assisting in our operating budget. We've got an increase of $764,800 in budgeted income. So the budget for investment income is just over $1.5 million. Cash and investment management policy says that net revenue that exceeds 1% of our own purpose levy is placed in the one-time funding reserve to fund non-recurring expenditures. And in 2023, that transfer to reserve has been budgeted at $870,600. So when we're pulling some money out of reserve, that's one of the ways we're getting money in, as well as if there's surplus at the end of the year. We've also made a 1.57% investment in asset management as approved in the asset management plan that was presented to the previous council in June 2022. That's an increase of 0.36%. And that plan was based on the 2021 information, including replacement values. And then obviously there's been substantial change in replacement value costing since that time. Kim mentioned 10-year capital at the beginning of today's meeting, that we would be looking at it in the summer of 2023. We'll be reviewing reserve and reserve fund balances once we do the year-end reconciliations, and to see how those balances in respective reserves align with what's in the policy, and then looking at what our contributions to reserves are and the costing. So that's all part and parcel of a larger exercise. And that's probably as glitzy as finance can get. We have the impact of Bill 23. So we've talked about inflation, the removal of housing and as an eligible service. And all of these things impact the future of development charge revenue. This is something that staff is going to have to monitor and keep council informed of what we're seeing. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mary Lou. Are there any questions regarding reserves? Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden Milne. Thank you. So if I'm reading the schedule correctly, we are projecting to use 3 times more in reserves in 2023 than we have done in 2022. And is that a direct result of our request to find that 1%?
Good question. Mary Lou?
It is a good question. I would say it's a combination of factors. So it's the result of staff combing through budgets, looking for ways to come in at a responsible increase. We did go back and we took more money out of reserves in response to trying to find a $1.45 million reduction, as well as cutting some expenses that just reduced the levy. And there are some large projects that Pat has undertaken, like the $13 million in development charges. That's significant. So while our reserves are currently healthy, it's like your own home. If I wanted to replace my deck, my roof needs replaced, I want a new sofa, and I think I'd like a new refrigerator. I'll liken it to what housing does when in math, it's the order of operations. So with housing, they need to keep the building envelope secure. So if it's the roof, the windows, etc., they're doing that to ensure that you're not going to end up with water damage. Then you look at what is health and safety. So in my house, if it was me, I need to do the roof first. Do I need my deck? Probably. I can do without my deck. Do I need the sofa? I might like the sofa. I'm going to need a refrigerator because I need to eat. So that's where staff has been in developing the budget, that we put away money for a purpose. So making sure that we're taking money out for the purpose it was put away for. And then also looking at when do you need to do the work. So in a case of some of the equipment that Evan mentioned when he discussed information technology, we don't just say, oh, it's supposed to last 10 years, time's up, away you go. So some of it we extend the life where we can. And we might plan to take the money out of reserve this year, but if an asset was functioning perfectly fine, we'll let it go. With transportation, they're planning a few years in advance because they need, whether it's an environmental assessment, you need to get drawings done. And, figure out, it's a balance between the work you want to do, because I'm sure that, there is more work that they wanted to do. But how much can you afford to do? Do you have the resources to do it? And what is right for our taxpayer and our constituents?
And I absolutely understand all of that. Fridges used to last 25, 30 years and mine died at 6. So, it happens. My only concern, and we'll have more discussion, is the unknown with Bill 23, the reduction in development charges that kind of beefs up for those future capital projects. Reducing it almost half is a concern. And I did add a couple of items on the to discuss, because I really hesitate in reducing our staff's training and development, especially in our long-term care facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions before we go off into Counselor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just in reference to the Bill 23 that is changing the rules involved there. So we can't use funds for certain things now that we have in the past. So funds that are already put there can still be used in that manner, but not going forward? Or has it changed the rules regarding money that's already been put into those reserves?
There wasn't anything said that the money that's sitting in reserves can't be used. So for us, it's the housing services. So it hasn't been an eligible service for that terribly long. It's not a huge amount of money. But unfortunately, it's going to hinder Anne Marie in future development. And there's some conversation about what studies would not be eligible. A lot of that information hasn't been fully rolled out yet. So it's something we're certainly going to have to watch. So not only is the reduction of housing an eligible service, but what about decline in development charges as a result of the inflation rates and developers? I'm hearing they don't want to build on spec. So there's going to be a change in that environment. And I think one of the things I'm going to suggest is that as part of our work with planning, we can also be bringing back regular updates. Maybe it's a quarterly thing, maybe it's semi-annually, and we'll just give you an update on where we are with development charge collections.
Okay, Paul. Oh, Councillor McQueen.
I think we have to wait till the regulations come out to have a real good idea what's happening at Bill 23. And then there was mentioned the other day about an audit process. But I think we have to keep in mind, and I'm only saying this objectively, is growth. So we're saying about the development charge is going to be shortfall, but the long term is growth. Now it depends on the growth that you want, but growth pays taxes as well. And I think we have to. I'm only saying objectively. I'm not saying I'm in favor of Bill 23. I'm not looking at you, Sue, particularly, but growth is something that we do look at our budget at a certain time, like the 2% or the 3% growth as well. What's that going to do to our growth, right? But how does that growth affect the service that we provide and all that stuff? So I think there's a lot of stuff that still has to be sifted through on all this stuff, but we're saying about the shortfall here, but there is going to be on the other side. What's that look like? I don't know. We don't know, right? And what that's all about. We hear the other side about the affordable housing and the other part. I'm not saying it's right, but I think it's a shift, possibly. It's a big shift that we're not sure of, and it's the unknown. And we've came across that. We talked about this at our own budget process at Grey Highlands. Back when we had was it 97, 95, where there was a shift, the development charge came in play around that time. And that was a tool for us to generate funds because we got the downloading of funds changed from the province. We used to have block funding, we used to have other revenues. So that was our tool in the toolbox. But now they're taking that tool, they're changing that tool. So we are in a bit of a situation where, at one time, fundamentally, things are changing here. What's that fully look like? I don't know. I think we still have to look at how it sifts out. I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that are coming here, and we just have to keep, you'll keep us informed, correct? Yeah. So there we go. So, but I think there's going to be lots of talk about this for the next year, 2 years of where this all shifts out, right? Shakes out.
As always, there's a lot in play. Anne Marie, did you want to respond or not Anne Marie, Mary Lou, sorry. Anne Marie may want you too, but Mary Lou, sorry.
And Councillor McQueen's correct. Growth will benefit us. It's difficult to know when, from the time somebody pulls a permit, pays their development charges, to when that actually materializes on the roll. So maybe it's not so long for building like one single home if I decide I was going to go out and buy a lot and build a home, but it's entirely different if a developer, how long before. So you know, if anybody's looking for the correlation between here's the permit and within a year and a half, I should see it on the roll. Maybe, maybe not. You know, we've seen a number of like even multi-res developments where they stalled or I can say like Owen Sound, you've seen that where you're like, oh, these units are going to be available. People will be able to move into them and then they're not there yet.
Okay, let's go ahead, Councillor McQueen.
So you raise a really good point, because up until 2020 in Grey Highlands, our only growth was single family homes that don't qualify for the, you know, they would pay the full development charge anyway. It's the development, or it's, you know, the unit, the bigger units. So, you know, like for 20 years of Grey Highlands growth was all single family homes being built. 50, 60 homes a year was our development charge, which went to the county as well. So again, it all comes out what's going to shift out of here, and the qualifiers, you know, 80% of, you know, that number is shifting. And where does it come to the point where the developers go, well, high interest rates, when am I going to get the end? May just not happen. We don't know. There's so many variables that are in that play, because bottom line is, you know, other than you're building your dream home for yourself, which is different than if you're in the business of building homes for, you know, you talk about affordable homes or attainable homes, however you want to look at it. But the builder has to make money. If they don't make money, they're not going to do it. And even with the development charge, it's still a small portion of the big cost of building those homes. So, you know, we don't know what's happening, Mr. Ward, in the next year or two, because we see interest rates went up again this year. There's, as Councillor Greg mentioned, you know, we're seeing a different time here. Who knows? Like there's so many factors that I think we, you know, maybe we need to come back and have an update of how things are. I know from our building stats in Grey Highlands, our building numbers are down in 2022 from 2021 overall permits. And you know, so you know, that's you know, check your own, you know, stats and see what's happened. I've seen, I think, 3 or 4 permits that have been asked for refunds. So there's a lot of things going on here, and I'm not trying to form an opinion. I just think there's a lot of variables, and I heard
I didn't purposely cut you off. I just, but I was thinking about doing it, to be honest, because we need to bring this back a little bit to where we are with reserves. So Councillor Mackay. I was doing so well.
Yeah, you went for about 2 hours. So I do, thank you, Mr. Warden. I do have a question in regards to the reserves. And I guess it's where your comfort level is, Mary Lou, with the level that we've got. You know, like in a family, you're comfortable with savings when they get it above a certain point, and you start to feel shaky if you have to deplete them. Where are we at as far as what the ministry would like to see us, or your comfort level on the level of reserves going forward with the amount of depletion that is anticipated in this budget?
The ministry isn't going to come out and tell us how much money we have to have in reserve. What they do look at is our annual repayment limit. And because we have very little debt, our annual repayment limit capacity still is healthy. That being said, when we get to the redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace, that's going to be an entirely different story, and we'll have some more information in the special meeting on February 2nd. At this point, I'm not concerned about reserves, but I will say we really need to take a deep, hard look at our 10-year capital forecast that we're going to prepare this summer and say, you know, take a look, and are your prices good? How much money, you know, how many projects can you afford to do? And do some prioritizing. And then it all depends on how much money you need for the future and how much money we come to you and say we need to transfer to reserve. So you can see, like, we're drawing down money and some of it's put in there for a purpose, no different than Rockwood Terrace, taking out over $9 million. We've been putting away, $1.36 million a year ever since Lee Manor was paid off, knowing we were going to do something with that money. Where I become more concerned is when you start taking money out of reserve for things that it wasn't put there for. Because you had a plan, unless you eliminate an asset and you don't need the money that you were putting it away for anymore. So part of that will be what Kim was speaking of with the strategic plan and talking about, the 4 functions and what it is we're doing and what you see our vision for. And then staff talking about what we need for whether it's equipment or building maintenance, et cetera. And that drives what's going into the reserve.
Good. Counselor Nielsen, sorry, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Warden. Not a problem. We're having some great conversations. Mary Lou, the topic you just shifted to kind of gets to where my question was going to lead. I just wanted to ask how the county views debt and the debt repayment versus how a lower tier might. Being new to the county council table, I'm noticing the debt repayment and our amount of debt that we're carrying is actually very positive space. We're not having a lot of debt at the moment, but you did mention the change to that with potential for Rockwood Terrace. And I also want to just kind of mention to what Mary Lou was just saying, which is the concern I had when we had county council members suggesting the significantly lower amount for the starting point for this budget was because typically even conservative members of council or county council would say you want to keep your budget to inflation. And then the request this year has been to start the budget process at half of inflation. So Mary Lou, just main question to you is, can you just give us a brief overview of how the county council uses debt differently or may use debt differently than how our lower tier municipalities might?
I'm going to start with a 1% tax levy increase to Grey County in 2023 is $669,400. To some of you, it's quite a lot less. So if your 1% tax increase is $60,000, your ability to undertake a larger project without upper level of government funding, and you perhaps don't have the sufficient reserves, you're going to have to go out and borrow. The county has a debt management policy that council passed several years ago, and it referred to that we would only use up to 10% of our annual repayment limit. You can go higher. The ministry, isn't going to disallow that, but you probably shouldn't be anywhere above 20, 15. Otherwise, again, I'll go back to my house explanation. I don't have enough money in the bank and my roof requires replacement. And they want to do the eaves trough and I've got some water damage and I need 10 grand. I don't have the money in the bank. I'm going to have to borrow. So you like to leave yourself some spread on that annual repayment limit, because if something happens, it's outside the realm of your plan, you need to be able to borrow if you have to.
The other thing is, that look at what's the asset that you're borrowing against and what's the anticipated life expectancy of that asset, right? To borrow money against something that is anticipated to have a very long life seems like a very reasonable thing when you think about the perspective of the taxpayers who will get the enjoyment of whatever that asset is. It doesn't seem necessarily fair that something that has a very long life, unless you were awash in cash, you wouldn't necessarily try to upfront the entire cost of that at the expense of other things that you need to do just because you wanted to avoid debt. So I think just like at home, there's good debt and there's debt that probably should be avoided. And, we don't borrow for operating and neither do you. But those are some of the considerations as well, is what is the purpose of incurring that debt and how long will that asset be with us?
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at, well, we'll say 3:10. We'll try for 3:10. And then we'll sort through the list that we've accumulated. Okay, let's bring it back to order. I have the thumbs up from Rob that we can proceed. To be honest, at this point, I'm not looking for something to eat. I think I was thinking of maybe a jug of something, but anyway, yeah, oh yeah, you probably can, exactly. Anyway, moving right along, what Sarah has kindly done is she has tabulated all of the requests for further deliberation or clarification or more information. Have we captured them all? Is the first question I'll pose. Not seeing any. However, we can add more if we need to at the very end. Councillor Eccles, did you have something or were you scratching your back?
No, sir, I did have one. And it was kind of minor. Come through on property. It was something about we're in a program with the conservation authorities on tree planting. Yeah, this climate change thing. So do you want me to add it or just? No. We'll add that on. We'll add that on. If we have time, we'll come back to it. Yeah. So, Councillor Nielsen, I see your hand up. Is that, you have a question, a point?
Yes, please, Warden Milne. Can staff just send that list out as an email just for reference? I wasn't able to capture all of them myself, if that's possible.
Anything is possible. Whether it's doable, time will tell. But Sarah will make best efforts. Okay, so Councillor Mackey.
Sorry, Mr. Warden, I'm not. I'm not sure I saw our discussion around transportation on that list.
Councillor Mackey, did you have we didn't get a specific direction one way or another. Are you asking that we add to the list then which? The removal of the service or?
I don't believe. I would like to have some preliminary discussions. I don't believe we'll have enough information for council to be able to make any decisions. But there could be some potential impact on budgets going forward, depending on the conversation that we have. But no, for today's purposes, I don't believe that. But we should at least have some discussion. You know, it's $447,000 that there is some question about how it's being utilized. So we should, I think, at least have a little bit further discussion, Mr. Warden.
Okay. So we'll start with the first. I haven't got the list right in front of me here, but is there cost of living for council salaries? Councillor Mackey, you wanted some more information on that, or how would you like to proceed? Go ahead. I guess maybe what I should say too is procedurally, if we can come to a consensus, we'll add to the list of things to change with a omnibus amendment at the end. If we can't come to a consensus on a particular item, I'll ask for a specific amendment for that topic, and we'll deal with that topic with that manner. So with that said, proceed, Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. A lot of information we received today. You know, we've heard where our staff increases are maybe going to be all the way from senior managers all the way down to our frontline staff, frontline being, you know, 2 or 3%. recommended for council to be at 2%. We're looking at bringing in a budget somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.5%. So I'll just quickly throw it out there that the cost of living levy adjustment for council be at the 1.49% as what was outlined in this report.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that particular point? Councillor DeBreen.
I'm not opposed to that. I did raise further down the mention that directors and above are not getting a COLA increase at all. So by perhaps by reducing that COLA to 1.49 for council, that we can recognize the hard work that senior managers are doing.
So with that, and you weren't, of course, at the table at that time, but last summer we did bring a report forward to council. And it was kind of laying the groundwork for this future overall compensation review. And at that time, there was recognition that the senior team was working well in excess of their 35 hours a week, and senior management does not receive any overtime pay. So at that time, there was a change made to put us at 40 hours, and the senior team would be, I think, fine with leaving us where we are and letting the compensation review work its way through the system. And then we can see for sure if there's anything else that needs to be done. For right now, we're just really grateful to be compensated for some more of the hours that we're working. So thank you for that, though.
Councillor Kentner was first and then Matrosovs.
Thank you, Warden Milne. This 5.9% increase will impact every one of the 9 lower tiers. We're all striving to, avoid increases of this magnitude. We just can't be part of the problem, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, the warden, may I just ask then to the CAO with that clarification about what happened in the previous term, does that then address the issue of compression? The fact that the senior management, that you've devised this idea with the extra 5 hours, that we're making a sustainable choice when we go up and down with our COLA, including it and not including it. So if we're looking at the COLA for everyone but the senior management.
Through you, Mr. Warden, and looking for Jen for confirmation, I believe, yes, we'll still be okay. We're not going to run into a compression issue at this time. So of course, like anything else, if you continued that for a long time, you would get into problems, but we're not there at this time. Thank you.
Did I see another arm down here? Councillor Body.
Thank you. Just for clarification, if I could ask Councillor Mac one, if where the 1.49 came from, if it's yeah, that's it.
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks. Through you to Councillor Body. I believe that was the amount that our new proposed budget document handed to us, the 1.49, without any of the changes that we made today.
Okay, what I'm hearing is consensus that everybody's agreeable or not objecting to the 1.49. Anyone want to take another swing at it, or are we good on that particular item? Okay, move on to the next one, which, sorry, Councillor Matrosovs, my apology.
Thank you. Through you, the warden, just to be clear, we're talking about just the council 1.49. We're going to keep the 2% for the rest of staff.
Yeah, we're not referencing staff or any other positions, only the council members.
Okay, everybody's clear on that. It's just council salaries we're talking about. Okay, next item is. Wait, Councillor DeBreen. Go ahead.
Just a question to that. Was the remuneration set to start January 1, and how does that due to effect now that we're changing that? Did the 5.9 already get implemented? Good, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item is Green and Gray, the grant program, further discussion. I forget who was the Scott Gray.
Oh, there we go. I might have touched the wrong button. What's the others button? Oh, there. What's 1 and 2? Okay, okay, anyway. So I'm not saying that I would be opposed to this initiative on an annual basis or going forward. I think what I'm feeling today is I don't know enough information about what it entails, and I certainly have hesitations about adding another staff position in many departments within the budget. In fact, I would be more of a proponent at examining in the future what our corporation would look like with one less FTE here, one less over here. So I feel like this is coincides with a second staff position, even though it's 1 year, 2 year contract. As explained, for myself, I would benefit from having further discussion through 2023 as to whether I think I could support this in a future year. But at this time, I think this is something that certainly warrants conversation. I'd like to hear what others say, but I would be comfortable removing that initiative in 2023.
So I'm going to ask Linda to maybe expand a little bit on that and help us understand what that's all about.
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, when Going Green and Gray was adopted, it identified a number of priority actions. So out of a total of 21 actions, there were 9 that were identified as priority. The way those were identified as priority, there were a number of criteria, 2 of them being where was the greatest opportunity for greenhouse gas emissions reduction, and where was the greatest opportunity to deliver other benefits in our community. One of those priority actions was a residential retrofit program. It delivers both high greenhouse gas emission reduction potential and also medium energy cost savings, which is one of the higher energy cost savings within the plan. So a residential energy retrofit program in terms of Going Green and Gray is absolutely conceived as working in parallel with the offerings from other orders of government. There is no desire to duplicate, but rather to amplify what is already being offered and to fill any gaps. So specifically what this program does, or what that reserve funded capital investment offers, is almost initial startup costs to get Going Green and Gray off the ground. So promotional materials, again, promoting other financing as well to build awareness, working with local contractors to leverage their expertise and relationships, and really to build resident awareness of that opportunity. The second part of that program is around undertaking that further analysis of what residential energy consumption looks like across our county to see if there's any gaps in those federal programs and where we can best leverage investments.
Thank you, Linda. Any further discussion or questions? Councillor Eccles.
So we're hiring somebody on a consulting basis to advertise for a provincial or federal program. Is that my scrunching it down a little bit too far?
Through the chair, there is a promotional component to the program, but I think the bigger piece is trying to look at what does residential energy consumption look like in Gray? What does energy poverty look like in Gray? We have a disproportionate number of residents who are spending significant portions of their income on energy, and really trying to respond to that in a way that makes sense in our local context.
we have in gray, as I think most of us would agree, a significant number of century-old residences, probably with original windows in them, wood frames with single pane of glass, and they're trying to heat 2,000 or 2,500 square feet with an old wood stove. And I think this program would provide some impetus or some help for those residents who may not necessarily be adept at negotiating a federal program, as Councillor Greg has indicated he is. And I think this program would help a lot of our, or at least some of our residents, make that leap to reduce the consumption of energy and the resulting greenhouse gases in those particular residences. So I think that may be a big part of where this program would be very helpful locally. I had Councillor Body first and then Councillor McQueen.
Thanks, Warden Mellon. I'm going to part from my co-pilot here. I think what we're going to accomplish as a municipality is probably really small, being just the corporation of the municipality. It's going to be big, but the bigger gain that we can get on climate change is going to be the population around us, our communities. And I think if we can take advantage of this to promote that program that maybe nobody knows about, even before they get to the ability to fill out the form or not, we can promote it, get it out into that community. That's one of the things we're being criticized most about, is that we're worried about our own corporate footprint and not necessarily the communities, and not doing enough to promote it to the communities. I hear from time to time. I'm coming a full circle that I think this is an opportunity to try and get that program out into the community, get our community to take advantage of it, and move forward. And I think we'll have a bigger impact than leaving it for the individual to try and discover on their own. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I would concur to your comments about some old farmhouses and probably on oil heat. The price of oil's gone up. One advantage, you don't need an air exchanger because there's enough air flows through them. But I guess my question to Councillor Grigg is, I don't know enough about the program too, but what is the bottom line is, to do improvements, there's grants, but you probably have to put up your own money as well, or there's loans. Do you have any idea what that percentage is? Like, so if it's 15,000 to replace the windows, what kind of subsidies are out there to help replace those windows? And so, I mean, is it feasible, because you still gotta, what is the percentage from the homeowner have to pay? And I just asked that for a general question.
So this is where grants like this or programs like this are interesting. So it might be $75 a window and $125 a door and $1,000 for improved insulation or spray foaming your house. At the end of the day, I think people will make improvements to their house if they can afford the improvements. That's the number one driving factor as to why you do renovations to your house, is whether it's old or floods or in need of it. But affordability is number one for most people. The amount of monies I may get back, whether I engage Enbridge or the Canada Green Homes program, when you go to your door reseller, door seller, windows, whatever, and they inquire as to whether you're in the grant program, that leaves you with a feeling that probably the cost of the window is $75 more and the cost of the door is $125 more. That's the unique thing about government grants and subsidy programs. Salespeople are pretty sharp and wise and into that kind of thing. So.
But to bring it back, okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Warden Millen. Are these the programs that you pay for the audit? So would any funds from the county be going towards that audit?
Through the chair, at this time, there's been no intent for the county to be directly subsidizing residents and participating in these programs. However, the analysis work that we're looking to do, which I should mention, we're getting to do at a discount because we're partnering through the Clean Air Council to achieve that analysis and research. One of the outcomes of that research would be recommendations on a program design for Grey County. So would it make sense in Grey County's context for County Council to be looking to provide some kind of upfront loan or incentive for the energy audit or other parts of the process?
Okay, Councillor DeBreen.
Thank you, Warden Milne. We're getting into the weeds of what the program, the federal and provincial government are offering or not offering, and the ability of contractors to upcharge. My understanding from this is that from the Clean Energy Act, there were identified programs. We want to do the audit of our community, and we need to do the analysis of that. The benefit of having this FTE is to assist residents who choose to pursue possibly or want to learn more about the program that they might navigate if they can afford the renovation to begin with. This has nothing to do with providing funds to a resident to retrofit their home. Thank you.
So the short answer is yes. Randy.
And I know we're talking specifically about that one particular program, and it's tied to a portion of that proposed FTE. There's other things that FTE are going to be working on outside of that particular program. So, and a lot of these climate change projects initiatives that have been identified in the capital plan are intertwined, right? So those two FTEs that we're proposing, there's portions of those projects that the one FTE will be working on and the other FTE will be working on. So to eliminate one particular project from the overall climate change initiatives could impact both, right? So I think what I'm hearing is that and partly is that we wanted to obviously get this budget approved so that we can bring forward some more information to council in terms of here's based on this, here's the proposed work plan, here's some of the details now about what we're able to be achieved based on this. We obviously have that drafted, but I think there's an opportunity to provide some more information to council in terms of what these programs are and initiatives are all about. As Linda indicated, there's some that are currently underway. There's some that are tied to partnerships. There's some that we've connected with local municipalities and are going to be partnering with them on. So, or conservation authorities, as I think will be later on the list of Councilor Echo's questions. So there's a lot of things that are intertwined here. So when you just pull one string, it may unravel a bunch of other things. And I just wanted to raise that as a potential caution. And I think, we're happy to bring back further information to council. All the climate change projects are being funded from reserve. So I think at this stage, we just ask to keep those intact. If we don't proceed with some of those projects after some of those further discussions down the road, then those funds just remain in reserve and we might be able to use those and reallocate those for our future projects and programs. So for now, I would recommend that we keep the climate change projects intact.
Councillor Matrosovs.
Thank you, Warden. I would like to add to the consideration of this dialogue, as well as when we get down to the Sydenham campus request for an FTE as well. At the moment, through the warden to staff, what happens when somebody's calling up and asking for this kind of information, and I'd like or anything that could be done by this new position, because my concern is that somebody, you're not just hanging up the phone on them. Somebody in your staff is spending time giving that person that, helping them navigate, giving them the right direction. And when I hear, when I heard further down in our conversation about the campus in the same context, the campus manager, that we're doing this off the side of our desk. Whenever I hear that, it concerns me, because there's something else that your job description is supposed to be getting the attention for, and now you're having to dilute your attention to help with something that we're that could be better served in a more efficient manner by adding an extra person. So that's the way I look at this particular item, and it's going to be the same way I'm going to look at the other item when it comes down the list.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think my concern here is when we're dealing with the climate change, we approved a climate change action plan, and we're now looking at taking away from that plan that we approved last year. And the Greener Homes in Gray part was part of that whole plan. So are we looking at taking a plan apart without having a report when we've already had the report and we approved it back then? I think I'd like to see us move ahead. I think it's important. And I think there's benefit to the lower tiers from the upper tier continuing with our plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlton. So I guess what I'm thinking here is, Councillor Gregg, this was your idea to have this debate. The consensus I'm hearing is that we'd leave it in for now. What are your feeling? You can ask for a specific amendment if you wish, or you can, if you're getting a different consensus than I am.
No, I'll respect your direction, Warden, so leave it in.
All right, thank you. But to be clear, it's council's direction, not mine. I'm just trying to get it in the right spot. All right, thank you. So next item is the agenda management software. Councillor Eccles.
Yeah, I brought this one up earlier, and I believe it was around the fact that we've had an agenda software program, and goes to the fact, how many times do we have to keep changing, and what is the life cycle of these programs? I know yourself, Mr. Warden, if you could have found somebody to manage it, you probably would still have your BlackBerry, but you know, have we got everything we can out of this program, or are we changing just because it is here?
Well, as expected with technology, it's not a cut and dry answer, so try to explain the best I can. So we're on the Alfresco system, which is our current document management system, which our agenda management platform ties into. The agenda management platform is a separate application, but it utilizes Alfresco. We're also paying for and using the SharePoint system, which is Microsoft's cloud-based system. There is an on-prem version. We're not using that. We're already using SharePoint. We're using Alfresco currently. There's a number of issues that we have with it. It is older. We can't continue to use it for a number of reasons. One, we don't have the staff anymore to actually maintain it. And we're paying a lot of money to keep it going when we're already paying for SharePoint. It's also going to be the platform that we're going to use for a lot of the systems moving forward. Consider it kind of like the foundation for the new house we're building in IT. A lot of our initiatives are going to rely on SharePoint, and we've already begun the process of transferring over. So because of that, we need to have a new platform for agenda management.
Anything further, Councillor Eccles? On purpose. We don't have the staff anymore to support Alfresco. Like, some of us old people have retired, and there's the young people don't know how to operate any of that old systems.
Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way, but yeah. It is a unique system. It is a unique platform. It was brought in based on the staff and the knowledge and the expertise we had at the time, 2016. Yes, it's only 7 years ago, but technology advances. You know, by the end of the day, it's going to be something new out there. But the staff that we had have moved on to other opportunities, either through retirement or other jobs, and the technology that is being done, it's hard to find those. It's a specialized system.
And through you, Mr. Warden, just to add to what I said before, when we made the decision to go to Alfresco, SharePoint was not included in our enterprise license. It was a very different product than it is today. Microsoft changed their licensing model to include SharePoint, so we have it whether we wanted it or not. Since SharePoint is the future of the Microsoft platform, and that's the operating system that we're using here across the board, it does not seem to be a sound business decision to continue to pay $100,000 a year to license Alfresco when we have another product that is going to be, because Microsoft, just by virtue of its power in the marketplace, will be the de facto standard. So we are alleviating after this year, we have license for Alfresco in 2023 while we do the transition to SharePoint. And then we won't pay that license fee anymore. We will pay one time the cost to bring a new agenda management software in that will work from the SharePoint platform. And then after that, the cost that we have is this cost that we've always had, which is our Microsoft license.
Councillor DeBreen.
So through you to Kim, ultimately there'll be $100,000 savings a year in initially a $40,000 outlay. And we will have better service and potentially the ability for electronic voting. And I think that was mentioned. And there was a few other aspects of the electronic management system, agenda management system that we currently don't benefit from.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I would say, yes, that's correct. Now I'm speaking from the clerk's perspective. There really are only a couple of really strong contenders in the agenda management market. And some of you have one of them and some of you have the other. And so when we transition over, we'll be going to one of those. So it's going to feel more like home to all of you as well. And maybe that makes life a little bit easier for everyone too. You're not having to work in a system that's foreign to you. So.
Thank you, Warden Milne. With the son who's in IT management, I actually think 7 years is a very long time in IT. I think we're lucky that we got this far since 2016. I also concur that to be adding the electronic voting in our town of the Blue Mountains, we were already about to do that pre-COVID, and thank goodness, because then COVID really accelerated the whole virtual meeting part. But to be able to do the electronic voting has saved us so much more efficiency in the clerk's office, because they're not having to record nearly as much as they used to have to, because it's all there and council members can go back to it and actually see. They can go right in through the system and find that motion that they wanted to get the wording on, instead of having to go through agendas. So and minutes. So I think we'll see that return. I think I liked the way that my colleague next to me here had phrased it, that it's the 40,000 now, but the return year after year is going to be excellent. And the efficiency, which will then, allow for us to enjoy more staff time in the clerk's department to focus on other things. I think it's actually a win-win. I think it's an excellent investment. Thank you.
Clerk would like to chime in on this one, please.
Thank you for that. I just would like to add that because the portal and Alfresco are tied together, if we didn't proceed with agenda management software, the alternative is to go back to emailing PDF packages out to council. So you really lose a lot of the functionality that we have now, and you would realize none of the benefits of moving forward with an agenda management system. So just for further context.
So to move things along here, what I'm hearing is a consensus to proceed, unless Councillor Eccles, you want to belabor this?
Not to anyone.
With the explanation that is given, it has my support. It's got $100,000 return on it for the next 4 years. Councillor Matros, is what you would say before we have to look at this again, to support the Bill Gates Foundation.
Excellent. Thank you, sir, for the explanations. The next is the tower issue, and Councillor Eccles was on that one as well.
Come on back to me. Come on back. Just because we've always had it, do we continue to have it? IT is changing dramatically, just as we've heard with this program. The towers, yeah, I know we've got a lot of gear on from other contractors, and there is some money being made in it. It's a revenue, I would imagine, revenue neutral, if nothing else, going forward. It's not really as much a question for this year, but how much longer are we going to need these towers with the way systems are going? And it's just a one-time thing. I'll let it be, but yeah, I would hate to see it come back and we invest X number of dollars and in 2 years' time, towers are no longer needed, because I have seen that in a couple of other places as well too, with ATEL and Eastlink starting to move away from that system.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, definitely. I don't see us getting away from them anytime soon, especially with the other systems that utilize the towers. We do have internet providers utilizing it, but those towers, their primary purpose is for communications, mainly for fire communications, as well as radio communications for transportations. That's their single main, well, not their main purpose, but we have the space and we have the opportunity to rent it. And that kind of brings back revenue to at least make it neutral, or the potential to earn money depending on how much space we have rented out. So the money that's being put aside there is to have for maintenance in case something happens with it, because these towers do have a lifespan. I couldn't tell you what they are, but in the event that we do have to replace them or we do have a major issue with them, we have the money available to spend.
Okay, good. Next item, oh, sorry, Councillor Mackey.
Thanks. And just for the members of council that are new in this term, last term of council, we approved a significant amount of money for fire operations services and communications that utilize these towers. So it is essential for the fire services to make sure that they've got, you know, good communication when they're on scene. So.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next item was the Children's Safety Village, and Councillor Gray.
Thank you. I've been back and forth on this one. So as per the report provided, the wording is Committee of the Whole meeting, a $16,000 contribution to the Saugeen Valley Children's Safety Village has been added to the 2023 budget. It was noted to me that that was only for 1 year, in which case I went, no, it's not worth discussing. That's okay. But then I've also had it noted to me, this is an ongoing commitment. So I guess I would like further clarification on it. If it's 1 year, I'm fine with that. If this is multi-year funding, I certainly have trepidation about wandering into another realm. I understand we have a grants component to our budget, but here is not unlike our municipal tables, where last night we had an outstanding deputation on a wonderful product, but I couldn't support $20,000 of taxpayer money being utilized to fund this venture. So this is something that's somewhat educational, and the County of Gray, we try to let the province operate the education portfolio. We have our own needs, and I'm just wondering, what is the overall commitment here? Is it 1 year? Is this a couple years, or is this something where we are in for $100,000 over 7 years?
Who would like to have a go? Kim?
My belief is that what council supported was an annual contribution to support the work of the Children's Safety Village, to be brought back and considered in each budget cycle. So it's a standing item, not dissimilar from other things that the county has supported year over year, that provide a kind of a broader public good. So it would come, the resolution would cause this request to appear in the budget each year, and council will be able to make a decision about whether or not they feel they have adequate resources to support it going in that particular budget cycle.
So is it clear how it functions? With the exception of whether we're going to support it or not, do you understand now the commitment that has been suggested?
I do. I guess the next obvious further question is this in competition with other outstanding community groups that could come forward and ask for equal support? Because there is no shortage of wonderful community groups out there that could bring a very similar request and have an ask for it deliberation at every budget process annually.
Good question.
Through you,
Kim?
Mr. Warden, the things that come to county for support like this are things that have a broad impact or utilization across the whole county. So it's, the county has not very often supported something that was very specific to just one place or one small subsection. This, the Children's Safety Village and the information that was brought forward in that delegation, and I do encourage you to have a look at the video when you get a chance, really talked about the work that they do and the children that they're educating across the entire region. It's a very unique, I think, asset that we have there. So.
Councillor Mattress.
Thank you, Warden. I am familiar with this program because I used to sit on the Farm Safety Association with Councillor McQueen and certainly do see the value of it. I also note that Bruce County is a silver contributor. I don't actually see Grey County listed on their website as to what level it is. So one question I will have is the 16,000 translates to what and why aren't we on that list? But focusing on that, the fact that Bruce County is also contributing, we're fortunate that there is this, although it might, it's in an excellent central location. I even checked the mileage from our Beaver Valley Community School in Thornbury, and it's just barely over an hour. So we couldn't have asked for a better location to serve the school populations of both Bruce County and Grey County together. And I think that's very valuable. I would not want to have to reinvent the exact same wheel somewhere else just because we're no longer contributing in the same way. I do advocate for that. I am a former educator and I know how the days of being able to just go on a million field trips are long gone. You know, the teachers are scrambling to be able to get the school funding just to get the transportation there. So to be able to have such a high level experience, such an experiential experience for the children, instead of just reading a brochure on how to be safe, they get to actually go through that process. And I have to highly advocate for that based on my professional background. I think this is really reasonable for us to continue to support it in the same way that our neighboring county is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McQueen and then Councillor Eccles and then Councillor Mackey.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I won't say too much more than what Councillor Metrosoff has said, other than I think it has long life effects on the kids that take this and are involved with the opportunity to go there. There's been a huge capital of volunteerism for years developing this safety village from, I think, pretty well all routes of Grey County, like from fire and police and from just, I mean, they're so lucky what they did for like from the volunteerism that they did it. And I think this is more from an operation, but certainly from a county council, it's all accountability. And I would suggest that the individual that came and spoke does come and speak to this council and yourself, and there's new ones here, I think, and a refresher for the rest of us. I think it just shows what the wonderful things and great things they're doing there. And it's just like for fire, they learn how to stop, what's it called? Who's a fire person? Stop, roll, and all that stuff. You drive little cars, you learn safety that way. And there's all these little businesses that are they're minor or small businesses that in this village. And it's I'm gonna stop there because, I think it's well worth the money that we're spending, but certainly we need the kind of person to come here and explain it to this county council.
Yeah, if I had to suggest anything, I would suggest 10 minutes with Al Leach would probably win you over pretty quickly, but we'll do our best here shortly. Councillor Eccles.
Strange you would say that name. I was at a meeting last night with Al Leach and he suggested that this would be on the budget agenda of Grey County today. Tremendous supporter of this program, and to my fellow colleague to my right, you are correct. It is in West Grey. It's in the center of the universe. So of course it's easy to get to. And it is a gem. We also support the Forest Festival, I believe still, Allen Park. We've done that for a number of years. And the Water Festival. Education is something that mission creep, and I've probably talked about it here a couple of times already today about us getting into mission creep, but this is a place where I believe that Grey County should be into. I'm very supportive of the Children's Safety Village, and this small bit of support that Grey County puts into it, you'll have to do an awful lot more talking to convince me that we get out of it. We've got to stay into it. And to Councillor McQueen's point, there's a lot of safety there, but this one is unique because of our rural Grey and Bruce, and then the farming community. There's a lot of that for that farm safety aspect or rural safety aspect from what is in Grey Bruce for the number of students that are going to be there. And I believe they focus grade 4, 5, 6 is the main focus, and they run strictly on volunteers to do the training and whatnot, but it is done extremely well. So yes, anybody that hasn't been to it, it's open pretty much every day. It's at the former Saugeen Conservation Authority headquarters there. And it is in the center of the universe. So thank you.
Councillor Mack.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Most of my points have already been mentioned, but I strongly support the Children's Safety Village. Probably, in my estimation, some of the best money that we spend as a county in teaching our young kids some safety, and we can prevent one child from not burning in a house or being hurt in a farm safety accident. That 20,000 was well spent. So I would encourage us to invite Mr. Leach back. His presentation really is inspiring, and anyone that has any doubt will be relieved of that doubt after hearing him speak. Thanks.
Councillor Gregg, do you want to press on, or? I don't want to belabor this, but I want to give you the opportunity.
Let's progress on. Yep, that's good.
Councillor DeBreen, you had your hand up.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, very familiar with it as well. You mentioned if we have an opportunity to have a look at the video, could that be made easily available so we don't have to go looking for when that transpired? And the other part of my question is, if we are bringing this forward annually for consideration, and there's always a risk that it could get cut by some future council or some future circumstances, it doesn't give the Safety Village assurance or some level of confidence that they can count on that $16,000. I'm just wondering if there was any, if we should be looking at a 2, 3, 4 year, for a term of council, it comes back, or at least give them a little bit more outlook. What was the reason by it coming annually for consideration?
Through you, Mr. Warden, unless we wanted to give them a lump sum, right, for enough as funding for a number of years, we would be getting into a similar situation as we do with Georgian College, correct, Mary Lou? That there would be an agreement in place. So that's certainly something that we could consider. When Mr. Leach was here, though, I think he was just really happy to have the support. And I think the idea of having him come back a time or two through the term of council, just to update everyone on the work that they're doing and how things are progressing, is probably the assurance that council's looking for. As far as the video goes, I believe, Rob, did you send the minutes, the resolution and the link to the video from that last presentation are in your email now?
And I have to add that this year they had a Halloween Day open house trick or treat to all of the individual businesses, and it was extremely well received. So it teaches them about, crossing the street properly. So very supportive of this program.
Good. So we'll move on. The next was the CP Rail Trail parking lot surfacing. Councillor Gregg.
Thanks, Warden Milne. And when we're actually finished hearing your comments there, Councillor Dobreen, I would be willing to move a motion that we do commit to a 4-year term on funding it. So they've got that that going forward. So actually, I was surprised a couple of years ago when the county laid out, I think, a 5 or a 10-year capital plan. This one jumped off the page at me at that time. I just thought, well, when you are having a difficult time funding and replacing the existing assets that are before you, I was certainly uncertain that this is a requirement. There are other suitable alternatives that I think can be explored adjacent to this site, which is just east of Rockford, where the CP Rail Trail crosses there. There's a large auction house with a very large parking lot. Union Gas just did a significant upgrade a couple of years ago. And from an ecological standpoint, it's always detrimental, even if it's gravel and not unpermeable asphalt or other substitutes. It's still a loss for the environment. So I think if we want to promote good stewardship, I think we can investigate some alternatives to creating an extra parking site at this location. I understand there's capital work being done on Gray Road 18. It's a huge job. But there must be some alternatives than to pave over, gravel over more Paradise.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Gregg. Those are well taken. And as staff, we do, the first option, that's always to look for alternatives and to see if there's any other options there in that regard. And is a parking facility actually needed? Since your question here this morning, I've had a chance to chat further with transportation staff and our own Trails and Forestry Coordinator and gotten a little more information. I might just share a bit of that with you now. So when the county did our recreational trails master plan, which was finally approved in 2019, one of the things we heard sort of over and over was the need for more parking. And we heard that from a variety of groups, from hikers to people with horse trailers to ATVers and snowmobilers. The level of the recreational trails master plan didn't get into saying specifically we need it here and not there and otherwise, but it said for our forest and CP rail trail properties, we needed to investigate more. So one of the first steps we did as staff was to chat further with our member municipalities and also our transportation department to see where there might be some of these capital projects. And then, as you said, the one thing that came up in the interim was Enbridge did a project there, and they were actually using these exact lands as a staging area. So we initially asked Enbridge, hey, would you consider just kind of leaving it almost as a staging area, putting some granular material down, and that could be our parking lot. In the end, that didn't work out with that specific agreement, but because we knew we had this project coming up with Transportation Services, we did investigate it further, and it is being funded approximately 1/3 from, or close to 1/3 from development charges, 15,800, and the other 47,000 from reserves. And we have heard from both the Sydenham Bruce Trail Organization and the ATV Club that they'd love some parking there because people are already parking on that piece of land. So they'd like to see a little bit more there. That said, staff are certainly happy to follow council's direction. And if the direction is that we investigate other opportunities with the auction house, we're more than happy to do that. The only other thing I'd flag for council's awareness is this was rolled up as part of the tender package with Gray Road 18. In chatting with our director of transportation services, whose team helped us design this potential parking lot. He said if needed, we could remove that from the tender as a change order because it's not a major part of the tender. But we just thought in order to get a better price, this is the best way to do it. But obviously we'll take direction from council and happy to supply any further information if there's other questions.
Councillor McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you for that, Scott. And we do know when we came through COVID, all the hidden secrets opened up and parking was a big issue. It's sort of calmed down, but a lot of those places have been found. I think it's interesting, Councillor Greg, you mentioned about the difference between when you go south and north of that section. It's a different use, right? So I think that's one thing. The other thing is when you build a parking lot, probably people are going to use it year round. So it's about plowing that parking lot as well. And I don't know if that's in the works, but something I've always thought as a solution is a wide shoulder for parking. And the reason I say that, it's easy to plow, it's easy to get off the road, but it's not as big of infrastructure. And I don't know if that's a separate option or not, whatever, but I do think there is a need for parking because, you know, if you get people parking on the road and we hear all about that, that becomes a safety issue as well. And you get people parking, you can just have an auction sale and people park on both sides, you know, how that it becomes a safety issue. And I think I would like to hear from the director a little bit on the safety part of where people are parking today, because safety is important too, because you get cars, you get kids, you get other things happening. We don't want to go there. So I just think on the safety part, if the director was a comment there.
Pat, you want to add something there?
Sure, yeah. Basically, I agree with Councilor McQueen. It is a safety issue for us. All these little kind of hidden gems that people find where they all park along the side of the road. It's an issue for us because there will be someone parked there in the winter, snowshoeing or whatever they're doing. And that becomes an issue for clearing our snow. So we're trying to do that with every capital job now. We did it on 17B, you know, the back way into the falls. We used grindings on that parking lot just to make it, you know, it fits 2 more cars now, basically. So we're very interested in making the parking facilities better and getting people off the road.
Thanks, Pat. Councillor Pringle.
A new guy.
Yeah, thanks for that, Warden. Yeah, so I may not look like it, but I'm a guy that uses that trail quite a bit for walking. And I've said more than once to my wife, Jesus, no place to park. I've been by there many times. There's been 6 cars parked on the road. The Sydenham Sports or the Sydenham Auction House is now gated. So it's only open during hours of the business, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5. And Porter's Concrete is also now gated. So there is no place to park but on the road. Yeah, and I think it's an awesome idea. I would love to see us have some parking spots there, whether it be a wider shoulder that we can get off the road because it is a nice trail to walk on.
Councillor Mackey, did I see your hand or was it somebody else? No. I won't say that's apparent, but okay, fair enough, fair enough. Councillor Greg, do you have any further? Oh, Councillor Eccles.
So when we put in this parking lot, because we're so environmentally concerned and because we're heavy into climate change, do we have a position for an electric charging station there as well too, to charge the electric cars that are going to be parking there?
It's not something that we've investigated at this stage, Councillor Greg. If it was council's direction, we could investigate that further, but sorry, Councillor Eccles, my apologies. It's getting long in the day, sorry. It's not something we've investigated yet. Certainly if it's council's direction, we could work with Linda and look at it further, but that's not been a request that we've had at this stage.
So as what is becoming a recurring theme here, I'm getting a consensus, and Councillor Gregg, I wonder, do you want to pursue this or what would you like to do?
That one I would like just to put to a vote. We cannot and will never eliminate all risk as much as we try, and we can discuss it, but there's always a level of risk that's assumed, and this is an area that is slowing down to 50, 60 at that time. And I think I'll just leave that for a vote of my peers.
We'll keep going through the list and we'll come back to that when we get to the end. Okay, so the next, unless there's any further discussion on that one. Councillor McQueen.
Just briefly, at the end of north of Singhampton, there's what they call the Singhampton Caves. And during the peak of COVID, we had so many people parked in there on both sides of the road, and we did have an incident with one of our trucks touching one of those cars. Just because parking was an issue.
Thank you, sir. No, that's all right. Next one was the Councillor DeBreen.
Quick question on that. I'm not familiar with the area personally. Are there many of our horse and buggy community traversing that area? No, thank you.
Nope, never's a long time, but not currently. So moving right along, the next one on the list was the FTD edition at Sydenham campus, and that was Councillor Gregg as well, I believe. Yes.
So just to speak back to this one, I touched upon this, I think at the last council meeting. It hasn't been clearly articulated yet to me exactly what our plan is to maximize the facility. It was noted today, we're taking $74,000 in per rental, which is good if it's not at the detriment of other facilities or space that could be used, rented in your community. So some of the uses, if it's YMCA, there was another one, Business Enterprise Center, used to be located downtown Homestown. And I would maintain the same argument if this facility was in Hanover as if it was in Markdale or Meaford. I am very reluctant to support an initiative that may be detrimental to our downtowns in such a way that if there's space available in downtowns to be rented, and there is in all of our downtowns, I mean, if we talk about economic development, what's more important in your community than a strong, vibrant, attractive downtown? So if this is similar to other initiatives, and I think of the health, there's various buildings in health that have migrated professionals away from downtowns. We're always wondering what is contributing to decay and decline in downtowns. We just have to look at some of the facilities and the professional businesses that we've moved out of downtowns, and doctors and optometrists and engineers and so forth. And the more we build these buildings or we extract from some uses that perhaps could be facilitated already in the downtowns, I'm reluctant to support. So I get that there's some good out of it, but if it's a position just to rent space, I feel that this is maybe to the detriment of other opportunities in the public realm that are already available from private sources.
Happy to answer that for you. So Sydenham campus was originated, and it still is, a regional skills training, trades and innovation center. So the reason why it works is because it brings everybody together under one roof, where you can mix and mingle in the hallways, and you can take a business who's coming in and send them to a prototyping lab, and you can do it all in one spot, and you've got all of the expertise lined up and in a pipeline to be able to serve our business. We don't allow people to stay in Sydenham for any length of time for any of the businesses who are developing. The whole point is to incubate them and get them out back into our downtowns and into the spaces we have. So on the one side of economic development, we keep a business and land inventory so that we know it's available. We're always working with our local economic development officers so that we can bring business to Sydenham to give them a one-stop shop of support, help them deal with their kind of initial overhead costs, because we know it's the first 2 years that will either make or break a business. So that is where we focus on at Sydenham, and then we grow them so that they can go out into the community. So we've had one example of that already, where we had a business came in because they were short of space, they were growing, but they needed time to incubate. They were there for a year and a half and they purchased in Georgian Bluffs, and they now own and are tax paying there a full scale building. So that is the intent of Sydenham. We do not provide any kind of subsidy for lease. We charge $12 a square foot, which is absolutely comparable to what we're seeing across the community. If there's any tax charged by impact, it is passed on to that business. So we're not providing any kind of subsidy towards those businesses. So it is not, they're not coming to us because we're cheap, put it that way. The other piece of it is by having the Fab Lab with education, with community service providers as part of that, collaboration, we're providing those wraparound support so that we're also assisting employees who need to be upskilled or trained or need those wraparound support. So that's why YMCA is there, because we are partnered with economic development. They're partnered with Georgian College. They're partnered with our long-term care homes as part of Grey County. And we're providing those wraparound support so that they can go be employees, lasting employees, where we can have better chance of retaining them. So I'm certainly happy to talk to all of the good things that are happening at Sydenham campus and how it is a pipeline that is to build all of your communities. And that is something that we see through the Business Enterprise Center, through Catapult. Just to give you an example of what's happened, and Catapult only exists because we have Sydenham campus. So that's a partnership where we provide them the space. They have the federal funding, and that's how we got the federal funding, to be able to pay for the staffing and the mentorship and those types of services. Since Catapult has started in the last year and a half, they have assisted 50 businesses and they have created 37 jobs and maintained 82 right across the region in Grey County. So we are seeing actual significant change by having all of these service providers under one roof. So that's on the Sydenham campus side. We have a pipeline right now where we have businesses from both Business Enterprise Center and Catapult waiting to get into the Makerspace Fab Lab so they can start prototyping and testing. And if that is successful, then they can continue their partnership with Georgian College for research. They can use the next level of equipment that we have at the Makerspace, which takes you from prototyping into production, because we didn't get just entry-level equipment. We have everything from entry-level to train right to those prototyping and those production level of equipment. So that way we can get people into the community and building their business. So the whole intention of Sydenham is to grow our assessment base and our tax base and the wealth that you see through your employees in the region. So that's on the Sydenham campus side. On the campus manager piece of your question as to why are we asking for this, we had built into the budget last year a part-time person, which we were unable to fill. It was originally set as a bookings person because at that time we were still in COVID, we were still quiet, and we were still getting our feet under our belt. Since then, we're recommending that we increase that half-time with another half-time. So we're asking for, I guess, a 0.5 FTE through this budget, is to make it a full-time permanent position who manages daily operations. So they are coordinating all of the maintenance. They're managing contractors, all the health and safety. They're developing and monitoring the capital and operating budgets. They are reporting on energy efficiency performance in consultation with our project manager in housing. They are meeting with potential clients, negotiating, drafting lease agreements, taking tenant inquiries, scheduling the facility, including use of common spaces, booking events, coordinating events between all of the different tenants that do exist there. They're taking a leadership role in business development so that we can grow our revenue streams. They are maintaining dialogues with clients and helping troubleshoot because we all know there's always a problem with technology, or there's always a problem with a room heat or a light's not working. And that happens all the time. They're going to be promoting the campus, performing reception duties, taking inquiries, doing building security checks and walkarounds. And all of these things right now are being shared by 6 economic development staff. The lion's share is going to my manager of economic development and tourism, and I need him focused on other things to be able to grow our investment and be able to assist all of your municipalities with that regional development that we are striving towards. So we don't want to be running a 45,000 square foot building on 10 acres off the side of our desk. It is not, the hope of where we want to see Sydenham. I think we have done a really, really good job as a team getting us to where we are today and setting a very strong foundation. But we can't continue to grow and we can't protect the equipment that we have in there and we can't provide a good level of customer service that Grey County is known for by continuing in this way. So that's why we've included it in the budget.
Thanks, Savannah. That's an excellent response and the kind of discussion that I'm hopeful to come out of budget is to have a more thorough discussion than just what you get in a half a paragraph and one-liners across the budget template. I'm good with that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Savannah. Oh, sorry, Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. Thanks, Savannah, for your passion towards Sydenham Council or campus. It's been very impressive to see the growth of Sydenham campus, and you've certainly highlighted the advantages for Grey County, with our small businesses. So I have no issue whatsoever in the full-time person being dedicated there. My question is, did you look within, I think you said earlier, you have 27 staff. Did you look within every job description to see if someone else could be maybe aligned into that position without an additional staff being required?
Answer to that would be yes. We have gone through every job description, looked at every staff, and to do that means something is also losing the attention that it needs. And I'm taking experts that they've been hired for in their particular jobs out of the job that we need them for. So that is why looking through the staff, because everybody has such a particular focus in our department, we need to look at kind of a whole new position to be able to do all of these things.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you, Savannah. Last item was anyway, the next one then is Councillor Green had some concerns about pulling funding for training out of education at Grey Gables, I believe it was. Councillor.
Actually, it was any reference, or there was reference to taking out education and development, not just in the long-term care, but in various departments. And I just want to make sure that we are recognizing the need to further develop our staff, to meet the needs of their development plans and their professional obligations to maintain their designations. I'm especially concerned, obviously, about training in our long-term care facilities. And I just want some assurance that we haven't diluted that. So whomever would like.
Jen, perhaps maybe I'll ask her. Which?
No, Jen Moreau was,
Which-
I was thinking from in human resources.
I think Jen Cornell can address the specific at Grey Gables, but I am much like the counselor. I would like to see those budget items maintained as they were, because we had specific strategic priorities when we looked at the budget to begin with.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair. So the $2,000 that we're talking about at Grey Gables, I can just give you a little bit of background about what that is. So that budget line was $8,500, and the team looked at, as they went line by line to look for efficiencies, and felt that they could give offer up $2,000. So it's now at $6,500, and the hope is that we would still be able to support training and education opportunities across the 3 homes. We're looking for efficiencies. Where are there opportunities to do education across the 3 homes? We had an amazing leadership day that was all in-house at the Sydenham campus in the gym. It was all internal experts from our own team that were providing education to each other. So we're looking at those types of opportunities. And then other opportunities that come through our association. And the province has been recently making some investments in professional growth. So that's where that funding came from. But as Jen says, and to your point, we are part of retention is making sure that people have the tools and the training that they need to be able to feel successful about the work that they're doing. So We made that offer with lots of thought about it.
If I may, without knowing the total that has been taken out of the budget, I'd have to find the right line through you, Warden Milne. With our move to reduce council's remuneration increase, can we put it back in the budget? Can we return the education and development piece that's been taken out from our staff and restore it to the budget without it making our increase go up past 1.49?
I'm gonna ask, is there anyone opposed to putting that money back in there? That $2,000? Two. Go ahead, Councillor DeBreen. Am I mistaken?
My apologies, Warden Milne. I was referring back to Jennifer Morrow, and there was other education and development removed beyond the $2,000, if I'm not mistaken. No?
Mary Lou?
That's correct, there was. So the adjustment, if we take the council COLA from 5.9 to 1.49, inclusive of benefits, makes an adjustment of $22,400. So in order to keep it as what I understand Councillor Dobreen requests is I would find a way to add 22,400 back into the budget, which is actually more than what the travel and training, and I could just make that work. Let's put it that way. If that's the bottom line can work, if that's the wish of council.
Is anyone opposed to that? Or wanting to speak against that idea? Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I thought we were trying to go the other way. In the original budget that we were given today, my understanding was council was taken from the 5.6 or whatever it was already down to 2%. No, that hadn't been adjusted. That was just a recommendation. That was the change we made today. We moved it down to 1.49. I thought I read somewhere that it was recommended 2 within the budget package that we received today. No? Yeah. Okay.
So to be clear, when we sat down this morning, the cost of living for council remuneration was proposed to be increased by 5.94 or whatever it was. After discussion today, it was pulled down to 1.49. So that is the 22,000 and change that Mary Lou is talking about. So, okay, go ahead, Councillor Mackey.
So that being said, we asked all of our senior managers to come back and, Jennifer Cornell just spoke on behalf of long-term care, not feeling that there would be any impact with that $2,000 being removed. I'm sure the other directors felt the same way when they looked at their budgets. So I'm content with those savings being passed on to the taxpayer. Thanks.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll ask Councillor DeBreen, do you want to rely on consensus to leave the training out, or do you want to bring it to a vote when we get to that point of the meeting?
I'll bring it to a vote. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Next item is on the list. There it is. Councillor DeBreen had a question about cost of living adjustment increases for senior staff, but I believe we've already addressed that. Thank you. Councillor Eccles had an item funding for tree planting. That's a growing issue.
He's starting to act up. Maybe we should ask for adjournment. We're getting close. He's starting to get punchy. I just wondered, Linda, Is the only contract through to do planting, and I take it this is in our county forests and different places on county properties, is through the conservation authorities, who tree planting is not a regulated or mandated performance of those conservation authorities. I guess with a number of other, well, my point is, we're using conservation authorities to plant trees for the county. And there's a number of other private businesses, conservation authorities being tax funded incentive programs. And we're competing and enabling that against private companies, public companies that Savannah's trying to support out there in our community. And yet we're using one that's subsidized by tax dollars to plant trees on county forests. Is that what we're looking at here? That's where I'm coming from on the question on this.
Through the warden, for questions with regards to planting in county forests, I would probably defer to Scott as overseeing the forestry portfolio. In terms of my remarks, in Going Green and Gray, council set a target that across the county, 1 million trees be planted by 2030 and 5 million trees be planted by 2050. It made set no intention as to who should be planting those trees or where specifically those trees should be planted on public or private land. So within the 2023 work plan, there is a capital project identified as nature-based climate solutions, which has a number of different components. And one of those is to explore partnerships. So there is nothing currently on the books, but to explore partnership with local conservation authorities around specifically accessing federal funding through the 2 Billion Trees program, which provides, I would like to confirm this number, but I believe up to 75% of cost coverage, both for the trees themselves and for all associated planting costs. So we would just be looking to partner with conservation authorities who are already planting between 50 and 70,000 trees a year, often on private property, providing those trees at a subsidized cost to residents.
So no different than our individuals that are out there privately. And I know of one company that's planting close to 200,000 trees under the same type of programming. It's maybe not something that discussed here, but probably at Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority and maybe at the Grey Sabo Conservation Authority about mission creep and the idea that conservation authorities are into something that is not a regulated responsibility for the conservation authorities, yet they're out there competing against some of our private businesses while being subsidized by the tax dollars. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, sorry.
Other than in that, what is it costing the county in that partnership with the conservation authority instead of going out and being a tendered program to get the 1 million trees planted? And how much is it going to cost us to document that, to get it back to the federal government for their climate change, which is another concept that I have problems with how many people we have in this building and other buildings reporting a lot of this back to some vague dark hole, whether it's at Queen's Park or whether it's in Ottawa. Thank you.
Well, that was a well-articulated rant, but I'm not sure. Randy, do you want to have a go at that?
I don't know if I'll be able to respond to all of that, but other than to say that, we're still in early stages of looking at who we can partner with, being able to reach the targets that have been set by council. So I think, based on some of the comments today, we'll make sure that as part of that, we're looking at both public organizations, public agencies that are already doing some of this tree planting work, but also looking at private businesses and working with our ECDEV team to see if there's opportunities to partner with businesses as well that really are all achieving the same target and mandate set by council is to try to plant those trees, those number of trees that Linda indicated earlier. So we'll take a look at this further and appreciate the comments that have been shared today.
Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden. And just to Councillor Eccles' other point, right now, the Gray Sabo Conservation Authority under contract currently manages our county forests. But that doesn't involve tree planting. I don't mean to be facetious in this answer, but our county forests are already full of trees. And we do selective harvesting there. But we're not actively planting as part of their contract with us at this stage.
Councillor Dubreen, did you have something to add?
I'm just, I would want to confirm this, but my understanding is that through the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, can't speak for Gray Sabo, the tree planting or forestry division of the Conservation Authority is not funded through the municipal levy. It is self-generated funds.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Eccles, do you want to pursue this, or where do you want to go with it?
Well, I guess I still haven't got a factor into we're into this tree planting and everything of this nature. What is the number that's in the budget for this program? Is it 2 extra FTEs that we're looking at? Is it, $50,000 for trees? Or is it the 7,500 acres that is kind of laying fallow and growing up in trees? And I can see quite a few of them that we identify those trees and we don't need to plant them. In Grey County, they're growing up there all the time because we don't replant in our county forests. We let it regenerate. So those trees are growing per se.
Through the chair, with regards to the question about what's currently in the budget, there is not a dedicated line item for tree planting. There is $20,000 from reserve around nature-based climate actions. 10,000 of that is to support the experimental acres program. The remaining 10,000 is to be allocated based on nature-based opportunities that arise through grant partnerships. And before any money were to be spent, there would be a report back to council identifying what the proposed plan was.
Thank you. Okay, good. On to the next. Oh, sorry, Councillor McQueen.
Just a quick note, and I'm certainly hoping that if there are tree planting and there are marginal lands, because the position of Grey County Federation of Ag is concerns of tree planting on what agricultural lands 1, 2, 3, and 4, because they're preserving farmland, and there are situations where good farmland is being planted in trees. And that's a bit of a debate with the Grey County Federation, but they may come up with the ag advisory at a certain time, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Very good, thank you. Okay, thank you, Linda, very much. The next item will be. That was the extent of the list. Okay, so let's go back to the first item that was asked for a vote. Councillor Gregg was going to propose an amendment to, I got a good memory, it's just not very long. The parking lot surfacing or the construction of the parking lot be taken out of the budget. Is that the motion that you would like to see, Councillor Gray?
I see that wording on the screen, and yes, that looks correct. Thank you.
Very good. So now we need a seconder for that motion. Councillor Eccles. Discussion regarding the motion. Go ahead.
I feel that there's other options to look at here, and I'm not sure that we're at a position. Councillor McQueen had mentioned, just about widening the shoulders. We've got $63,000 in this budget to build a big parking lot down there. I think, do we go back just to doing a little bit more engineering and whatnot and make sure that we've got it right of what we need and what size and how it needs to be, or if it does need to be built at this stage? But it sounds like we've got 63,000 in here because we were going to do a bit of the road down there. So we're going to build a $63,000 parking lot. But I haven't just been convinced that this is absolute something that is ready to go? And is it over-designed, under-designed, or underfunded or overfunded at this point for what is required and needed?
Based on, again, what's Scott mentioned earlier in terms of partnering with our transportation services folks to come up with a design, that's, you know, in our opinion, reasonable to support trail users adjacent to the CP Rail Trail. We won't know the full price until we get the tender results. If it's obviously kept in as part of that overall tender. So that's, and like Scott said, we included as part of the Gray Road 18 project because we think that there's an opportunity to have some cost savings by having this project, you know, whether or not there's excess fill or any other material that is part of the road project can be utilized as part of the parking construction. So we just see as an opportunity to align with a project that's already underway through our roads department. And we see it as an opportunity to what we think will be a well-utilized parking facility based on some of the feedback we received as part of the recreational trails master plan work.
Through you, Mr. Warden, and I would add that from my perspective, one of our most important jobs is to manage risk and encouraging people to be on the side of the road with kids and dogs and everything like that is not perhaps the best risk management strategy that we might entertain. So if it's possible, if people are going to be there anyway, we can get them off the road and into a safe place so that they can do what we want them to do, which is enjoy the trail that we've spent a lot of money having. That would be, I think, ideal. Thanks.
Councillor Matrosovs.
Thank you. Through you, the warden, I have to concur with what the CAO has just highlighted. The stress and strain of parking issues in the Talbot Mountains and people just resorting to the roadside has caused so many problems. In the past few years, we've had fatality, and in the winter season, it doesn't stop. We've learned that as well, that there is no season to trail usage. It's 365 days a year, and in our books, roadside parking is never the solution, because it just causes too many risk factors involved with your pedestrians, cyclists, vehicles, animals, in some cases equestrian as well. So I really have to support the advocacy to try to build a safe place for parking, because as everyone has said, people are still going to come looking for a spot to make use of that trail, whether it's to the north or the south. Thank you.
Councillor Carlton.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think the fact that two local businesses there have put up gates on their parking lots would demonstrate there's a demand for parking and they don't want them in their private property. So I think it behooves us to make sure that we provide the parking and get those people off the road. Thank you.
Excellent point. Anyone else? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? Okay. So amendment number 1, you can see it there. We've discussed it. I call the question. Oh, sorry. You want me to read it? I'll read it. Moved by Councillor Gregg, seconded by Councillor Eccles, that the 2023 proposed budget be amended to remove the $63,300 from reserve funds allocated for CP Rail Trail parking lot surfacing. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is defeated. Moving on to amendment number 2, moved by Councillor DeBreen. First, I'll ask, can you put the motion back up there for a sec? Oh, it's still up there. Okay. Is that the motion that reflect? No. How would you like the motion worded?
Thank you, Warden Milne. And in consultation with Mary Lou Spicer, I believe she mentioned that our cost of living, including benefits, would total approximately $22,400. I have consulted with her, and it looks like the maximum of the training, education, staff development, travel for all departments that was removed would be in approximately 16,000. So I would like to have further consultation with staff to clarify the numbers before I commit to an amendment recommendation.
Okay, I'll ask Kim to clarify.
Mary Lou, can you confirm that that is the value of the training and conferences that was removed from the budget and needs to be restored if we want to make it whole?
So as part of the reductions that were made, if we add back in travel, training, conference, it comes to 16,900.
And if we were specific, just on where did the 6,100 come from?
The 6,100 was solely training and conference lines. If we add back in the travel and there was subscriptions, that's where we're coming close to the 17 grand.
Councillor DeBreen.
So my concern is that there are training and development that may require travel. For instance, provincial offenses, reduced staff training and travel, $6,500. That right there exceeds the $6,100 training, education, and staff development. What I would like to propose is that we put an upset limit, and perhaps the subscriptions aren't, top of mind. But there are periodicals and reading materials or online requirements that if you don't have the subscription, you may not get that information with regard to your professional designation. I really don't want to leave our staff falling behind in their area of expertise. I would like to propose that amended to allocate funds from the reduction of the county council's cost of living adjustment for training, education, travel, subscriptions, and staff development to an upset limit of $16,000. If that works. Okay. Yeah, no, that's what we'll build back in. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion has been moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Matrosovs. Discussion, Councillor Gregg.
Just a clarity. So I just want to be certain I'm aware of, is that a net value? Considering the reduction from in the wages, so there actually the budget will be decreased approximately $5,000-6,000 still. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, discussions? Okay, not seeing any, I'll read it. If it there, yep, there it is. Moved by Councillor DeBreen, seconded by Councillor Matrosovs, that the 2023 proposed budget be amended to allocate funds from the reduction of the county council's cost of living adjustment for training, education, travel, subscriptions, and staff development to an upset limit of $16,000. Last call for questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. All right, those are the two amendments proposed. So we'll now come back to the main motion as amended. Anyone have any further discussion or questions on that motion? Councillor McQueen.
So obviously that number's changed now, right? The 1.49%.
I am understanding that that number is currently being revised. Mary Lou?
Previously, we were at $1 million increase. We have a decrease of 22,400 for Council COLA.
an add back of an upset limit of 16,000 for training travel conference, which is a net levy increase of $993,600. And that is a 1.48% levy increase after growth.
Well, we're gonna get it right, so. So that is the final number, the 1.48%. So that's where we're at as a main motion. Any further discussion? Last call. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Any other business? Oh, Councillor Gregg.
I would move a subsequent motion that Grey County confirm its commitment of supporting a $16,000 contribution to the Saugeen Valley Children's Safety Village for the years 2023 to 2026 inclusive.
Councillor DeBreen.
I'll second it.
Without being presumptuous, I would think that maybe the council might want to hear from Mr. Leach before they make that commit, particularly the new councillors that have not a familiarity with the project. So having said that, do you still wish to proceed?
I've been familiar with the website in the past and I wasn't coming in negative about it. I just wanted more information and what I heard from council's feedback today is, I think confirms my confidence in that, you know, we don't need to go through that every year. Just confirm it as for this term of council. It's a good project.
And I won't disagree with you. I'm just going to confer with the clerk without giving notice of that in motion. I'm not sure. Is that germane here? Are we okay? Are we offside? Okay, I'm hearing it's part of the budget discussion, so I'll allow it to stand. Councillor Eccles.
Did I hear you? The motion is for 16,000 for the next 3 years, this year and the balance of the term. Should there be something in there for inflationary factors and whatnot? This is an ongoing thing. So I just throwing it out there. If you're.
Councillor DeBreen.
As a seconder, with much respect, with the end goal in mind, there is still time. We've approved the $16,000 for this year. Perhaps given that this was a decision of the previous term of council and there were perhaps commitments in place, would it be better to let staff bring back a recommendation on, you know, do we have to enter into an agreement? Is this, I'm just wondering if we don't have to make the decision today.
No, we do not. So I'm going to go back to the mover again. Do you wish to proceed, sir?
I hear you, but it's $16,000 for 4 years. Inflationary pressures are not a big deal. Often we'll commit to $70,000 over a 5-year term or 3-year term. You don't index that commitment. I'll just leave it stand right now. It's a good motion. It's a good commitment from the county and gives them something that they can put on their books for 4 years.
Okay, fair enough. Seconder still okay? All right. Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Any other business? Mercifully, no. So in the space of less than 48 hours, I'm sure I've gone from perhaps the record of the shortest council meeting to probably the longest. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We now have a budget in front of us for the next year. And I will ask for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Eccles, go ahead. You heard me ask for adjournment, but he's not on for it, so.
I'd just like to say that, yes, in the last 4 hours, maybe we haven't done an awful lot, but in the last 2 weeks, we've taken this budget from 3.66 to 1.48. So it's not just a 0.01% reduction. We've made almost, a little over a 2% reduction in the presented budget. So I think we've done very good work and congratulations. I will move that we adjourn.
Seconder? Counselor McQueen, all in favor? We stand adjourned.